Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1026, Heaven-Shattering Hand. Those immortals, standing on the sky, possessed supreme power. They could destroy a city in a snap of their fingers. In the small Xianyang city, if these immortals were to take action, the so-called martial artists in their Xianyang city would be killed like ants. However, such a powerful existence, the immortals who were high above, were killed by Qin Wentian in one blow. What a shocking scene! The young man who walked out of Xianyang city decades ago has now stood at the top of this world. Raising his hand to destroy the immortals, every time they think of this, a raging wave will be set off in their hearts. A hero does not ask where he came from. The young man of Xianyang city can still go out and become the master of the world. Emotionally speaking, the people of Xianyang city certainly hope that Qin Wentian will win. He is a legendary figure who truly belongs to Xianyang city. This legend will let the whole world know the name of the small city of Xianyang city and become the symbol of this city. In the whole world, only their Xianyang city has walked out of such a figure. No matter how strong the Xing Guild is, it is just an external force to them. The immortal destroying sword is an immortal art, but it is an immortal art with super strong attacking power. In the past, Qin Wentian exhausted his strength and burned himself every time he used it, but now, he has become a real immortal, and has forged a perfect saint immortal platform. With the help of the power of this ancient city of drifting snow, with one strike, what a powerful force, more than 10 immortal platform masters, before they could conquer it, they left their lives behind. Some people escaped by chance. They stood in the sky, looking at the wildly dancing sword power. Their faces were extremely ugly. In order to capture Qin Wentian this time, their Xing Guild sent dozens of immortal platforms stationed nearby to this particle world, and Qin Wentian actually moved an ancient city. Not only did he fail to capture the opponent, but he was killed so miserably. The battle has just begun, and there are such casualties. How can we fight? Go. The leading immortal platform master ordered a retreat, and the group rushed straight into the sky, not daring to approach the ancient drifting snow city. This battle came fast and ended even faster. It was just a moment. From the outbreak to the end of the battle, more than 10 immortal masters fell in just a moment. The shadow that enveloped Qin Wentian disappeared, and his huge body turned into normal size. He put on a white robe and glanced coldly at the departing Xing Guild masters. These people might not give up. However, the people from Qianbi and Xianmen should be here soon. What's wrong? At this time, Qin Wentian saw his relatives and friends around him looking at him, and couldn't help asking. These people looked dazed, and couldn't believe that the godlike figure just now would be the Qin Wentian they knew. This was too unreal. Fatty, I'm shocked. Family exhaled. After all, they were young partners who went to the Emperor Star Academy to practice together. Now, he couldn't even look up to Qin Wentian. He was too strong and was not on the same level at all. I really don't know how you practiced. Fairy Queen Mei also felt that she was getting old. The direct descendants of the great Xia dynasty around her looked at Qin Wentian as if they were looking at a god. This was their monarch. How powerful he was, no one in this world could match him. Boss, is there any way to become an immortal quickly? Fatty Fanel walked to Qin Wentian, his eyes twinkling. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded seriously. Really? What's the way? The fat man's eyes lit up. I'll beat you up, and I think you'll feel like you're floating in the air. Qin Wentian clenched his fists, making a crackling sound, and everyone around him laughed. Everyone, this ancient Piaoxua city is very big. Just choose your own place to live around here, but try to stay in the central area, so that I won't affect everyone when I use the weapon city to fight. Qin Wentian looked at everyone and said. The crowd nodded one after another, and then dispersed, always feeling a little weird, although they were in a city, but this city could not only move, but also fight. In Xianyang city, countless people stood on high places or in the air, looking at the vast and magnificent city in front of them. It was so magnificent. We won, Qin Wentian won, and killed more than 10 immortals. Qin Wentian of the Qin Mansion is unparalleled in the world. He is the king of Daxia and the uncrowned king of Chu. And he came from our Xianyang city. Many strong men sighed. They went to the city and told each other. The whole Xianyang city was jubilant, celebrating Qin Wentian's victory. The whole Xianyang city seemed to be cheering for it. How could they not be proud of such a person in Xianyang city? The news of this victory quickly spread throughout Chu and Daxia. Even the people in the Imperial Holy Domain knew that the strong men of the Galaxy Guild returned in defeat. They were missing more than 10 immortal masters. The headquarters of the Galaxy Guild was extremely depressed. This victory really made the people in the particle world feel the power of Qin Wentian. This is a legend. The impact of this battle was also huge. Those people in the particle world who worshipped the Galaxy Guild as a god began to waver in their hearts. This fairyland force from the outside world was defeated in this battle with Qin Wentian, who grew up in the local world, which meant that the Galaxy Guild could not become the absolute overlord yet, at least, not before cleaning up Qin Wentian. In various places in the particle world, some people who wanted to join the Galaxy Guild began to waver. They were all waiting and watching. Now the Galaxy Guild has formed an irreconcilable hatred with Qin Wentian. Both sides cannot tolerate the existence of the other. Before the final outcome of this battle, it seems safer not to join the Galaxy Guild. After this battle, many people began to rush towards Xianyang City. People from the Emperor Star Academy, Mo Shuang, and Xu Mang from the Imperial Palace all came to the ancient Piaoxua city where Qin Wentian was. This city gathered most of Qin Wentian's relatives and friends in the particle world. He also felt an invisible pressure. Because of being involved in the battle with the Galaxy Guild, his relatives and friends can only rely on him. Once he loses, they will all be destroyed. All of these will be his responsibility. In the sphere of influence of Daxia, heading towards the state of Chu, a group of women in white were flying in the air. These women had extraordinary temperaments and were as graceful as fairies, especially the leading woman, who was covered with a veil. However, just by looking at her elegant posture and perfect skin, one could faintly feel that she must be a woman with a peerless beauty. Xiner, Qin Wentian is now caught in the storm. The Galaxy Guild is obviously a major force in the fairyland. If we go to Xianyang City now, won't we be involved in it? Why don't we stay out of it? A woman looked at the veiled person and asked, "Hey, don't you want to see Qin Wentian? He is the most outstanding person in the history of our world. I have never heard of such a young fairy in our particle world. More importantly, he is very handsome." The woman's voice was a bit playful, and her eyes were full of charm. But if the Galaxy Guild doesn't give up, it will be very dangerous. The person next to him said, "Don't worry, I will just go to Xianyang City and take a look from a distance. I won't go close to them, otherwise people will think that I, Lin Xiner, am chasing after a man." The woman smiled seductively and said, "Even if it is the most outstanding young man in history, I, Lin Xiner, will not take the initiative to get close to him." "That's good, let's take a look in Xianyang City." The person next to him whispered, without saying much. It turned out that the woman with a veil on her face was Lin Xiner, the fairy who was the most beautiful woman in the Imperial Holy Land. She originally planned to wait until she was stronger and ask the Medicine Emperor to send her to the fairyland. Beauty is a disaster. She is too weak to go to the fairyland. Such a face will only be a disaster for her. Xianyang City, a restaurant near the outside of the city. Sitting on the top floor of the restaurant, you can see the magnificent scene of the ancient Piaoxua city outside. The restaurant is full of guests. When Lin Xiner and her friends arrived, many people looked over here. "Can you let us sit here?" Lin Xiner glanced at the excellent seat by the window and said to the people there. Her eyes were captivating, but she also had the temperament of a weak woman, as if she wanted to be cared for. Those people immediately stood up and gave up their seats and said, "Of course you can, fairies." "Thank you." Lin Xiner smiled faintly, and even though she was wearing a veil, it still made those people's hearts beat faster. Lin Xiner looked at the magnificent ancient city and smiled softly. "Is this the city? Qin Wentian's hometown seems to be Xianyang City." "Yes, Qin Wentian is a disciple of our Qin mansion in Xianyang City. When he was young, he was rejected by the Bai family because he could not practice. However, Qin Wentian was generous and has now resolved his grievances with the people of the Bai mansion and become a legendary figure." "Yes, Qin Wentian, a legendary figure in our Xianyang City, he stands at the top of the whole world." "Fairy, you are from another place. The legend of Qin Wentian cannot be told in 3 days and 3 nights. He was rejected, and then went to the Emperor Star Academy to practice. He was the best to decide the imperial power of the Chu state and became the monarch of Daxia. Later, with his help, Yaohurong Valley destroyed the world's overlord, The emperor-level saint sect. He is a miracle and a legend. Everyone talked about Qin Wentian's glory. Boom. Suddenly, the restaurant trembled, and everyone's heart trembled violently, and the sound stopped abruptly. What's going on? The crowd was horrified. At this moment, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire world, covering everyone in Xianyang City, and even everyone in the state of Chu. Under this pressure, they had to surrender. Buzz! A layer of brilliant light curtain suddenly bloomed in the ancient Piaoxua city in front. Everyone looked up and saw a figure in a purple and gold robe of the Xing Guild walking out of the void. He descended from the sky with peerless power and stretched out his hand towards the sky below. His palm seemed to directly destroy a city. Bang! The light curtain shattered, and a breath of world destruction descended. The big hand of the sky seemed to have descended as if it was the will of the gods, destroying everything. All the sounds stopped at this moment. Xianyang City was quiet. Everyone looked at the scene in horror, feeling their souls trembling. P.S. Brothers, please give me monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 1027, Immortal King Threat. So strong. The restaurant was silent. They who were still talking just now were silent, their faces turned pale. The pressure was like the power of heaven, crushing all living beings. It pressed on them, making many of them crawl on the ground. Lin Zainer's face also changed drastically. She looked at the ancient Piaoxua city. The figure standing in the void was like a god. His pressure enveloped the world, but his attack power was all concentrated on one point, not affecting other places at all. Such control is too terrible, absolute control. Did the Xing Guild send a super strong person from the upper realm of the fairyland to come? Qin Wentian had already smelled a strong crisis before. The immortal thoughts entered the 9 immortal bells, and the light was brilliant. The whole Piaoxua city released a sky-covering light curtain, but under this attack, the light curtain was broken, and everyone in the ancient Piaoxua city was shocked to vomit blood. Their faces were pale, and Qin Wentian also felt turbulent. Buzz! Without giving him time to react, a terrible palm came through the void and was about to fall on the ancient Piaoxua city. Ah! A shocking roar was heard, and an unparalleled immortal power bloomed from the entire Piaoxua city. The 9 immortal bells shook the heaven and earth, and turned into a huge bell that covered the sky. With a humming sound, it enveloped the entire Piaoxua city, and also intercepted the huge hand that shuttled through the void. Bang! There was another shocking turbulence, and with a wow, Qin Wentian spat out a mouthful of blood. His body bent, and he seemed unable to stand still. He raised his head and looked into the void, and then he closed his eyes, communicating with the city that the owner of Piaoxua Tower had once refined. The weapon city is the weapon, and it is a city. Attack is second, and defense is first. The entire ancient Piaoxua city lit up, and endless rune light appeared, floating on the 9 immortal bells. This huge bell that covers the sky stood between heaven and earth, flashing with endless rune light. The bell sounded continuously, shaking the world. One after another, the shadows of the ancient city were projected on the 9 immortal bells, which seemed to be the strongest defense. Boom, boom, boom. The expression of the strong man in the void changed. He stood proudly in the sky and attacked frantically. This ancient Piaoxua city actually had such a defensive ability. He couldn't break it. The figure in the sky-covering bell was constantly suffering from the shock force. Even if the defense was completely resisted by the sky-covering bell, the endless pressure was dispersed and lost, but the shock force still made them extremely uncomfortable, especially the weakest group of people. Even a slight shock radiation was enough to make them spit blood and get injured. People kept lying down. Qin Wentian was bearing the most direct attack. He closed his eyes and his face was pale, but his immortal thoughts still supported the strongest defense state to prevent the strong man from breaking through. The immortal king of the Xing Guild arrived first. In the void, the strong man bombarded for a long time, but found that he could not break the sky-covering bell. He stepped on the ground, and the world shook. A cold light flashed in his expression. Behind him, the immortal masters of the Xing Guild appeared. They also looked unhappy. The strongest defense of the ancient Piaoxua city was so powerful. Qin Wentian, get out. The immortal king figure wearing dazzling clothes said proudly, and his voice seemed to be integrated with the world and vibrated into the 9 immortal bell. Qin Wentian, get out. Qin Wentian, get out. The echo in the 9 immortal bell shook. Qin Wentian opened his eyes and looked into the void. His face was ashen. The Xing Guild actually sent an immortal king to deal with Qin. They really think highly of me. The immortal king had a cold look, and an unparalleled power descended from him. His body suddenly landed and stepped directly towards the huge ancient bell. Boom! A deafening sound was heard, and Qin Wentian felt his whole body tremble violently. The ancient Piaoxua city wrapped in the 9 immortal bells fell into the ground, with a continuous rumbling sound, sinking into the earth, and the people inside were all shaking. The immortal king stood directly on the 9 immortal bells, looked down at Qin Wentian inside, and said, "Get out." Qin Wentian looked up at the immortal king's domineering eyes, and then smiled coldly. "You come here with the power of the immortal king to bully people in the particle world, don't you feel ashamed? How dare you?" The immortal king stepped on the ground again, and the 9 immortal bells continued to sink with the ancient Piaoxua city. Qin Wentian's eyes were still cold as he looked at the other party. As long as the defense of the 9 immortal bells was not broken, even if the person in front of him was an immortal king, he would be dead sooner or later. "Do you think I can't do anything to you if you hide in there?" The immortal king sneered and pointed at Xianyang city in front of him and said, "This city is your hometown. You should have many friends in this city. Do you believe that I can destroy this city?" Qin Wentian's heart trembled, but he still kept his face calm. At this time, he had to remain calm. The more he cared, the more the other party would use Xianyang city to threaten him. "You are an immortal king. You slaughter mortals. Aren't you afraid of being entangled in great sins and getting retribution?" Qin Wentian said coldly, "Besides, my relatives and friends are all in this Piaoxua city. None of them are outside. At my level, who doesn't have sins in their hands? Even if you are in the immortal stage, you have killed many lives. As long as I don't destroy a particle world, it is not a big sin. Where will the retribution come from? The lives of a mere city are nothing." The strong man stepped again, and the ancient Piaoxua city continued to sink. The immortal king said coldly, "Are you really not coming out? You want to give up my relatives, friends and yourself for the people of Xianyang city? It's ridiculous." Qin Wentian said, "Is there such a righteous person in the world? You are just killing in vain." Qin Wentian's heart was extremely cold. He didn't expect that an immortal king would force him to do such a thing. He could only pretend that he didn't care at all. What's more, he was right. The other party had no reason to kill the people of Xianyang city. No one was so righteous. HMPH. The immortal king seemed to see through his thoughts. He grabbed his palm fiercely. In an instant, dozens of people were grabbed into the void by his big palm print. Those people only felt their souls trembled and shouted loudly, "Help! The people of Xianyang city are just ants to me. I can kill them with just a wave of my hand. Can you come out?" The immortal king stared at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's expression did not change. He was heartless. The more he cared, the more the other party would kill. Kill. The immortal king pinched his palm in the air, and all those people fell in an instant, falling towards the sky. The people of Xianyang city in the distance saw this scene and felt their souls tremble. They even forgot their anger. To this person, the people of Xianyang city were just ants. He could kill them as he wanted. It was just a matter of raising his hand. Qin Wentian watched those people being killed. Even though he was extremely angry, his face looked calm as water. He could not care. The more he cared, the more ruthless the other party would kill and use it to threaten him. "Is there any point in killing these innocent people? I am really ashamed of you," Qin Wentian said sarcastically. The immortal king looked at Qin Wentian, his indifferent expression showing his disregard for life and death. He raised his hand and blasted towards the distance. A terrible rumbling sound was heard, and many people perished again. "Do you really not care about the life and death of these people?" The immortal king looked down. "Are you stupid or am I stupid? Would I give up myself for outsiders?" Qin Wentian said. "Haha, there are still people who don't run away. Look at her eyes, she seems to be a little worried about you." The immortal king sneered. Qin Wentian frowned slightly, and then the immortal king stretched out his hand again, and soon a figure appeared in the void. It was a figure that floated like a fairy, very beautiful. At this moment, her veil was wiped off by the immortal king's hand, revealing a stunning face, but she was pale. Lin Ziner. Qin Wentian's heart darkened. How could Lin Ziner appear here? Very beautiful. Even among the fairies in the fairyland, there are not many women as beautiful as this. Don't tell me you don't know her. The fairy king sneered. His fairy thoughts were so powerful that he was in control of every move of Xianyang city. He didn't miss the expressions of these people. Lin Ziner was not afraid at all. She stared in this direction, and was actually a little worried and nervous. Qin Wentian's heart was cold. The Fairy King was indeed powerful. It turned out that he had a purpose. While attacking, his fairy thoughts were observing, trying to find his acquaintances. I do know this woman. She is quite famous and a rare beauty. Qin Wentian said coldly, but you see, there are so many beauties in my city. In this particle world, Qin himself has many women who admire me, especially excellent women. What's strange about her showing nervousness and worry? Then you are very lucky. The Fairy King looked at him and said, then waved his hand and threw Lin Xianer to the fairy platform figure behind him, saying, it is rare to have such a beautiful woman in this indigenous world. Her eyes are seductive. You are lucky. Go back and enjoy it. Senior, I don't know him. You are a great man in the fairyland. Why do you embarrass me? Lin Xianer said delicately. The voice and expression are extremely seductive. It's a rare beauty. You are blessed. The Fairy King said indifferently. His tone was still cold, indifferent to everything. In his eyes, the lives of people in the particle world are like grass, not worth mentioning, and they are all ants. Thank you, Immortal King. The people in the back bowed, grabbed Lin Xianer and left directly. Qin Wentian saw Lin Xianer looking at him, with a trace of despair in her beautiful eyes. You can come out when you figure it out. The Immortal King looked down at Qin Wentian, stepped on his feet again, and disappeared directly. Qin Wentian clenched his fists, and the look in Lin Xianer's eyes when she left lingered. Everyone flashed over, their faces pale, all of them were shocked. They looked at Qin Wentian and said, Wentian, you are leaving, go to the fairyland. This hatred must be avenged. Qin Wentian's eyes were extremely cold. Lin Xianer had done him a favor in the past. When he was in the trial of the immortal martial realm, she helped Ling Shuang and Yu Yang and others. Lin Xianer. Yang Kuangsheng was about to say something but stopped, and he was also very angry in his heart. I didn't expect the Immortal King to be so despicable. He doesn't take the people of the world seriously at all. Fairy King Mei said coldly, he treats the people of the particle world as ants. Wentian, you have to go, find a way to leave quickly. Here we are. Qin Wentian's eyes were extremely cold. Everyone looked at Qin Wentian, not knowing what Qin Wentian meant. At this time, for them, there was only leaving, no other choice. Qingcheng, please persuade Wentian. Fairy King Mei said to Mo Qingcheng, but at this time Qin Wentian was full of murderous intent. He looked up at the sky, and saw that there were strong men falling from the sky, as if they came from the sky. P.S. I am exhausted. I have tried so hard to update this month, but I am still criticized. I guess it will be the same if I update more. Thank you to all the brothers who support me. Chapter 1028, Encirclement and Killing. Qin Wentian looked at the figure floating down from the void, his eyes full of sharpness, finally arrived. In Xianyang City, countless figures looked up and stared at the figure in the void. They had not yet come out of the fear and trembling just now, and saw the strong man from the Sky Dome immortal platform descending. Their hearts trembled again. Who are these people? In Gupiaoxua City, everyone also looked up. Before Mo Qingcheng persuaded Qin Wentian, they saw the strong man from the void falling directly towards the direction of this ancient city, and they were uneasy. Could it be someone from the Xingguild again? If it really is, then it's really over. There is no hope at all. However, what did Qin Wentian mean by arrived before? These people are probably not the strong men of the Xingguild. Qin Wentian's arrived seemed to know that they would come. Who are they? Boom, boom, boom. The immortal light shone, and these people descended outside the 9 immortal bell together. The head of the group had terrible eyes, which contained extremely powerful majesty. Even though they were separated by the 9 immortal bell, everyone felt a tremor in their hearts when they saw his eyes. They stopped on the 9 immortals bell. It's over. Qin Wentian is going to be completely destroyed. The people of Xianyang City were terrified. This group of strong men was so powerful that there were many more people than those from the Xingguild just now. The powerful lineup was super terrifying. Were they also from the Xingguild coming to deal with Qin Wentian? In this case, Qin Wentian was really dead, without hope, and would definitely die. Will a legendary figure of a generation finally die here? At this moment, the light on the 9 immortals bell suddenly disappeared. The 9 immortals bell was no longer the ancient bell covering the sky, but returned to its original position. The entire Piaoxua city appeared there. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart trembled again. What was going on? Was Qin Wentian crazy? He was desperate and knew that he had no chance of survival. Was he going to surrender? The many figures that fell from the sky stood in various directions. Their eyes fell on Qin Wentian at a glance. Qin Wentian's body floated up and his eyes swept towards them, shining. Young Master Qin. Many immortal masters bowed to Qin Wentian, and a great force of heaven and earth seemed to appear with this voice, with amazing power. All immortal masters spoke at the same time, and their voices gathered into a great force, spreading throughout the world. Just one voice made everyone tremble violently, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble wildly. In Jiutian City, Qin Wentian's relatives and friends felt unreal when they saw this shocking scene. Those figures that fell from the sky, the strong men from the upper realm of the immortal domain, they came down, all bowed to Qin Wentian, respectfully, and shouted in unison, "Young Master Qin. Is this really the Qin Wentian they know? Is this really the junior they watched grow up or the partner they grew up with?" They were shocked and felt a little unreal. It was fine for Qin Wentian to set foot in the realm of immortals, but a group of strong men who came from the immortal domain actually bowed to him and respectfully called him Young Master Qin. The people of Xianyang City also trembled in their hearts and looked up at the many immortals. Is this true? My eyes, are they seeing things right? Oh my god, these people are all immortals. Qin Wentian from Xianyang City, what kind of achievements has he made in the immortal realm? Their hearts were shaking crazily, and they even kept rubbing their eyes, as if they wanted to see more clearly. Qin Wentian, can you go and save Xiner? A voice came from the fairy cult and the woman, who came with Lin Xiner. Qin Wentian, Lin Xiner has a crush on you. For the sake of your acquaintance, can you go and save her? One person begged. Don't worry, the Galaxy Guild will pay a price for what it has done. Qin Wentian's eyes were cold, and the leading immortal king looked at Qin Wentian and said, Young Master Qin, give the order. Okay, you have people guard this particle world and don't let anyone go. The rest of the people immediately go to the Galaxy Guild headquarters and surround them all. Don't let them hurt the woman. She is my friend. Set off immediately and wait for my order. Qin Wentian gave the order. Yes, Young Master Qin. Everyone responded, and saw a terrifying pressure emanating from an immortal king figure. A powerful force instantly wrapped around those immortal platform figures, and took a step forward, as if crossing the void and leaving, and directly led people to disappear in front of their eyes. You will be wronged for the time being. I will put the ancient city into the 9 immortal belt to prevent any accidents. Qin Wentian looked at Mo King Chang and others and said. He waited until these strong men fell before walking out, just to avoid accidents. After all, the other side had an immortal king. Immortal king figures were too dangerous. As long as they were not careful, all of them might fall into the hands of the other side, and then no matter how powerful the troops were, it would be useless. It's okay. We know. Everyone nodded one after another. They naturally understood the priorities. Qin Wentian's mind was connected to the 9 immortal bell. This 9 immortal bell was the soul of the entire Jiutian city. The light shone, and the entire ancient Jiutian city was put away, as if it had the power of space. All those people disappeared with the ancient city and appeared in the 9 immortal bell. Let's go. Qin Wentian said to the immortal king who was leading. Okay. The immortal king nodded, and then took Qin Wentian out, and also disappeared in an instant. In just a short moment, the entire ancient Jiutian city and many powerful people disappeared from the side of the people in Xianyang City. Kill all the people from the Xing Guild. The people in Xianyang City showed an excited look. The people of the Xing Guild regarded them as ants, so they must be killed. Qin Wentian must be wiped out. It's hateful that I can't witness this battle with my own eyes. I really want to see the death of the immortal king. When he was high above and ignored the lives of others, he was so arrogant. Qin Wentian must have become the young master of the superpower in the immortal realm. Everyone calls him Qin Shao, and he will definitely be able to destroy the immortal king. Many people in Xianyang City were very excited and wanted to see this shocking battle with their own eyes. Qin Wentian is not a good person either. He just watched someone die without saving him and was indifferent. Someone said angrily, "You are so noble?" Qin Wentian is also a human being. All his relatives and friends are here. Once he walks out, not only will he die, but his relatives and friends will also be buried with him. Can you do that? Someone scolded. As for being indifferent, this is what it means to really care. Once he reveals his relationship with the people in Xianyang City, will the immortal king let us go? I'm afraid we will really have to kill Qin Wentian to force him out. The man's expression froze and he nodded. You are right. Who is qualified to make Qin Wentian give up his family? We can only hate the people in the Xing Guild for being despicable. It's best to kill them all. Several women from the fairy cult all showed nervous expressions. One of them asked, "Will Xioner be okay?" No, Qin Wentian and Xioner are friends. He was powerless just now, but now there are so many strong men here, he will definitely try his best to save Xioner. A person next to him said seriously, but in fact he was also very nervous, his body trembling slightly, and he could only look forward to it. The Xing Guild was already on the verge of a fight. Above the Xing Guild, many strong men from the Xing Guild were escorting Lin Xioner, staring at the strong figures around them. Above them, there was a terrible pressure spreading down, blocking their retreat. Lin Xioner was captured. She had already despaired before, but suddenly she saw a group of strong men descending on the Xing Guild and surrounding it. Hope was rekindled in her heart, but she still didn't understand what was going on. Buzz! Another ray of light shone, and two figures appeared. One was a terrible and majestic figure, and the other was Qin Wentian. A strange color flashed in Lin Xioner's beautiful eyes. It was Qin Wentian. It turned out that Qin Wentian was here. Below, the strong men of the Galaxy Guild trembled in their hearts. They felt a moment of shock, looking at the super strong lineup in the void. In the distance, the onlookers of the Imperial Holy Land were even more shocked. What on earth happened? That young man, was it Qin Wentian? Let us leave, otherwise, I will take her life. The immortal king of the Galaxy Guild spoke coldly, pointing at Lin Xioner. He also understood that the current situation was very unfavorable to them. Listen to my order, the people of the Galaxy Guild below, kill without mercy. Qin Wentian said coldly. Yes. The strong men of the immortal platform rushed down, and in an instant, a destructive force descended directly on the headquarters of the Galaxy Guild in the Imperial Holy Land. Screams were heard, and someone shouted, "Immortal King, save me." However, the Immortal King figure just looked cold and indifferent. Qin Wentian also did not look at the people below. His expression was extremely cold. Killing people from Xianyang City to threaten him? Very well, then, you kill all the innocent people in Xianyang City, and not a single person from the Xing Guild can be spared. It's over, the Xing Guild is finished. The souls of the people in the distance were trembling. They hadn't figured out what happened yet. Who were these strong men? Qin Wentian, what was his identity? He actually ordered the immortals to kill the strong men of the Xing Guild. You really don't care about her life or death. The immortal king pointed at Lin Xioner and said, "You're right, I do know her. You are immortal king, and you are threatening me with an innocent person. Very well, you all listen to me. Unless you don't have a family background, as long as you have, if she loses a hair, I swear to find out your family and make them miserable. I mean what I say." Qin Wentian's cold eyes swept across the immortal platform's strong men, and then fell on the immortal king figure, including you. Let her go. Qin Wentian's voice was cold. Do you think it's possible? The immortal king's expression was still indifferent. I want to exchange with her. Qin Wentian said, causing everyone's expressions to freeze. Even Lin Xioner, her beautiful eyes froze, staring at Qin Wentian blankly. He was such a peerless figure, yet he wanted to exchange with her? Chapter 1029 Emperor's Immortal Thoughts. The immortal king of the Galaxy Guild looked at Qin Wentian with a smile. He wanted to exchange with Lin Xioner? Of course there was no problem. Lin Xioner was insignificant to him. She was just a person from the particle world. But as long as Qin Wentian was captured, everything would be solved. These people didn't dare to touch them. Okay, I agree to exchange people. Come here and I will hand her over immediately. The immortal king of the Galaxy Guild stared at Qin Wentian and said, Young Master Qin, you can't exchange. The people of Qianbi and Xianmen frowned. Qin Wentian's identity was not suitable for him to exchange with people from the particle world. The purpose of the Galaxy Guild was to capture Qin Wentian, and even sent out the immortal king. However, they didn't expect Qin Wentian to block his attack with the help of the ancient Piaoxua city and failed. Otherwise, the other party would have captured Qin Wentian and left the particle world. Now, Qin Wentian has fallen into the trap, which is a very dangerous thing. After the other party captures Qin Wentian, they will directly leave the particle world and go to the fairyland. At that time, it will not be easy to capture him. Listen to me. Qin Wentian said, and those immortal king figures were silent. Lin Xioner stared at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes, and then she actually smiled and said to Qin Wentian, Young Master Qin, Xioner's life is not as precious as yours. Please don't worry about Xioner, Princess Qin. If Xioner dies here unfortunately, young Master Qin will avenge me. Shut up. The immortal platform strongman who was holding her shouted coldly, and with a tear of his hand, he directly tore the sleeve of one of Lin Xioner's arms, exposing her snow-white skin to the air. Lin Xioner's beautiful eyes froze, and her face changed slightly. I won't kill you, but I can make you naked, do you believe it? The immortal platform strongman threatened. Qin Wentian stared at him and said, believe me, you're dead. The immortal platform strongman looked at Qin Wentian and said coldly, it seems that you care about her very much, so I want to see how you kill me. The immortal power on his body enveloped Lin Xioner. With just a thought, he could take Lin Xioner's life. Even if the immortal king figure was there, it would be difficult to save her, unless he could be killed in an instant without a sound, directly killing her without leaving a single thought. Do you want to change? The immortal king strongman of the Xing Guild continued to say coldly. Change, but when I go over, she will also come over. Qin Wentian looked indifferent. No, the immortal king strongman can cross the distance in one step. What if you attack at the same time and directly intercept the two of them? If you want to change people, you must come over first, and I promise to let you go. The immortal king figure was definitely not a person who was easy to talk to. He said coldly that the immortal king figure was too threatening. If Qin Wentian and Lin Xioner walked in the middle and the other party suddenly attacked, he would be caught off guard. You can threaten me with the lives of innocent people. You are such a despicable person. Do you think you have any credibility? Qin Wentian looked at the other party and said, compared to you, she is useless to me. If I take you down, why would I keep her? It's up to you whether to exchange her or not. The immortal king of the Xing Guild remained calm. Okay, I'll exchange her. Qin Wentian stepped out and walked towards the immortal platform strongman who captured Lin Xioner. Come to me. The immortal king of the Xing Guild spoke. Qin Wentian's strength was not weak. He was worried about walking towards the immortal platform strongman. Okay. Qin Wentian walked out slowly and kept approaching the immortal king. At this moment, the space suddenly became tense, and there was an atmosphere of swords being drawn, as if a terrible war could break out at any time. At this delicate moment, if anyone made a slight move, a war would break out. Lin Xioner looked at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes, and was moved. Although she and Qin Wentian were once friends, it had been more than 20 years. It had been too long, and the relationship was not very deep and could even be forgotten. Especially the status of Qin Wentian who had returned, a powerful immortal. He could easily kill a fairyland being, similar to the figure of the Emperor-level Saint Sect Overlord Saint Emperor. Moreover, not long ago, he relied on the ancient city to kill more than 10 immortals from the Galaxy Guild. Now, the Immortal King exists, a major faction in the fairyland, and the immortals descended to the particle world and obeyed Qin Wentian's orders, calling him Young Master Qin. What kind of status is this? Now, he wants to exchange with her. Why does Young Master Qin treat Xioner like this? Lin Xioner said softly, sighing in her heart. She used to just fantasize about marrying a peerless figure in the particle world, like the prodigy of the 8 suppression era. However, now, the prodigy of the 8 suppression era has long become a thing of the past. Qin Wentian, who is much more numerous than them, is willing to exchange with her. Xioner has helped me before. Besides, aren't we friends? How can I watch you get hurt because of me? Qin Wentian said to Lin Xioner. When he was halfway there, he suddenly stopped and said, I've come this far. Can I let her go? At this time, a stream of immortal power enveloped Qin Wentian. The Immortal King of the Galaxy Guild and the Immortal King of the Thousand Changes Immortal Sect were all ready to go. If any one of them moved, the other would move as well. Therefore, at this moment, only Qin Wentian could move. The immortal figure looked at the Immortal King of the Galaxy Guild. The other gave him a look, and he let go of Lin Xioner. Qin Wentian continued to walk forward, and he gradually walked towards Lin Xioner. What are you doing? The Immortal King of the Galaxy Guild said. I'm going to exchange with her. I need to see that she's okay. Qin Wentian glanced at the Immortal King, and his footsteps suddenly stepped out, heading straight for the Immortal Master who had captured Lin Xioner. The Immortal Platform strongman frowned, the Immortal King snorted coldly, stepped out, and walked towards Qin Wentian. At this moment, everyone's target was on Qin Wentian. Let him go. Qin Wentian suddenly shouted at the Immortal Platform that captured Lin Xioner, took a big step forward, and the power of the immortal platform on his body burst out. The immortal platform snorted coldly, and the power of the immortal platform also burst out. Looking for death? The immortal king came behind Qin Wentian and directly struck out with a finger technique, hitting Qin Wentian's body. The destructive power instantly rushed into Qin Wentian's body, trying to destroy his immortal platform. "You are presumptuous." A series of violent shots sounded at the same time, and a brilliant immortal light burst out. Qin Wentian's body was filled with a terrible defensive force. A figure stepped out from him, and the terrible pressure swept across the world, which was extremely terrifying. Immortal thoughts? The expression of the immortal king of the Xing Guild changed, and his heart sank. He knew that he had been tricked. Qin Wentian intended to lure him to make a move, and he could not help but shout, "Be careful." His voice was directed at the immortal platform strongman who captured Lin Xiner. At this time, everyone was looking at Qin Wentian and the immortal thoughts. A black light of destruction descended in the chaos, like real light, and instantly penetrated into the head of the immortal platform strongman. In just a moment, the immortal platform strongman's mind collapsed directly and stopped thinking. An immortal king stepped out and took Lin Xiner away directly. The other immortal king took a step in front of Qin Wentian, and the immortal power enveloped him. Above the void, the immortal king also descended towards the lower air. In just a moment, this space seemed to be banned, and the suffocating pressure of destruction enveloped everyone. Qin Wentian and Lin Xiner were led back by an immortal king and left the battlefield. Lin Xiner was still confused at this time. Everything happened too fast. She couldn't see the immortal king's move clearly. Everything was over in a flash. She was pulled back by Qin Wentian, and a strong man guarded them. "Xiner, it's okay." Qin Wentian smiled at the dazed Lin Xiner. Lin Xiner's beautiful eyes were stunned and gradually woke up. She had always been strong, but until that moment, she felt how fragile she was. She was at the mercy of others and was completely powerless. Only in this matter, she felt a sense of being protected. This feeling was really good, but at this time, Qin Wentian had already let go of her hand, and she actually felt a little lost in her heart. On the battlefield, the immortal king was surrounded. His eyes were fixed on the immortal thought that appeared in front of him. His attack was enough to destroy Qin Wentian's life. This immortal thought was truly a protective immortal thought, enough to protect Qin Wentian's life. "But Senior Qianbian Emperor," the immortal king spoke, "since you know it's me, you still dare to attack him. It seems that you have been doing this on purpose." The eyes of Emperor Qianbian were particularly cold. "The junior is just following orders. I hope the emperor will give me some leniency," the powerful immortal king said weakly. "Qin Wentian, you decide." Emperor Qianbian looked towards Qin Wentian with his immortal thoughts. He glanced at Lin Xiner beside Qin Wentian, which made Lin Xiner feel nervous. "Emperor," even the immortal king respectfully called him senior. What kind of person is this? She couldn't imagine it. "Kill." Qin Wentian's voice was cold. Emperor Qianbian turned around and said, "Kill." "Yes." His subordinates responded, and a terrible light curtain emerged, blocking the battle space. The destructive power of the battle between the immortal kings was too terrible, enough to destroy the entire Holy Emperor city. Only they could take the initiative to control the battle range. "You actually wasted the Emperor's immortal thoughts and protection for a woman from the particle world. This is a life." The immortal king of the Galaxy Guild roared at Qin Wentian. At this moment, a terrible storm rolled up, the earth was shaking, and the entire Galaxy Guild seemed to be pulled up. This destructive storm was like the end of the world. People in the distance stared at this scene, trembling with fear. Boom! The storm rolled towards the sky, and the entire space was pulled up by manpower and headed high into the sky. In an instant, the entire magnificent Galaxy Guild disappeared. Looking up, there was a light of destruction blooming above the void, and the entire Holy Emperor city could see it. At this moment, everyone looked up at the void, where an immortal war was breaking out. The Emperor's immortal thoughts and protection, alive. Lin Xiner looked at Qin Wentian beside her, and saw that Qin Wentian was looking up at the sky at this time. His handsome face was more outstanding than before. A bright smile appeared on Lin Xiner's face, and he smiled a little foolishly. Having such an experience in her life, Lin Xiner did not live in vain. There was actually someone who made the powerful people in the fairyland kill people for her. In the entire particle world, no other woman could have such treatment, right? Chapter 1030 The Mastermind. Although this destructive storm lasted quickly, it ended just as quickly. Not long after, A turbulent current fell towards the entire Holy Emperor city. People dodged everywhere. At the headquarters of the Galaxy Guild, a group of strong men slowly descended from the sky. As for the strong men of the Galaxy Guild, they had been annihilated. After all, the gap in strength between the two sides was huge. Have all those strong men fallen? The people around were trembling in their hearts. Those were all immortals. One of them was even the terrifying king of immortals who was high above. Now, he had disappeared from this particle world. The Galaxy Guild was directly plucked out. Everyone looked at the figure of Qin Wentian standing in the void. They never expected that such a terrible storm would erupt in the particle world because of Qin Wentian. The immortal thoughts of Emperor Qianbian still hadn't disappeared. He appeared in front of Qin Wentian and said, "This time, things won't be so simple. You need to leave this particle world immediately." "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded. Before, an immortal king came to the particle world to deal with him. Qin Wentian also felt that this storm would not be so simple. Although the Galaxy Guild had a grudge against him, it was not worth paying such a price. The Galaxy Guild's power once spread all over the particle world, but he pulled it out. However, it was just a particle world, which was nothing to the Galaxy Guild. It is said that the Galaxy Guild's power faith spread across countless particle forces, and it was a very large force. Before, this particle world didn't even have a strong immortal. Now so many strong people are dispatched. Is it just to occupy a particle world? Xioner, follow me to the fairyland. After all, I don't know if the Galaxy Guild will take action against you again. Qin Wentian said to Lin Xioner beside him. I'll listen to you. Lin Xioner nodded slightly. She had always wanted to go to the fairyland. Now that Qin Wentian was taking her there, she was willing. Let's go. A group of strong men soared into the sky. However, just as they were in the air, a terrifying pressure swept down, crushing the sky. A group of figures suddenly appeared in front of everyone. They seemed to have just rushed in from outside the particle world and intercepted Qin Wentian and his men. These people looked very unkind, and the pressure was extremely strong. They were one step late, and a strong immortal king fell in the particle world. Although the two sides were far apart, the pressure had already arrived, and they were looking at each other across the void. Have the Xing Guild and the Dongsheng Immortal Sect joined forces? The immortal thoughts of the Thousand Changes Emperor had not yet dissipated, and he said coldly, Senior Emperor, you are too kind. The Xing Guild needs to take charge of this particle world, and our Dongsheng Xianmen is here to capture Qin Wentian. This man has killed many of our Dongsheng Xianmen's strong men. We will definitely capture him and take him back. An immortal king figure from Dongsheng Xianmen responded. It seems that Dongsheng Xianmen has been looking for an opportunity to start a war with Qianbian Xianmen. This time, it is just the opportunity. Qianbian Emperor sneered. In the past, he took 6 states of the 13 states of Dongsheng from Dongsheng Xiandi. How could Dongsheng Xiandi swallow this breath? The two sides have been having small conflicts, but there has not been a super war. Now it seems that Dongsheng Xianmen can't help but take action. Senior, don't forget the agreement. If there's a war, immortal emperor figures cannot participate. Dongsheng Xianmen Xiandi continued. Yunzhao is now the territory of my Qianbian Xianmen. This particle world should belong to the sphere of influence of my Qianbian Xianmen. You seem very confident to come here to start a war. Qianbian Emperor spoke coldly. In the void, several figures suddenly descended, as if they came out of nothingness. The pressure they exuded was super terrifying, all of which were the power of the immortal king. For a mere particle world, the emperor is so well prepared. The immortal king of Dongsheng Xianmen swept his eyes over everyone, as if he was estimating the fighting power of both sides. You are no different. It seems that even if you capture Qin Wentian, you will not go far. In the surrounding world of this particle world, you should have prepared strong men from all sides long ago to welcome the fight with my Qianbian Xianmen here. Qianbian Emperor said calmly, but Qin Wentian's heart trembled slightly. He did not expect that the storm caused by him would become bigger and bigger, triggering a battle between the two major immortal sects. Jin Bian, you are quite clever. At this moment, a huge phantom suddenly appeared in the void. This phantom was projected from the sky. At this moment, the entire particle world could see this huge projection of the sky. Dongshen. Emperor Qianbian looked up. This phantom was the projection of Emperor Dongshen. Qianbian, since you want my 6 states, then get ready for a war. I want to see what confidence you have to take the territory I rule. The voice of Emperor Dongsheng came from the sky. Then, his eyes fell on Qin Wentian. The huge illusory figure flashed with cold murderous intent in his pupils. Qin Wentian, the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, was an immortal emperor. To him, the immortal stage was nothing but an ant. However, Qin Wentian, an immortal stage figure, really made him want to kill him. Qin Wentian had slapped him in the face more than once. At the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect's Centennial Immortal Banquet, he refused to become his disciple and humiliated him. In the ancient Emperor City, he killed his direct disciples and exterminated more than 300 Xianjias of his Eastern Saint Immortal Sect. It's a coincidence that you came back to the particle world, so it's just right to solve it here. There's no need to capture this person anymore, just kill him directly. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor ordered. Yes. The strong men of the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect responded. The people of the entire particle world looked up at the shadow of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor in the void. This was the Immortal Emperor figure who appeared that year, supreme. He once accepted disciples in the particle world of the Immortal Palace projection, but refused to accept Qin Wentian as a disciple. Now, he came again to kill Qin Wentian. It seems that Qin Wentian has become a disciple of a powerful person, and he is in opposition to the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. Above the sky, there was a radiance of light. One after another, powerful men descended. Their bodies were huge and boundless, all of which were more than 10,000 feet, or even 100,000 feet in size. They stood between heaven and earth, standing above the entire particle world, and seemed to be covering the entire particle world. These powerful men were all immortal kings, and most of them were immortal kings from the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect. The Galaxy Guild seemed to be standing behind the scenes, and the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect was the main force in the battle. People in the entire particle world saw the supreme figures in the void, and they felt that the end of the world was coming. This was too terrible. These people stood towards the sky, and the whole world was surrounded. Immortal kings can change their bodies in size. They don't need to practice special immortal arts to change their bodies, making themselves huge and fighting in different forms. Above the sky, streams of light descended, and there seemed to be a terrible void storm. Figures walked out of the void storm and walked towards the direction of Emperor Qin Wentian. Standing in different positions, they also transformed into extremely huge bodies and confronted the strong men of Dongsheng Xianmen. Obviously, they came from Qin Wentian Xianmen. Crazy, if this war starts, the whole world will be destroyed. The people in the particle world below gradually became terrified from the initial excitement and expectation. There were too many of them. There were more and more of these strong men, occupying the sky above the entire particle world. They were like ants, which made the people in the endless particle world feel so small. In front of these people, they were as humble and small as ants. They really felt the crisis at this moment. This battle was enough to destroy the particle world. Dongsheng. At this time, Qin Wentian looked into the void and spoke. Although his voice was not loud, he believed that Dongsheng could hear his voice. There is nothing to say about the grudges between you and me. However, there is no need to let a world be buried with it in this battle. The destruction of a world is a real sin. How about fighting in the starry sky? Qin Wentian looked at the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and said, there are endless particle worlds around the immortal realm. Each world has countless lives, with hundreds of millions or even hundreds of billions of people. Causing the destruction of a particle world is tantamount to slaughtering the world. This is also a great sin in the immortal realm. The battle between superpowers will avoid destroying a world. This sin cannot be attributed to me. If this particle world is destroyed because of this, Qin Wentian, you have a great responsibility. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor spoke coldly, his eyes indifferent, without any emotion. He is a high and mighty immortal emperor. All living beings are like ants. He does not take a particle world or an indigenous world seriously. He will not participate in this battle, and he will not be guilty. Moreover, even if he is really guilty, he, the Eastern Saint, has lived for so many years and has become an immortal emperor. What is there to fear? There are not many people in the entire fairyland who can shake him. Would he care about the sins of a particle world? Qin Wentian only felt cold all over. His eyes were full of endless murderous intent. He stared at the huge phantom in the void. This was the high and mighty fairy emperor. He simply ignored the lives of the people in the particle world. The people in the particle world heard the voice of the Eastern Saint Fairy Emperor. They looked up at the supreme figure, and they were also angry. Although he did not hear what Qin Wentian said, He could guess from the words of the Eastern Saint that Qin Wentian must not want a war to happen in the particle world, which would lead to the collapse of the world, but the Eastern Saint Fairy Emperor refused. Depression. The whole world was depressed. At this moment, all the people in the particle world were tense. The war seemed to be on the verge of breaking out, but if the war started, what a devastating disaster it would be. Eastern Saint, if you order a war in the particle world today, if I, Qin Wentian, do not die, I will kill your entire family. Qin Wentian clenched his fists. The Eastern Saint Fairy Emperor despised the lives of the people in the world. In his eyes, the people of the entire particle world were all ants. Kill. After hearing Qin Wentian's words, the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor uttered a word with terrifying murderous intent. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1031 Immortal War. Eastern Saint. Qin Wentian roared, and the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor ordered to kill, ignoring the lives of countless people in the particle world. Boom. A destructive pressure instantly enveloped the entire particle world. The immortal kings were so powerful that they transformed into giants like gods and stood in the sky. The immortal kings simultaneously exploded their power, which was enough to make the entire particle world feel the supreme pressure in an instant. At this moment, the people in the particle world trembled slightly. This might was too terrifying. They really felt their own weakness. Those figures standing on the sky like gods were like gods and demons. No one paid attention to Qin Wentian. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor had already issued a killing order, and the war broke out instantly. Those giants like gods who were more than 10,000 feet tall, they took a step and could cross the distant space in one step. It was too terrible. Although their bodies became extremely huge, their speed did not slow down. Their step was too big. A huge phantom of gods and demons fell from the sky and bombarded Qin Wentian's direction, directly covering a piece of heaven and earth, and could kill all existence. The huge attack came at a speed as fast as a meteor. Even though Qin Wentian had already entered the realm of the immortal stage, he still felt his body tremble in the face of the supreme pressure. A powerful immortal king from the Thousand Changes Immortal sect stepped out. His body was also extremely huge. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying immortal light burst out from his body. A huge and boundless ancient star tree appeared behind him. This ancient tree went straight to the sky, like a real ancient star tree, with endless vines. On each vine, there was a dazzling rune light, like the power of rules. Several attacks from the sky fell into the embrace of the ancient star tree. The power of destruction raged in it, but was wrapped in layers and then annihilated and destroyed. So strong. Lin Ziner beside Qin Wentian was trembling in her heart. It was hard to imagine that there were such terrible strong people in the world. As expected, the higher the level of cultivation, the more qualitative the leap in strength. The attack of the celestial figure was much stronger than that of the people in the Xiangang Yuanfu realm, but in front of the people at the level of the immortal king, it was like an ant compared to a giant, too small. There was another immortal king in the void. He punched out, and countless ancient characters appeared on the sky. Each character contained the might of monstrous killing and truly possessed the power of great destruction. There was also a super strong figure blocking his attack. This immortal king punched out 3,000 rule fists in the void, and actually locked those ancient killing characters in the sky, bombarded and killed, shaking the world, and the void was turbulent. In a short moment, a shocking battle broke out in the sky above the particle world, and the entire particle world was in turmoil. Although they were in the sky, the battlefield was actually still within the area of the particle world. If they attacked the particle world at this level, they could really destroy a particle world. At this moment, the ground of the entire particle world was shaking. Many people were standing unsteadily and shaking constantly. There were streams of destructive light descending from the sky. The people below were frantically dodging. The aftermath of the attack of the immortal king was not something they could resist. Somewhere in the Imperial Holy Land, a sword energy aftermath slashed on the ground, instantly splitting a crack. All the people around that area were killed by the sword energy. For a while, screams shook the world, and many people really felt the threat of death. As the battle continued to break out, the particle world below was filled with doomsday scenes. Even the Holy Emperor city under Qin Wentian's feet was constantly attacked by aftermath. For example, The aftermath of a strong man's attack palm print fell on a huge ancient mountain, which could directly submerge hundreds of miles and kill all the people there. It was very miserable. The strong fight and the weak suffer. This is the cruelty of the martial arts world. People with weak strength are very sad. Maybe the particle world used to live in peace, but when an accident like today happens one day, the immortal war will spread over, and no one will care about their lives. Dongsheng knew that there would be a great loss of lives, but he still ordered this place to be the main battlefield, ignoring the lives of the people. Emperor, is there a way to get out of this battlefield? Qin Wentian looked at the immortal thoughts of Emperor Qianbian beside him and said, "Wait, Dongsheng personally planned to deal with Qianbian Xianmen. You rejected him in Dongsheng Xianmen, and I asked for his 6 states." Although he seemed calm, he was obviously thinking about giving Dongsheng Xianmen a fatal blow. "I just didn't expect him to use the particle world where your hometown is as a breakthrough point to plan a war." Qianbian Xiandi said slowly, "It seems that Dongsheng has a deep hatred for you, otherwise he would not be so concerned about you. Is it an honor or a disaster to be so concerned about you by the Xiandi Emperor? In the future, my growth path will be aimed at exterminating Dongsheng Xianmen," Qin Wentian said coldly. During the battle, Dongsheng Xianmen actually had Xianwang strongmen come to reinforce the battle. The lineup that appeared in the particle world was simply a battle of conquest of the top forces in the fairyland. Qin Wentian. At this time, a loud shout came from the sky, and 2 majestic figures stood in the void. Qin Wentian actually recognized these 2 people. One of them was a general of the immortal kings under the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, the immortal Qin Yuan, who was one of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor's confidants and a very powerful immortal king. The other was also a powerful immortal king, the owner of the Qiu Immortal Palace, the immortal King Qiu. The immortal King Qiu was also the elder of Xianai, the direct disciple of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, but he fell into the hands of Qin Wentian. The immortal King Qiu was a powerful figure who had opened up an immortal palace in the territory of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. His own strength was also extremely strong. Now, 2 very scary immortal kings have descended on this particle world, which shows the determination of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor to keep all the strong men of the Thousand Changes Immortal sect. If this battle is won, he will directly attack the Thousand Changes Immortal sect and recapture the land of the 6 states. He wants to see who else dares to take his Eastern Saint territory. Even Yang Yuan and you are here. Dongsheng, you have mobilized a lot of power for this battle. Emperor Qianbian stared at Emperor Dongsheng in the void. Emperor Dongsheng used to be in charge of the 13 states of Dongsheng, and he had many immortal kings under him, but he couldn't mobilize all the immortal kings from all over the country to fight in every battle. He usually only mobilized the available forces. In this battle, Emperor Dongsheng summoned so many immortal kings to come to the particle world, which shows his strong determination. Emperor Dongsheng glanced at Emperor Qianbian, but he felt a little unhappy. He found that in the camp of Qianbian Xianmen, there were some immortal kings that he was not even familiar with, but their fighting power was so strong that he was quite surprised. Where did Emperor Qianbian summon these people to join his Qianbian Xianmen? The bodies of the Moonless Immortal King and the Flame Abyss Immortal King also became huge and extremely terrifying. A crescent moon appeared behind the Moonless Immortal King. This crescent moon seemed to contain many amazing powers. The fairy light of the crescent moon fell down and went to the towering ancient star tree that blocked the attack in the air below. In an instant, the towering ancient tree was covered with a layer of frost, as if it was about to freeze. The ancient tree still had an extremely powerful fairy power blooming, and the destructive rune light bloomed on every vine branch, fighting against the power of the Moonless Immortal King. At this time, the Flame Abyss Immortal King snorted coldly and walked towards the ancient star tree. Behind him, a hellish sea of fire of destruction appeared. It seemed that a phantom of the King of Destruction Hell appeared, and an unparalleled fairy power swept out, as if the flames from the abyss hell penetrated into the ancient tree. The attacks of Immortal King Yuan and Immortal King Qiu were one ice and one fire, one cold and one hot. At this moment, the ancient immortal tree was destroyed bit by bit. It wanted to struggle, but it continued to decay and could not withstand such a terrible attack. Humph! Immortal King Yuan snorted coldly. He waved his palm and suddenly the endless hellfire of destruction bloomed downwards. Those flames spread all over the world, and many fell towards the sky below. The flames that fell on the particle world instantly burned up. Wherever they passed, there was a scorched earth. How terrible was the flame of Immortal King Yuan! It was the real immortal fire. The strong man who bloomed the ancient immortal tree screamed. He took the ancient tree back into his body, but the destructive power was still burning, destroying his immortal roots. Watching this battle, Qin Wentian felt more and more that it was unfavorable to Qianbian Xianmen. The situation seemed to be constantly tilted, and even some people fell. In such a large-scale immortal war, even a strong person at the level of Immortal King will die. Boy, your death is coming. Immortal King Jiutian stared at Qin Wentian with cold eyes. Back then in the Eastern Saint Immortal sect, Qin Wentian killed his disciples and insulted him. It was a slap in the face. He, Immortal King Jiutian, was high and mighty, but he had never been humiliated by a kid in the celestial realm. Although that kid has now entered the immortal stage, he deserves to die. His cultivation speed is really fast. Jiutian, you have always had a bad vision. Now your disciple has been killed, and Qianai, who you are optimistic about, has also died at the hands of Qin Wentian. Are you angry now? A voice came from the sky, and two figures descended from the void and appeared in front of Qin Wentian. The two figures were one white and one black. The person who spoke was the figure in white clothes. This person had a handsome face, long hair flying, and white clothes like an immortal. The black-clothed warrior had a cold and terrifying look. His deep, dark eyes revealed a sense of death and destruction. He held a black knife in his hand, like the knife of the god of death. Bai Wuya. Immortal King Jiutian stared at the figure in white. He remembered the time when the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor came to the particle world to recruit disciples. At that time, he had a quarrel with Bai Wuya. He was optimistic about Qianai, and Qianai was accepted as a disciple by the Eastern Saint. He accepted He Feng, but belittled Qin Wentian everywhere. Bai Wuya, on the other hand, was optimistic about Qin Wentian. Now, both Qianai and He Feng happened to die at the hands of Qin Wentian. Chapter 1032, The Power of the White-Robed Immortal King. Bai Wuya. Above the sky, the shadow of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor looked at Bai Wuya with a hint of coldness in his expression. How did my Eastern Saint Immortal sect offend you that you joined the Qianbian Immortal sect? Bai Wuya raised his head and looked at the shadow of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor in the void, and said indifferently, Senior Eastern Saint started a war in the particle world, causing great suffering to all living beings, which is really despicable to us. He has cultivated to the top level of the immortal realm and become the master of one side, but he has committed such sins of killing. It is disappointing. You care so much about the lives of the people. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor said coldly, You, Bai Wuya, have practiced until now, and you have committed a lot of killings. In my life, I, Bai Wuya, only kill those who I think should be killed. Bai Wuya spoke calmly. When he killed a descendant of the Immortal Emperor in a rage, he was showing the unparalleled style of the white-robed Immortal King. He did not care about the identity of the person he wanted to kill. HMPH. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor snorted coldly, and then looked at the black-clothed man beside Bai Wuya. Death Swordsman, are you going to go against me too? The black-clothed man was Mu Yan's master, the Death Swordsman who had helped Qin Wentian in the past. Like Bai Wuya, he was a disciple of the Heavenly Talisman realm. In terms of seniority, he was Qin Wentian's senior brother, but he naturally wouldn't recognize him at this time. The appearance of the Thousand Changes Immortal sect seemed to have become their disguise. Others probably thought they belonged to the Thousand Changes Immortal sect. The Death Swordsman did not answer the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor's words. The position he stood in was his position, so there was no need to say more. Jiutian, you have a poor vision, and your strength is probably not that good. Didn't you always want to try with me in the past? Today is a good opportunity for you. The white-clothed Immortal King turned his eyes and looked at the huge Jiutian in the void. I want to see how strong you are, Bai Wuya. The Immortal King Jiutian also had a monstrous fighting spirit, as if he wanted to crush the sky. The Destruction Hell Demon King behind him, with a pressure of destruction, swept down and enveloped the world. You go deal with the others, leave the two of them to me. Bai Wuya said to the Death Blademan beside him. The Death Blademan nodded gently and said, Okay. Although the Death Blademan was also very famous, he knew very well how powerful Bai Wuya was. It was enough for Bai Wuya to deal with the two of them, Jiutian Immortal King and Qin Immortal King. Even in the Xianfu realm, Bai Wuya was a legendary Immortal King. Arrogant. An Immortal King shouted domineeringly, his voice shaking the heaven and earth. How arrogant was Bai Wuya's words. He wanted one person to deal with him and Qin Immortal King? Either of them was a very famous immortal king in the 13 states of Dongshen. Qin Immortal King was the master of Qin Immortal Mansion. He, Jiutian Immortal King, was a general under the seat of Dongsheng Immortal Emperor. Even when they became famous, Bai Wuya didn't know where they were. Now Bai Wuya was so arrogant. Buzz! As the Immortal King Jiutian finished speaking, Bai Wuya's body disappeared, and a figure of talisman light appeared in the void. The Immortal King in white, with a sense of ethereality, did not expand his body, and remained at his normal size. In an instant, he rushed towards the Immortal King Jiutian. In front of the huge body of the Immortal King Jiutian, the Immortal King in white looked particularly small. There seemed to be a hellfire of destruction in the eyes of the Immortal King Jiutian. He reached out his palm towards the air below, and instantly enveloped a large space in it. This large space was instantly filled with hellfire, as if there was a demon roaring, destroying everything. Qin Wentian looked at the battlefield and sweated for Bai Wuya. He could feel the destructive power contained in the attack of the Immortal King Jiutian, and Bai Wuya was actually trapped in it. At this moment, a dazzling strong light burst out from the hellish destruction space. A gorgeous white ancient road appeared in the destruction space. Bai Wuya's figure was on the ancient road. He took a step and walked directly from the destruction space. The figure was extremely chic and went straight to the body of Jiutian Immortal King. Jiutian Immortal King slapped out with his other hand, and saw another ancient road appear. Bai Wuya was like a terrible lightning. Body skills that contain immortal power. Qin Wentian looked at the chic figure. At this moment, Jiutian Immortal King's huge body disadvantage was immediately exposed very obviously. His body was huge, and although his flexibility was still very good, after all, his body was too big, so the gap was large. Compared with him, Bai Wuya's body was small, and his body skills were fast enough to avoid Jiutian Immortal King's space-covering attack and kill in front of Jiutian Immortal King, so Jiutian Immortal King was passive. Immortal King Jiutian spit out more breath of destructive immortal power, and the terrifying hell figure behind him also launched a terrible attack, but Bai Wuya was too fast. His body movement contained the rules of the Great Dao, and he kept changing his form in the void. In a short moment, he was close to the body of Immortal King Jiutian. Boom! Immortal King Jiutian's body quickly shrank. His body was too huge. If Bai Wuya got close, his entire huge body would be at Bai Wuya's disposal. Of course, Immortal King Jiutian was not idle while his body shrank. The infinite immortal power of destruction bloomed on his body. In just a moment, all the surroundings of his body turned into the light of destruction, and all the space was covered. There was no place to avoid the destructive power blooming on his body. But at this moment, in that destructive hell, a series of brilliant ancient roads appeared. Bai Wuya's figure was truly like a phantom, and he opened up the immortal road for him to walk in the destructive power. Boom! A peerless power burst out from Bai Wuya's body. At the moment when Jiutian Xianwang's body became smaller, his body suddenly became extremely huge. The white clothes on his body seemed to have special properties. As his body grew larger, the white clothes fluttered. The peerless Xianwang, from a chic figure, instantly transformed into a majestic and domineering Xianwang. His eyes shot out dazzling light, and endless rune lights appeared on his body. The moment his eyes opened and closed, there was a terrifying rune light that directly enveloped the world and the huge body of Jiutian Xianwang. It was the pupil technique. At this moment, the flow of power in Jiutian Xianwang's body, the blood in his body, and the rune bones were clearly visible. Nothing could escape from the pupil technique. At this moment, Jiutian Xianwang had a wonderful feeling. He seemed to be seen through by Bai Wuya. Under those pupils, he had nowhere to hide. In fact, he felt an invisible pressure all over his body. Those eyes seemed to seriously threaten his life. Boom! Behind the white-clothed immortal King Bai Wuya, a pair of heavenly eyes appeared, with infinite immortal power, as if this was the power of rules that belonged to him alone. Kill! Bai Wuya uttered a voice, and a bridge of immortality seemed to appear between Bai Wuya and the body of immortal King Jiutian. The endless and terrifying power of rune rules directly penetrated into the body of immortal King Jiutian through those terrifying eyes. At this moment, immortal King Jiutian felt his whole body turbulent, and his body was about to be destroyed. He roared, and his body that wanted to shrink immediately stopped. He raised his palm and headed out violently. The hellish abyss of destruction seemed to destroy everything. Boom! The heavenly eyes behind Bai Wuya seemed to be able to see through everything, and had the power to open the world. He raised his hand and pointed, and instantly a tyrannical rule power seemed to be born against the attack of immortal Qin Wentian, directly destroying the destructive power. Catcha! A crisp sound was heard, and the immortal Qin Wentian groaned, and his huge body seemed to tremble slightly. This battle instantly attracted countless eyes. People in the particle world watched the battle in the sky. The immortal king in white, with his peerless figure, was very strong. He restrained the extremely destructive immortal Qin Wentian with absolute advantage. But at this moment, a round of moon shadow suddenly enveloped the immortal king in white. It was the immortal King Qiu who made the move. At this moment, the immortal King Qiu, who is very prestigious in the 13 states of Dongshen, did not care about his face and joined forces with the immortal Qin Wentian to deal with Bai Wuya, the rising immortal king. Immortal King Qiu, is this all your strength? Immortal King Bai looked up at immortal King Qiu. The light of the eye of heaven enveloped his body, as if he was completely unaffected by that power. He took a step forward and walked directly out of that light. This scene made immortal King Qiu look very unhappy. He had a great reputation in the immortal realm, but at this moment he was despised like this. Immortal King Wentian's body retreated, but he saw immortal King Bai Wuya take a step forward, and the amazing immortal step reappeared, seemingly able to ignore the violent space. Even though his body was extremely huge, people could still feel the speed of this body movement. Immortal King Wentian felt the turbulence of his body, and he roared, and the entire void rioted. He broke the sky with his fists, and the abyss of hell destroyed everything and strangled Bai Wuya. This power was too terrible, and the crowd only felt that the sky was about to be destroyed by this abyss power. Open. The heavenly eyes radiated infinite immortal power, forming their own rules. Bai Wuya's eyes could open up the world. The entire abyss of hell of destruction was broken open at a glance, and a path to immortality appeared. Bai Wuya stepped out to force the immortal Qin Wentian into dead end. The immortal Qin Wentian's face was ashen. He was a general under the seat of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, but he was suppressed by Bai Wuya. It was a completely one-sided battle. The back wave pushes the front wave. The Emperor can be inside. He was amazed by Bai Wuya's strength. Moreover, he became famous later, while the immortal Qin Wentian and the immortal King Qiu were already famous in the Eastern Saint 13 states when Bai Wuya's name was not known to people, but now Bai Wuya can easily compete with the two immortal kings. There is no early or late in cultivation. If the talent is strong enough, as long as you don't fall, you can surpass your predecessors. The expression of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor was not so good. Although Bai Wuya was famous, he had never seen Bai Wuya fight. Seeing him today was beyond his expectations. A terrifying force was flowing crazily in the body of immortal Qin Wentian, and he gradually felt that his power was out of control. Kill! Another cold shout was heard, and Bai Wuya's eyes were shining with unparalleled brilliance. With a puff sound, immortal Qin Wentian actually spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Boom! Bai Wuya took another step forward, and followed closely. Immortal Qin Wentian let out a loud roar. His face was bloodless and extremely ferocious. Chapter 1033, Yan Yuan's Fall. When the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor saw this scene, his huge face changed. An immortal king was a general under his command, and his power was very strong, but he was suppressed and even in danger of being killed. You go. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor said. He did not have many people of an immortal king's level under his command, and he must not lose them here. Yes, Your Majesty. An immortal king responded with an extremely ugly face. It would be a shame for him to retreat and flee. Bai Wuya frowned slightly, and his eyes seemed to want to cut open the body of an immortal king. The immortal road appeared, and Bai Wuya turned into a terrible phantom and ran directly towards the body of an immortal king. Boom! A terrifying abyss appeared, and an immortal king stepped into it. It seemed to have turned into a terrible passage, and he was going to disappear from the passage. Bai Wuya's immortal power bloomed to the extreme, covering the entire abyss, and then the terrible passage was cut open. An immortal king screamed continuously, with raging anger in his eyes. He waved a space magic weapon with his palm, and the power of the void wrapped around his body, wanting to take him away. SHH. The sky eye behind Bai Wuya could really open the sky, imprison the space storm, and rolled over directly, forcibly tampering with the power of space rules, causing the space to distort. An immortal king struggled in the distorted space storm, but still couldn't leave. He couldn't get away. Bai Wuya. An immortal king was full of infinite anger. The immortal power of the white-clothed immortal king locked him tightly. He shot out with one finger, and there was a continuous cracking sound. The talisman bone in his body collapsed, and the blood on his body burst out and flowed towards the particle world below. Bai Wuya, you dare to kill him. In the void, the eyes of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor were full of murderous intent. Bai Wuya actually wanted to keep your new immortal king. Countless people in the particle world watched this monstrous war, and their hearts were filled with turbulent waves, and they even felt their blood boiling. This East Saint was cruel and ruthless, and regarded the lives of people in the whole world as worthless. Such a person deserved to die. Everyone prayed that he would be defeated. Now they saw the elegance of the white-clothed immortal king in the sky, and they were very excited. Your immortal thoughts also threatened Bai Wuya. Emperor Qianbian stared at the shadow of the East Saint in the void and said coldly, besides, even if your original body was here, what would it matter? The battle between the two major forces, you and I cannot intervene. If your original body was here, you could only watch Immortal King Yunun die. In the battle between the East Saint Immortal Sect and the Thousand Changes Immortal Sect, the Immortal Emperor did not take action unless it was a matter of life and death. This was the hidden rule of the battle in the Immortal Realm. Otherwise, the East Saint Immortal Emperor killed the people of the Thousand Changes Immortal Sect, and the Thousand Changes Emperor killed the people of the East Saint Immortal Sect. In the end, they would all be killed, and only the Immortal Emperors would be left. What was the point? Immortal King Yunun was still struggling. He was frantically offering his immortal weapons. However, at his and Bai Wuya's level, unless they were immortal weapons of the heaven-defying level, they could not influence anything. They were just struggling to survive. Immortal King Kuya behind them had been following the pace of battle. The two retreated too fast, so fast that he had to keep chasing them, but he found that the battle seemed to be irreversible. He hesitated. If he went forward to help Immortal King Yunun again, would he be the next one? Although these immortal kings are usually very strong and majestic, that is to the subordinates because of their high status. However, when facing a life and death crisis, they are very vigilant. They have lived for countless years and have a high status. They have everything, including power and women. They can influence countless people with just one sentence and make many strong men surrender. Who would be willing to die for such a person? Bai Wuya's strength made the famous figure like Qiu Xianwang feel fearful. He was able to suppress Yunun Xianwang and make Yunun Xianwang unable to escape. This kind of white-clothed Xianwang was too scary. Ah! The scream was earth-shaking and resounded in the sky above the particle world. Even the other Xianwang characters who were fighting felt a tremor in their hearts. This was the scream of Yunun Xianwang. Under their Xian mind coverage, they found that Yunun Xianwang was bleeding continuously, and the talisman bones in his body were constantly broken and destroyed, and his life was stripped away bit by bit. Finally, the Immortal King in White came to the Immortal King Yunun, his eyes opened up the world, his palms blasted out, with a loud bang, the Immortal King Yunun let out a miserable roar, his body exploded, his huge body, blood rained down, the talisman bones fell, he wanted to escape with a wisp of tranquility, but was directly covered and killed by Bai Wuya's Sky Eye, making him disappear completely, unless the Immortal King Yunun still had immortal thoughts in other places. Otherwise he would completely disappear between heaven and earth. Moreover, even if he had immortal thoughts, once revealed, they would eventually dissipate. In the particle world, the blood of the Immortal King Yunun fell on the ground, and they actually felt a terrible pressure, constantly flashing to avoid it. The drops of blood turned into a lake of blood, which contained terrible power, much stronger than the blood of their so-called strong men. Those talisman bones fell, containing amazing pressure. The people in the particle world flashed wildly, knowing that the bones of the immortals were magic weapons, and wanted to snatch them. Every part of the Immortal King Yunun's body is a treasure to the people in the particle world. He's really killed. Many immortal kings in the entire void battlefield were trembling. Immortal King Yunun, a powerful immortal king warrior under the seat of His Majesty Dongshen, fell. If an ordinary immortal king died, it would be normal. They would not be too shocked and their mood would not fluctuate too much, but this was the death of Immortal King Yunun. Immortal King Yunun was killed by Bai Wuya, so which immortal king here can fight against Bai Wuya? An absolute strong man can really control the entire battle situation on the battlefield of the immortal war. Bai Wuya's body suddenly turned around, took a step forward, and went straight to Immortal King Qiu. At this moment, Immortal King Qiu's eyes jumped. Under the shocked gaze of the people below, Immortal King Qiu did not choose to fight, but turned around and left, escaping across the void. Asshole. Immortal Emperor Dongsheng's face was ashen. An immortal king who had been famous for countless years fled without a fight in front of Bai Wuya. However, it was understandable to the immortal King Qiu. His strength would never be stronger than that of the immortal Qin Wentian. But the immortal Qin Wentian did not even have the ability to escape in front of Bai Wuya. Bai Wuya did not chase him. He immediately joined the battlefield of those group battles. The situation of Qianbian Xianmen was not optimistic. The joining of the Death Swordsman slightly relieved the pressure of Qianbian Xianmen. After all, the Death Swordsman came from the Xianfu realm. Although he was not as outstanding as Bai Wuya, he was very powerful compared to ordinary immortal kings. The knife in his hand was like the knife of the god of death, which was extremely dangerous. But even so, there were still many immortal kings injured in Qianbian Xianmen. 2 immortal kings fell. Qin Wentian and Lin Xiner, who were watching, were in a violent fluctuation in their hearts. This immortal battle was too terrible, and the immortal kings all fell. As powerful as the immortal Qin Wentian, he died in this battle. Bai Wuya joined the battlefield, and the immortal power swept over. The eye of heaven instantly covered a person. The immortal king immediately felt that his body seemed to be locked, and the power in his body was actually invaded by a strange force. The immortal king in white turned into a phantom, stepping out step by step. Everyone saw many white after images appearing in the void. Soon, another immortal king fell, which was shocking. The face of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor became more and more ugly. Although on the surface, the combat power of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect was still absolutely dominant, Bai Wuya alone could overturn the entire battle situation. No one here could stop Bai Wuya. Retreat. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor was also an extremely decisive person. Once he saw that he could not kill these people from the Thousand Changes Immortal sect, he immediately ordered a retreat. All the immortal kings gathered in the air at the same time, descended to the sky, and headed out of the sky. Bai Wuya did not chase them. No matter how strong he was, he could not fight the other immortal kings alone. Soon, the immortal kings of the Eastern Saint Immortal sect retreated to the sky. They looked cold and stared at the bottom. Then they turned into streams of light and left one by one. The shadow of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor was still there, looking at Bai Wuya coldly. This battle situation was actually changed because of Bai Wuya alone. Dongshen, it seems that you are not well prepared. Qianbian Emperor sneered. Humph. Dongsheng Immortal Emperor snorted coldly, staring at Bai Wuya and said, I was careless in this battle. Next time, your Qianbian Immortal sect will never have such luck to escape unscathed. Luck. Qianbian Emperor sneered, and the shadow of Dongsheng Immortal Emperor gradually became illusory and finally disappeared. The pressure of the sky finally disappeared, the immortal war stopped, and the people in the particle world stood up straight one after another, finally relieved. Everything was over. They had a feeling of surviving a disaster. Many places around them had suffered disasters, and many people even escaped death. The aftermath of the immortal war fell on the particle world, directly destroying a vast area, completely wiping it out. Although several immortal kings died in this immortal war, too many people in the particle world died. Fortunately, the cruel Dongsheng Immortal Emperor was repelled. They will remember the name of this tyrant. If one day they can reach that level, they must take revenge. On the contrary, the name of the white-robed immortal King Bai Wuya was remembered by people, and the whole world could not forget his unparalleled elegance. This immortal war was a baptism for the entire particle world, which made them see this world more clearly and more eager to become stronger. The Galaxy Guild and the East Saint Immortal sect have plotted against us. All the Galaxy Guilds in this particle world should be pulled out. Emperor Qianbian gave a cold order, and several immortal kings immediately went to the particle world. Not long after, they came back, and the Galaxy Guild disappeared from this particle world. Wentian, follow me back to the immortal realm, and don't have any contact with this particle world for the time being. Whether it is for the East Saint Immortal sect or the Galaxy Guild, this particle world is just an like native world, and they won't care too much. This time it is purely for you and the Thousand Changes Immortal sect. If you cut off the connection with this particle world, they will naturally be too lazy to care about this native place in their eyes. Emperor Qianbian said. Well, let's go. Qin Wentian nodded. Go back. Emperor Qianbian ordered, and everyone returned immediately. Bai Wuya walked to Qin Wentian and took Qin Wentian away. When Qin Wentian stood in the sky, he looked at this world reluctantly, then turned his head and stared at the starry sky. His expression became more determined. From then on, he did not think about the past and conquered the fairyland. Chapter 1034 Emperor's Advice. Gone. The endless population of the particle world looked up at the sky. All the strong men in the fairyland had left and disappeared from the particle world, but they left them with unforgettable memories. Of course, the particle world also suffered an unbearable destructive blow this time, but those who survived will eventually become stronger, just because they witnessed a fairy war. Almost all the martial arts cultivators had a seed of becoming stronger planted in their hearts. Fairyland, Fairy. Dongsheng Immortal Emperor, White Immortal King, Qianbian Emperor, and Qin Wentian. They will never forget the names of these people. Dongsheng Immortal Emperor, high above, in a thought, he set a battlefield in the particle world and almost destroyed the entire world. This is the figure of the Immortal Emperor, who regards the people of the world as ants. Fortunately, the battle did not last too long, and Dongsheng Immortal Sect was defeated and fled. Qin Wentian, I hope you can kill the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor one day and avenge this blood feud. Countless people in the particle world have such a thought. Whether it is the Eastern Saint, the Thousand Changes Emperor, or the white-robed Immortal King, they all feel too far away from them. Only Qin Wentian is a legendary figure who walked out of their particle world. Now, even in the fairyland, he has a place, and can have the power of the Immortal Emperor come to escort him. In the past, they dared not even think about it. The sky, as in the past, the name Qin Wentian will become the history and legend of the particle world, and will accompany this particle world for many years. I wonder if there will be a chance to hear this name in the fairyland if I set foot on the immortal road in the future. Yun's Hao, Qianbian Xianmen, Qin Wentian and others returned. In the main hall of Qianbian Xianmen, Qianbian Emperor was there. His previous immortal thoughts had disappeared. He stood up, looked at Bai Wuya, Qin Wentian and others coming in, and said to Bai Wuya, you have worked hard this time. You are too polite, Emperor. Bai Wuya looked calm, and regained his calm temperament. He exuded an extraordinary aura, and he did not look like the peerless immortal king who had killed Yang Yuan in the particle world before. If it weren't for you this time, Qianbian Xianmen would have suffered terrible damage, and would have lost everything in one battle. This is not an empty statement. Qianbian Emperor said politely, Bai Wuya, practice well. If you become an immortal emperor, you will have the opportunity to become the top immortal emperor in the immortal realm in the future, surpassing me and Dongsheng. Qianbian Emperor was considered Bai Wuya's predecessor, but he spoke to Bai Wuya in such a polite way, which showed that he respected Bai Wuya very much, and Bai Wuya did have great potential. Qin Wentian listened quietly at the side. The relationship between the two was a little subtle. The white-robed immortal King Bai Wuya was not under the control of Emperor Qianbian. He was a disciple of the heavenly talisman realm. Their relationship was probably similar to that between him and Emperor Qianbian. It was obviously impossible for Emperor Qianbian to secure the land of the 6 states of Dongsheng by relying on his own strength. He needed to borrow the power of the heavenly talisman realm. There might be some kind of cooperation between the heavenly talisman realm and Emperor Qianbian. The Eastern Saint Immortal Sect has retreated, and it is unlikely that they will attack the Thousand Changes Immortal Sect again in the short term. Emperor, Bai Wuya will take his leave now. Bai Wuya said very directly. Emperor Qianbian did not dissuade him, but nodded and said, okay, go ahead. Bai Wuya bowed slightly to Emperor Qianbian, then glanced at Qin Wentian, and walked out of the hall and left. Everyone, you should be more cautious when you go out in the future. The defense of each state should be tightened. The intelligence network should cover the 13 states of Dongsheng as accurately as possible, and be ready to respond to sudden battles at any time. Emperor Qianbian said to the returning immortals, this war has been hard for everyone. In a month, I will preach for 3 days. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask me. Thank you, Emperor. I will take my leave. The immortal kings bowed slightly, and then they left the hall one after another. Wentian, you stay. Emperor Qianbian said to Qin Wentian. Without saying much, Emperor Qianbian and Qin Wentian were the only ones left in the hall. The person you asked me to check, I didn't find her existence when my immortal thoughts covered the particle world. If she is still alive, she should have left the particle world. Emperor Qianbian looked at Qin Wentian and said. Qin Wentian frowned. It seemed that Queen Girl had either fallen or was no longer in the particle world. But, Emperor Qianbian said again, I found one of the places is a bit strange. It should be the golem cliff you mentioned. What's strange? Qin Wentian's expression froze, and he was a little nervous. At Golem Cliff, I seem to have found some very high-level ancient altars. Such altars are rare even in the fairyland. Emperor Qianbian said, causing Qin Wentian's expression to flash with a sharpness, and asked, what type of altar is this ancient altar, and what is its function? The traces have been erased, and it is not very clear. According to my inference, it is likely to be a heritage altar of a powerful clan. There are many ancient forces in the fairyland with deep foundations, such as the Nanhuang clan in the south, the Beaming clan in the north, and the Wanmo Island in the fairyland. There are some wonderful abilities in these forces and clans that cannot be guessed by common sense, and even difficult to understand, but their existence cannot be denied. If the friend you want to find has really appeared in the Golem Cliff, I guess she may have had an adventure. Emperor Qianbian's words made Qin Wentian's heart beat. Queen girl, will there really be an adventure? Qin Wentian took a deep breath and thought of the innocent girl in black robe. In Qin Wentian's heart, Bai Qing seemed to be a girl forever. He could only hope that Queen girl was okay. Next, it's time to talk about your story. You have also seen the killing intention of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor towards you. I'm afraid he hates you to the core. Do you have any ideas? Emperor Qianbian looked at Qin Wentian and said. A cold light flashed in Qin Wentian's eyes. He naturally knew the hatred of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor towards him. Now the Eastern Saint Immortal sect might have put him on the list of people who must be killed. He was the same. He wanted the life of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor very much, but with his current strength, he could not compete with the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor at all. If he was watched by the entire Eastern Saint Immortal sect, it would be difficult for him to walk in the Eastern Saint 13 states of the Immortal Domain. Does the senior have any ideas? Qin Wentian asked. You have also been to the ancient Emperor's city. You know how big the world is and how many geniuses there are. Moreover, I heard that you have a close relationship with Princess Qinger, the daughter of the Changqing Immortal Emperor. It will be very difficult to win Changqing's daughter. Qianbian Emperor said with a smile, I suggest that you go out to gain experience, go to the vast immortal realm, and constantly improve your strength. You should not intervene in the battle between Qianbian Immortal Sect and Dongsheng Immortal Sect for the time being. Qin Wentian was silent for a moment, then nodded gently and said, I will seriously consider what the Emperor said. Well, okay, you go too, and find me anytime if you have anything. Qianbian Emperor said, and Qin Wentian nodded and left the hall. After leaving the hall, Qin Wentian's figure flashed, and he found the people of the Sword Sect and Qianbian Immortal Sect. They were arranged in a building complex with a very good environment. Seeing Qin Wentian in the void, one figure after another flashed into the air and came to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian. Wentian. Everyone shouted, and there was a hint of strangeness in their eyes when they looked at Qin Wentian. Now they truly understood the power Qin Wentian possessed in the fairyland. This was the Qianbian Fairy Sect, a force ruled by Qianbian Emperor. It was rumored that Qin Wentian became a disciple of Qianbian Emperor, and Qianbian Emperor attached great importance to Qin Wentian. It can be said that Qin Wentian now has a certain status in the fairyland. How is the particle world? Is father okay? Yiling Shuang came forward and asked. Well, I have brought my foster father and the others here. Please wait. Qin Wentian said, and then his body flew into the air, took out the 9 immortal bell, chanted the ancient bell, and the ancient city appeared. Qin Wentian tilted the ancient city, and suddenly a group of figures walked down from it. When everyone came down, Qin Wentian put away the ancient Piaoxua city. Father. Yiling Shuang saw Yiqingai's figure and shouted. Ling Shuang. Yiqingais are the people of the Sword Sect, and Qin Wentian brought everyone to place. Adoptive father, I originally wanted to leave everyone in the particle world for the time being, but the war that happened later was beyond my expectations. Both the Eastern Saint Immortal Sect and the Galaxy Guild are very dangerous. I took the initiative to bring everyone to the fairyland world first. I will order someone to take you to the particle world again to pick up your family. Before the war in the particle world, he didn't know whether the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor would hold back, so he decisively left and cut off the connection with the particle world, so that no one would care about other people in the particle world. Wentian, where is this? Yao Huang and King Mei Fairy asked one after another. This is the Qianbian Immortal Sect. You will live here in the future. With Senior Emperor here, you don't have to worry about your safety. Qin Wentian said. In fact, he cared too much. Although the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor hated him, these people in the particle world were really just small figures to the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, and he didn't care at all. Everyone is frightened. I'll welcome you, Qin Wentian said with a smile, and walked to Mo Qingchang's side. Seeing the two of them, everyone laughed. You and Qingchang can finally be together, it's time to celebrate. Next, Qin Wentian set up a grand fairy banquet at the East Saint Fairy Gate. All relatives and friends from the particle world gathered together. It was very grand. Everyone was very happy. Everything was over. Although they were in a strange place, this was the fairyland. Everything had a new starting point. Fatty Fan was drunk. Looking at those beautiful maids, his eyes narrowed into a line. Yang Kuangsheng looked at those guards, all of whom were immortals, and his heart was filled with emotion and great ambition. Fairy King Mei didn't want to leave the particle world, but now seeing the fine wine and delicacies at this fairy banquet, any dish and a pot of wine were immortal things, and she felt vaguely that she should live for herself again. Qin Chuan was very happy. He was also drunk. Seeing Qin Wentian's current achievements in the fairyland, he was proud of his son. Yun Mengai, Lin Ziner, Ba Luai and the others looked at Qin Wentian who was sitting with Mo Qingcheng, and they were filled with emotion. This was the fairyland. Qin Wentian looked at everyone with a smile, and drank with them. He also drank a lot that day. Chapter 1035, An Invitation from Afar. After several months, everyone had settled down in Qianbi and Xianmen. The Emperor's Gate occupied a huge area, like a city, with an extremely vast space, and could station 1,000,000 troops. Qin Wentian's relatives and friends were all in Qin Wentian's unique courtyard, but in the past few months, some people left to venture out and live in the Xianmen. Although they were impressed by the strength of the Xianmen and Qin Wentian's ability to give them such good treatment, they wanted to become stronger and experience the vastness of the Xianyu for themselves. Qin Wentian did not stop them. This was the Xianyu. If they always relied on him to protect them in Qianbi and Xianmen, their lives would be much safer, but they would inevitably have less excitement. The Xianyu was endless. Even Qin Wentian had only reached a corner of the Xianyu. The entire Dongsheng 13 states was just one of the areas of the Xianyu. On this day, Qin Wentian's training platform, a tripod was located there, and Qin Wentian held Mo Qingchang's hand. Is it really that dangerous? Mo Qingchang looked at Qin Wentian and asked. Well, this tripod contains the holy light, which is a legendary treasure. A martial monk bathes in the holy light and is reborn. However, without a strong body, there is no way to withstand the power of the holy light. I have a friend who is extremely talented and has a strong body, but when he bathed in the holy light, he still relied on his own firm will to persevere. Qingcheng, you can't bear it now, so I will let you practice the body training method first. Qin Wentian said to Mo Qingcheng. Okay, I'll listen to you. Mo Qingcheng nodded gently. Qin Wentian scratched Mo Qingcheng's face. The little bastard below raised his head, as if he was very proud. This guy and Purgatory had both been baptized by the holy light. Let's go out, Qin Wentian said in a low voice, and waved his hand to put away the treasure tripod. This treasure tripod and the holy light are both treasures. When he becomes stronger in the future, he can use the holy light to create a group of top figures. Now the time is not right. His own strength is a little weak. It is a good thing for the holy light to be exposed. Qin Wentian returned to the courtyard. Ruahun and Qin Yao were waiting for him there. Seeing Qin Wentian coming, Ruahun said with a smile, the couple is so affectionate and sticks together every day. My sister and senior sister have been abandoned. Sister Ruahun, stop teasing him. Qin Yao said with a smile, Wentian, the teacher you found for us is really good. I have made great progress these days. Moreover, the resources of the immortal sect have cleansed my meridians and body. I feel like I have been reborn. My father and uncle have also made rapid progress. Sister, he is a powerful immortal king. I shamelessly asked others for advice. As for those resources, they are nothing. Your cultivation is still weak and it is easy to reshape them. Qin Wentian said with a smile. After all, the talents of Qin Yao and the others are very ordinary. It is easy to transform them with the resources of the immortal realm. Precisely because of their poor talents, there is a lot of room for improvement. However, it is impossible to reach a very high level all at once. The road still needs to be taken step by step. I know you are good. Qin Yao said with a smile, you have been secretly doing homework for Qingchang these days. Are you giving her special treatment? Sister, don't wrong me. I am not partial. Qin Chang's realm is slightly higher than yours now, and her cultivation method is different from yours, but I will give you what Qin Chang has sooner or later. Qin Wentian shrugged. I know you are good. Qin Yao said with a smile. She and Ruohun were just joking with Qin Wentian. Are you used to it here? Qin Wentian asked. Fortunately, the environment is much better, but I want to go out for a walk occasionally. Qin Yao said. Well, Qianbian Xianmen is now making plans to build this Yunzhao city into an iron barrel city. No one can invade it. When the time is right, you can go out and stroll around at will. Qin Wentian smiled. Yunzhao city is larger than the entire particle world. With the realm of Qin Yao and Ruohun, they can't go out even if they want to. Qin Wentian also knew that in the fairyland, many main cities where top forces were located had absolute ruling power. Once foreign forces entered, they would be known. Most of the main cities were affiliated forces and industrial resources of these top forces, which were truly huge. However, the foundation of Qianbian Xianmen was far from enough. The forces in Yunzhao city were complicated, and Qianbian Xianmen could not achieve absolute control. It would take a long time to achieve this. Brother Qin. At this time, a hearty voice came from outside. Qin Wentian was surprised to hear the voice, and a smile flashed across his face. Mengjin, come here. Qin Wentian said loudly, and soon saw a handsome figure stepping over, and appeared in front of Qin Wentian in a blink of an eye. Out of seclusion, not bad. Qin Wentian smiled at Jun Mengjin, and his temperament changed, becoming more extraordinary. Brother, you came earlier than me. Jun Mengjin scratched his head and said with a smile. Qin Wentian was not surprised. Jun Mengjin was very talented and shocked the entire Eastern Saint Immortal sect. At that time, they experienced the baptism of the Holy Light together and their cultivation had reached the same level. They were both at the peak of the celestial phenomena. However, the process of forging the immortal platform was more complicated because of the special nature of the immortal platform. Forging the immortal platform, it doesn't make any difference if you come earlier. Qin Wentian said with a smile. I heard that you returned to your hometown, the particle world. Are these all your sisters-in-law? Jun Mengjin chuckled. The three in front of him were all beautiful women, especially Mo Qingcheng, who had a fury-like temperament. She was a perfect match for Brother Qin. She was not inferior to Princess Qinger at all. Brother Qin was really amazing. You're talking nonsense. Qin Wentian glared at Jun Mengjin and said, This is your sister-in-law Mo Qingcheng, this is my senior sister Ruohun, and my sister Qin Yao, and this guy is my junior brother Jun Mengjin. Hello sister-in-law, hello sister Ruohun, hello sister Qin Yao. Jun Mengjin said politely one by one. Although he has set foot on the immortal road, he is still like a big boy. Little brother, be good. Ruohun walked to Jun Mengjin and rubbed Jun Mengjin's head. Jun Mengjin's face suddenly turned black. Sister Ruohun, this. Jun Mengjin was a little upset. Is this teasing a child? Why, I treat Wentian the same way. You are Wentian's junior brother, so it doesn't make any difference. Ruohun said with a smile. Jun Mengjin looked at Qin Wentian for help. Qin Wentian looked at him with a smile, pretending not to see anything. Brother Qin, when I came here, the Emperor asked me to bring a message to us to go to him. Jun Mengjin said quickly. Emperor? Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. Yes. Jun Mengjin nodded. Okay, we'll go over there. Qin Wentian said. Ruohun didn't embarrass Jun Mengjin and let them leave. Qin Wentian and Jun Mengjin came to the palace where the Thousand Changes Emperor was, but the Thousand Changes Emperor was not there. He was a fairy king figure of the Thousand Changes Immortal sect, Taishan Fairy King. Taishan Immortal King and Qianbian Emperor have a close relationship. He often accompanies him and has followed Qianbian Emperor for many years. Senior. Qin Wentian shouted. Wentian, a guest has sent an invitation. It's for you. Taishan Immortal King said, and then he waved his hand, and an invitation floated in the air and came to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian reached out to take it, took a look, and then smiled and said, Nanhuang Yangxi has also successfully built the Immortal Platform and entered the Immortal Platform realm. Nanhuang has been ranked third on the Immortal Ascension list for a long time, so it's normal for her to enter the Immortal Platform. Jun Mengjin said, Did Nanhuang Yangxi send someone to send this invitation? Yes, Nanhuang Yangxi has entered the Immortal Platform, and the Nanhuang clan is going to hold an immortal banquet for her. But why did they go to such great lengths to send the invitation to Qianbian Immortal Gate to invite me to go? Qin Wentian was a little confused, and his eyes looked at Taishan Immortal King. Won't you know when you go there? Taishan Immortal King said with a smile. That's right, maybe Nanhuang Yangxi has taken a fancy to you, senior brother Qin, and wants to take this opportunity to introduce you to the people of the Nanhuang clan, so as to make plans for the future. Jian Mengchen said jokingly. Qin Wentian rolled his eyes at him. He always felt that it was just a fairy banquet to set foot on the immortal road, and Nanhuang Yangxi didn't need to do so. Maybe there were other reasons. Senior, do you think I should go? Qin Wentian asked Taishan Immortal King. Nanhuang Yangxi is the descendant of the Nanhuang Empress and one of the candidates for the future helm of the Nanhuang clan. She should have many competitors. The important thing is that Nanhuang Immortal City, where the Nanhuang clan is located, is a city that is truly completely controlled by the Nanhuang clan. The rules are set by the Nanhuang clan and it is extremely safe. As long as a fairy king enters Nanhuang Immortal City, he will be immediately targeted. You can go and feel the majesty of the real fairyland main city. Taishan Immortal King said with a smile. Okay, then I will go with Mengchen to see the majesty of Nanhuang Immortal City. Qin Wentian nodded. He just wanted to go out for training. Since Taishan Immortal King agreed, it should be a good choice. Well, you guys get ready. Qianbian Immortal Gate has already cast a teleportation formation that leads directly to Nanhuang Immortal City. Taishan Immortal King said. Qin Wentian and Jian Mengchen went back together. Then Qin Wentian explained some things, said goodbye to Mo Qingcheng and the others, and went out. Chapter 1036, Southern Phoenix Fairy City. The Nanhuang clan in the southern region of the Immortal Domain is an extremely ancient force in the Immortal Domain, and has been passed down for countless years. The Nanhuang clan has the noble bloodline of the mythical beast Phoenix. Only women can become the supreme leader of the Nanhuang clan, the Nanhuang Empress. The foundation of the Nanhuang clan is far deeper than that of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and the Thousand Changes Immortal Emperor. It is one of the ancient holy places in the Immortal Domain and has a strong influence on the endless and vast land in the southern part of the Immortal Domain. Although it is not directly under the control, the power of the Nanhuang clan is spread throughout the extremely vast area in the southern part of the Immortal Domain. Every move of the Nanhuang clan can make this area tremble. Nanhuang Immortal City is the immortal city where the Nanhuang clan is located. This place is directly under the jurisdiction of the Nanhuang clan and can be said to be the base camp of the Nanhuang clan. The Nanhuang clan has absolute control and dominance over the Nanhuang Immortal City. The Nanhuang clan's industries are all over this immortal city, and the Nanhuang clan's legions are in charge of the rules of this immortal city. This immortal city is one of the safest main cities in the entire Immortal Domain. The space teleportation array area of Nanhuang Xiancheng was heavily guarded. The teleportation arrays flashed dazzling space lights one after another, and then people descended. There were generally two types of people who could descend through the teleportation array. One was a person of extraordinary status who used the private space arrays of some superpowers, and the other was a powerful and wealthy martial artist who spent a lot of money to go to those forces that made profits with the help of the teleportation arrays and used their teleportation arrays. At this time, another teleportation array shone with light, and the space fluctuations were extremely strong. The light was blazing, causing many guards to stare at it. The strength of the space power represented the distance. Judging from this space light, it should have come from a very far place across the border. A burst of strong light flashed, and two handsome young men appeared. They looked around and then walked out. "Where are you two from?" A guard came forward to check. Qin Wentian waved his hand, and the invitation fell in front of the guard. The guard looked at the mark on the invitation and his eyes flashed. Then he bowed and said, "Young Master Qin, please enter the city. I heard that Nanhuang Xiancheng has some rules. Can you tell me about them?" Qin Wentian asked. "There are some rules. Nanhuang Immortal City is not allowed to kill innocent people, bully the weak, rob or steal. The Nanhuang Corps will not interfere in some minor frictions, but if it involves seriously injuring the opponent or destroying the buildings and wealth of innocent people, this is not allowed, and killing is not allowed. Unless both parties voluntarily step onto the Nanhuang Terrace, a life and death battle can be fought." The guard explained. "As for other rules, there is nothing. Since Qin Shao is the saint's friend, he can ask the saint for help if he encounters trouble." "Okay, thank you." Qin Wentian smiled and nodded, and then stepped into Nanhuang Immortal City with Jian Mengchen. This fairy city is ancient and majestic, with a moderate building density. Various industries are extremely prosperous, and there are many strong people. At a glance, people can be seen everywhere on the fairy terrace, which is too ordinary. They are the saint's friends. Which saint? What is this person's identity? The other guards asked curiously after Qin Wentian left. Saint Yunzai, the saint casting Immortal Road, invited him to the fairy banquet. It seems that they have a very good relationship. As for his name, I have never heard of it. His name is Qin Wentian. There seems to be no emperor named Qin in the fairyland. The guard whispered. It's actually Saint Yunzai. This guy is so lucky. Saint Yunzai is not only talented, but also a peerless beauty. The guards beside him smiled. Shut up. Someone beside him cursed. Yes, Captain. Everyone smiled tremblingly and didn't say anything more. Qin Wentian and Qin Wentian walked in Nanhuang Immortal City. Looking at the ancient and majestic buildings in front of them, they vaguely understood why the rules of Nanhuang Immortal City were so strict. The industry in Nanhuang Immortal City is really developed. At a glance, there are places everywhere for trading immortal weapons and immortal level skills. There should be so many immortal treasures in this immortal city. I'm afraid as long as you have enough wealth, you don't have to worry about lacking treasures for cultivation. Qin Wentian sighed. This is relative. A strong martial cultivator can easily obtain wealth and treasures. A weak martial cultivator can only rely on others or take risks. The prosperity of Nanhuang Xiancheng is naturally due to the strict rules. The martial cultivators who enter here do not need to worry about safety. Qin Wentian understands the jungle law of the fairyland. If you are weak, you dare not trade the treasures on you, and Nanhuang Xiancheng will provide protection. Well, it is worthy of being an ancient and powerful clan. Those who have established families in the fairyland must be willing to live in such a fairy city, which can ensure the safety of their families and they can feel at ease to venture out. Qin Wentian said. You are right, but the population of the fairyland is so large. Who wouldn't want to settle in such a fairy city? I'm afraid that it's not that easy to own a piece of land in Nanhuang Fairy City. Didn't you hear what the guard said? The buildings here are not allowed to be destroyed. They are all private wealth. Qin Wentian smiled and said, the Nanhuang family has built Nanhuang Fairy City so prosperous. The value of this vast fairy city is enough for you and me to imagine. What is that? Qin Wentian pointed forward, and saw a phoenix phantom shining in the sky, dazzling. Go and have a look. The two of them flashed and went to the place where the light was. Not long after they arrived there, they saw the phoenix phantom rising up and covering a piece of wood, and two figures were fighting in it. Phoenix Terrace. Qin Wentian and Qin Wentian spoke at the same time, and immediately understood that this was the Phoenix Terrace mentioned by the guard. Only when both parties voluntarily stepped onto the Phoenix Terrace could they have a life and death duel. There are always deep grievances between martial artists, and they need to be given a place to vent. Let's go. After watching for a while, the two fought and the winner was decided. One of them was killed and went up to the Phoenix Terrace. The conflict was deep, so how could they show mercy? Qin Wentian and Qin Wentian found out the direction and quickly moved towards the direction of the Southern Phoenix clan with the help of the immortal soldiers. However, it still took them a long time to reach the outskirts of the Southern Phoenix clan. From afar, there was a brilliant ancient phoenix that seemed to be alive, as if it wanted to ride the wind and break through the sky. This ancient phoenix was huge and towering. It was the appearance of the entire Southern Phoenix clan building, and it was domineering. Brother, are we going in to find Nanhuang Yangxi now? Qin Wentian asked. No hurry, just find a place. Nanhuang Yangxi will hold the fairy banquet in 2 days. We will go to Nanhuang Yangxi in 2 days and go to the banquet directly. Let's go in now and let Nanhuang Yangxi accompany us to visit the fairy city. Qin Wentian smiled and shook his head. Qin Wentian smiled and said foolishly, such a big beauty, only you can remain indifferent. But it is true that the two sisters-in-law are both stunning beauties, not inferior to Nanhuang Yangxi at all. Why, do you have any ideas about Nanhuang Yangxi? Qin Wentian said with a smile. Don't say I don't have any ideas. Even if I have ideas, Nanhuang Yangxi has no interest in me. There is only your name on the invitation. Qin Wentian said, by the way, senior brother, you left the little bastard to accompany your sister-in-law. Where is Purgatory? Why can't I see her? Purgatory and I are one body. If you want to see her, let you see it. Qin Wentian smiled, his blood surged, and bloodlight suddenly shone. A Purgatory figure appeared, and then transformed into charming beauty. Purgatory is actually a woman, and so beautiful, senior brother, I am convinced. Qin Wentian scratched his head and said with a smile, he was a little jealous of this senior brother, who was surrounded by beautiful women. At this time, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and 4 figures came. The leader was quite young, with deep eyes. His eyes fell on Purgatory, and there was a dazzling light in his eyes. Is the fairy transformed by the vermilion bird? The young man asked. Purgatory frowned slightly, with a cold look on his body. Is there anything? Qin Wentian asked calmly. What is your relationship with her? The young man looked at Qin Wentian and asked. My partner. Qin Wentian said. The demon beast partner should be subdued by you, right? The young man said with a smile. In the fairyland, some people are very lucky and subdued powerful demon beasts when they were young. This situation is very common. He is my master, but what does it have to do with you? Purgatory looked at the young man and asked. As expected of Purgatory vermilion bird, you have such a hot temper and are so beautiful. The young man smiled and said, you are so lucky to have such a blessing. Can you trade this demon beast with me? What price do you want? Just ask. No, please do as you please. Qin Wentian frowned, with an unhappy tone in his tone. How could he trade Purgatory with others? This demon beast is of great use to me. Brother, you might as well offer a higher price. The young man continued with a burning gaze. Such a beautiful Purgatory vermilion bird is extremely rare. If a strange beast is tamed, it would be a wonderful thing. You don't understand what people are saying. Qin Wentian said rudely. He hated this person. However, one of the people behind the young man stepped slightly, and a strong aura instantly enveloped Qin Wentian and the others. The pressure was terrible. He was a very powerful person. Are you going to trample on the rules of Nanhuang Immortal City? Qin Wentian sneered. Rules are dead, but people are alive. I advise you to be sensible. The young master is a guest of the Nanhuang family. Even if I don't do anything now, it won't be difficult to do anything to you in the future. Another person next to the young man said threateningly with a cold look. Chapter 1037 Banquet. The young man waved his hand to stop his men and scolded, shut up. Nanhuang clan has established rules and standards, how can you violate them? This is the foundation of Nanhuang clan's rule over Nanhuang Immortal City. Yes. The man bowed slightly, lowered his head and stopped talking. The young man smiled at Qin Wentian and said, I am Rong Xiao from the Rong clan. I really like this Purgatory vermilion bird. Since she calls you her master, she can be used for exchange. Why don't you give me some face? I won't let you suffer any loss. We can make friends in the future. Although the young man spoke politely, Qin Wentian and Qin Wentian felt awkward. Is he introducing himself to show his extraordinary identity? It turns out to be Rong Xiao from the Rong clan. Qin Wentian seemed to suddenly understand. The young man smiled and raised his head slightly. Sorry, I haven't heard of it. Qin Wentian continued, making Rong Xiao's smile stiffen and seem a little unnatural. Qin Wentian, are you teasing him? Also, my senior brother Qin, you are also a guest of the Nanhuang clan. Don't think you are so great and self-righteous. Get lost. Qin Wentian became an immortal but his temper was still impatient. He couldn't stand the other party's pretentiousness and spoke coldly. Qin Wentian seemed to acquiesce to his words. He just sneered at the person in front of him and didn't bother to answer the other party. Using Purgatory to trade, even if it was just a discussion, was an insult to Purgatory. The young man's eyebrows flashed and he glanced at Qin Wentian. He had a very good temper and didn't get angry even when he was told to get lost. It turns out that brother Qin was also invited. It's Rong who is rude. So, goodbye. Rong Xiao said indifferently, and then turned around and left with his men. How arrogant. Qin Wentian said unhappily. Qin Wentian looked at Purgatory, only to see that Purgatory's face was a little cold. He walked over and patted Purgatory's shoulder and said, Purgatory, from now on, just call me Brother Qin, don't call me Master anymore. If you don't listen, I won't let you follow me. Purgatory looked at Qin Wentian a little aggrieved, her charming eyes were particularly seductive, which made Qin Wentian reluctant to be so strict, but since this girl didn't listen to his advice, he could only use force. Yes, Master. Purgatory said pitifully. Still calling me? Qin Wentian said with a straight face. Purgatory raised her head, pouted, and shouted, Brother Qin. That's good. Qin Wentian's face softened, and he rubbed Purgatory's little head, making Purgatory smile at him foolishly, with a bit of playfulness. She naturally understood that Qin Wentian was doing this for her good. Let's go and have a good stroll in Nanhuang Immortal City. Qin Wentian turned around, and the three of them left here together. Not long after, three young people with extraordinary temperament appeared on the ancient streets of Nanhuang Immortal City. The man was handsome and the woman was charming and beautiful, attracting many people's attention. Brother, Nanhuang Immortal City is really prosperous. The ancient temple just now actually hides the powerful attacking magical power of the Immortal King level. It's simply terrifying. Walking in the crowd, Qin Wentian sighed. You have to think about it. If you can open an ancient temple of that size in Nanhuang Xiancheng, the owner must be a very prominent person. He must be a powerful fairy king. Every time we upgrade our fairy platform, we need a huge amount of resources. If the fairy king wants to become stronger, all kinds of natural treasures are indispensable, and they must earn them by themselves. Yes, look over there, senior brother, there are many beautiful women. It seems to be an ancient temple of fairy weapons. Qin Wentian pointed to the front. Qin Wentian and the other two walked over and took a look inside. Purgatory's beautiful eyes flashed a light and said, "So beautiful." Qin Wentian looked at it and was also quite shocked. This was an ancient temple for trading magic weapons and clothes. This kind of magic weapon not only has strong shrinkage, but also can be worn by martial monks who change their body size at will without being destroyed. Some can even be integrated into the flesh and blood. Since it is a magic weapon, it certainly has a strong defensive power, and it also meets the pursuit of beauty by women, and is favored by many fairy characters. It's really prosperous. Qin Wentian sighed. Such an ancient temple is really brought to the extreme in Nanhuang Xiancheng. Do you like it? Qin Wentian looked at Purgatory and smiled. Purgatory looked at Qin Wentian a little embarrassed and nodded timidly, but Qin Wentian was quite happy. Purgatory was becoming more and more humane, which was a good thing, meaning that this spirit had completely transformed. Then let's go pick one. Qin Wentian said with a smile, and he walked in without waiting for Purgatory to speak. Not long after, the three of them came out and put a beautiful fiery red dress on Purgatory. The lines that were like phoenix feathers outlined Purgatory's figure in a sexy and perfect way, and it was as chic as a cloak, which was both sexy and noble. Brother Qin, it's so expensive. One piece is worth 10 immortal weapons. Although Purgatory liked it, he still felt a little distressed. It's not easy to get immortal weapons. You can refine a lot of them in the Piaoxia ancient city someday. Purgatory, I'm glad you like it. I haven't given you any gifts yet, so this is a gift. Qin Wentian said with a smile. The other two, one is for Princess Qinger, and the other is for Sister Qingchen. Qin Wentian beside him chuckled. Senior brother Qin is really amazing. No wonder so many beauties like him. You are smart. Qin Wentian stared at Qin Wentian and said, okay, we have almost finished our shopping. Tomorrow is the agreed date. Let's go back to the hotel first. Hey, this Nanhuang Immortal City is really expensive. Living in the inn is scary. The poor can't survive in this fairy city at all. They can only sleep on the streets every day. This is the rule of the fairyland. Only the strong are qualified to enjoy the best treatment and resources. They settle down in Nanhuang Immortal City. The Nanhuang family protects the safety of the entire fairy city. That's right. Qin Wentian nodded and returned to the inn. They sat in the open-air restaurant of the inn, drinking and tasting tea, looking at the people coming and going below. In recent days, there have been obviously more people coming and going in this area. Obviously, there are many people who like to watch the excitement and want to find out the news of tomorrow's fairy banquet. Of course, some people are invited. At this time, a group of figures floated down from the open-air restaurant. Seeing this group of people, many people immediately showed their sharpness. It's the people of the Shen family. Shen Yi of the Shen family is a child of destiny. It is said that he has been invited by the Nanhuang family. Could it be him? Someone looked at a young man in a white robe in the group. He was holding a folding fan and was handsome. He sat down directly. His subordinates immediately went to order wine and food. Shen Yi's eyes were admiring the surrounding scenery. When his eyes fell on Purgatory, he paused, smiled and nodded at Purgatory, and then moved away, looking elegant. Beauty is attractive. This beauty is noble and has an extraordinary temperament. She should also have an unusual background. The temperament of the young man next to her is also extraordinary. Someone noticed this scene and whispered. But no matter how extraordinary he is, can he be compared with Shen Yi? He is the young master of the Shen family, with terrible talent, and once achieved the glory of being in the top 3 of the immortal list in the ancient emperor city. That's right. If Shen Yi pursues this woman, he will probably hate that it's so easy to pursue her. Everyone discussed in a low voice. Qin Wentian didn't care. Looking at the unhappy purgatory, he smiled and said, "A beautiful woman is the focus wherever she goes. Purgatory, you should be happy. This shows that you are very charming." "Not interested," Purgatory said coldly. People in Nanhuang Immortal City are quite bold when chatting. Because of safety, they dare to discuss some things casually. "Brother Shen, why are you drinking alone here?" At this time, a voice came, and several figures floated down in the void. The person who spoke was wearing golden clothes, shining brightly and gorgeously. A person from the Golden Clan. Everyone saw the strong man who descended from the void, wearing a dazzling armor made of gold, which was extremely eye-catching. The golden light was dazzling. Wherever he went, he was the most dazzling existence. This was the symbol of the Golden Clan. The people of the Jin clan created a fairy kingdom, which is extremely powerful. It seems that there are fairy princes invited to attend the fairy banquet of the Nanhuang clan. There are so many geniuses. The Nanhuang clan is very lively. It seems that many children of the fairy emperor level forces in the southern region of the fairyland have been invited. I wonder which saint girl of the Nanhuang clan will win this time. Everyone was talking about it. Jun Mengchen whispered to Qin Wentian, "Is it really as rumored?" "Maybe, we will know tomorrow. Let's go back," Qin Wentian said lightly. Purgatory immediately stood up and followed. Jun Mengchen wanted to see more, but seeing that Qin Wentian was not interested, he left together. In the early morning of the second day, the 3 of them left the inn and rushed to the Nanhuang clan. On the way, they encountered many terrible lineups. Just as the rumor said, many people from many major forces in the southern region of the fairyland had arrived. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1038, Inheritance Saint. Jun Mengchen and Qin Wentian looked up at the void, and saw Jun Mengchen smiled and said, "It feels like we are in the ancient emperor city again. The people who come here are all people from powerful forces." "That must be the case." Qin Wentian nodded slightly. Above his head, 8 powerful white tiger fairy beasts pulled a chariot through the void. The fierce aura was strong and terrifying, but very majestic. There was also a strong man sitting on a young holy beast Pixiu, with a fluttering robe and outstanding grace. There was also a strong man sitting on a golden chariot, being pulled to the ancient palace of the Nanhuang clan. "What a big scene," Jun Mengchen whispered. "If I had known that, we would have been more impressive. It really weakened our momentum." Qin Wentian smiled indifferently. The fairyland is endless, and the land of the southern region is also extremely vast. There are many fairy emperors. Among them, the Nanhuang clan is one of the most powerful forces. The strong men from other forces must come with momentum. There are also strong and weak immortal emperors. The Southern Phoenix Empress is a powerful immortal emperor with a deep foundation. Of course, the Southern Phoenix clan has countless years of foundation, and it is obvious that there is more than one immortal emperor. This is the strength of the ancient clan. Not to mention the Southern Phoenix clan, Emperor Qianbian said that there are other immortal emperors under the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. In the Chanqing Immortal Kingdom, Emperor Qing and Emperor Bai are the leaders of the Immortal Kingdom. Qin Wentian is in the ancient Emperor City and knows many descendants of immortal emperors, such as Emperor Zhuan, the father of Zhuanyang and Zhuanxing, Emperor Xiao, the father of Xiao Langyu, and many Xianjiao figures in the ancient Emperor City, all of whom are descendants of emperors. These immortal emperors do not have the foundation of the Southern Phoenix clan. Some of them have established their own sects and ruled a certain area, while others have settled alone and are well known. Therefore, Qin Wentian stood outside the Southern Phoenix clan and saw many shocking scenes. He knew that many of them were the proud sons of the immortal emperor level and even the descendants of the immortal emperor bloodline. That day, I met 2 people in the restaurant. One was Shen Yi from the Shen family. It was rumored that there was an immortal emperor in the Shen family, and they lived in Nanhuang Immortal City and had always had a good relationship with the Nanhuang family. The other person in golden clothes seemed to be a prince of the immortal kingdom. The people invited to the banquet this time seemed to be all strong people in the immortal stage realm. Qin Wentian glanced at the realms of the strong people in the void. Those who brought guards were not counted. The young people in the lead were all in the immortal stage realm. The weakest was like him, who was in the first level of the immortal stage realm. The strongest he even saw was in the fourth level of the immortal stage realm, which was already a mid-level immortal stage figure. They also looked more mature and older. The strong people in the void stared at each other, their eyes were all shining, and there was a faint momentum of confrontation. "Brother Qin, how about I transform into my real body and take you in?" Purgatory whispered beside him. Seeing the amazing momentum of the strong people around him, he felt that Qin Wentian was weak in front of them. He wanted to save face for Qin Wentian. Purgatory Suzaku was his mount, and he didn't have to be inferior to anyone. No need. Qin Wentian smiled and shook his head. This girl was really thinking about him all the time, and she didn't think she would be wronged. They had already walked to the front door of the Nanhuang clan. The strong men landed and introduced themselves. The guards immediately let them in. When Qin Wentian came, a guard stopped him. Qin Wentian waved his hand and the invitation card appeared. The guard took a look and let Qin Wentian in. There were many beautiful maids on the left and right of the Nanhuang clan. These maids had extraordinary temperaments. When they saw people coming in, they immediately stepped forward to lead the way and were polite. When Qin Wentian and the other two walked in, a maid immediately came forward and smiled softly. "Young master, please follow me." "Thank you." Qin Wentian smiled and nodded, followed the ancient road forward, and stepped into the Nanhuang ancient clan. "Young master, what is your name?" the maid asked Qin Wentian with a smile. "Qin. Mr. Qin is very elegant. I wonder which saint invited him," the maid said with a smile, chatting casually with Qin Wentian. Her voice was clear and pleasant to listen to. "Nanhuang Yangxi." Qin Wentian responded with a smile. The maid was obviously stunned. She looked at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes and said with a smile, "Mr. Qin is indeed an extraordinary person. Why, is it strange that Nanhuang Yangxi invited me?" Qin Wentian asked with some surprise. "Saint Yangxi is very respected in our Nanhuang clan. Moreover, this fairy banquet is nominally held for her. She is the protagonist of the fairy banquet. Everyone wants to know who Saint Yangxi will invite. I didn't expect that I was lucky enough to meet young Master Qin first. It's really good luck." The maid laughed softly, her tone was pleasant. "So, you are going to be noticed again. This is not a good thing." Qin Wentian shrugged. "Mr. Qin is really funny. Many people want to be invited by Saint Yangxi but don't have the chance." The maid pretended to roll her eyes at Qin Wentian. Because of her beauty, even as a maid, she would not make people feel offended, but only feel close to her. Qin Wentian secretly praised that the maids of the Nanhuang clan were so amazing. "Are there many saints in the Nanhuang clan?" Qin Wentian asked curiously. "Not many. Every 100 years, the Nanhuang clan will select 36 outstanding people from the clan and designate them as the Nanhuang clan saints. If these saints fail to embark on the path of immortality within 100 years, they will be deprived of their qualifications as saints." The maid did not hide the truth from Qin Wentian, but told the truth. Moreover, when the 100-year period is reached, the saints will need to undergo another test. One of them will be selected to become the core figure of this group of saints, and the other saints will protect her. This saint is called the inheritance saint, and the others are the protector saints. The inheritance saints are candidates for the future empresses. "I understand." Qin Wentian nodded slightly. A clan like this that has been passed down for countless years has its own set of rules to select inheritors based on merit. This is because as the clan multiplies, there are too many descendants, and only the best people can become the inheritance saint. Moreover, the inheritance saint needs to compete with other inheritance saints. There is only one Nanhuang empress. But in the Nanhuang clan, once one becomes a saint of inheritance, their status will instantly rise to another level. They will have a noble status and can even mobilize and command many immortal kings of the Nanhuang clan. It is a matter of honor, and the competition is very fierce. Saint Yangxi is very popular. The maid smiled at Qin Wentian and took a deep look at Qin Wentian, as if she wanted to see what was so extraordinary about Qin Wentian. Nanhuang Yangxi invited him to come, obviously thinking highly of him. Qin Wentian smiled but didn't say anything. While they were talking, they had already arrived at a spacious place. There were many maids coming and going, setting up the immortal banquet. Many Xianjiao stood on their own and chatted. These invited people were all extraordinary, and most of them were outstanding figures in the southern region of the immortal domain. Qin Wentian also saw several familiar figures: Rong Zhao, the young man who asked him for purgatory, and Shen Yuan, the young man in gold clothes, who he had seen in the restaurant. Shen Yu also saw Qin Wentian and the others. His eyes fell on Lian Yu. He walked over and smiled at Qin Wentian and the others. So you three are also here for the banquet at the Nanhuang clan. I'm Shen Yu from the Shen family. What are your names? Qin Wentian, my junior brother Zhen Mengjian, my sister Lian Yu. Qin Wentian said. Isn't he your servant? How come he's your sister now? A light laugh came, and Rong Zhao also saw Qin Wentian and the others and walked over here. Last time we met, I heard this purgatory call you the master. Brother Shen, do you recognize them? Rong Zhao said. We met once. Shen Yu nodded gently. I see. Brother Shen, do you know that this woman is a demon beast, and her body is the purgatory vermilion bird? Rong Zhao looked at purgatory and said, then looked at Qin Wentian. What I said last time is still valid. If you are willing to trade, you can name a price. Really? I'm afraid I can't afford it. Qin Wentian said coldly. Haha, a mere demon beast, even if it is a holy beast, how can I not pay the price? Rong Zhao said indifferently. Okay, take you in exchange. From now on, you will be my servant and serve me. Qin Wentian said calmly, and Rong Zhao's smile froze there. His eyes gradually became sharper, and the two stared at each other. You want to use a demon beast servant to exchange with me? Are you humiliating me? Rong Zhao said coldly. You are the one who wants to humiliate yourself. In fact, in my eyes, 10 of you are not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath with purgatory. What do you think you are? Qin Wentian said forcefully. The two spoke with sharpness, which instantly attracted a lot of attention. Those Xianjiao figures all smiled and looked at the scene in front of them with interest. This person seems to be unfamiliar. Everyone looked at Qin Wentian and thought in their hearts, not knowing who invited him. Your Excellency is so rude and disrespectful. Is there really a saint who would invite you to this fairy banquet? Rong Zhao said coldly. People respect me, I respect others. As for who invited me, it has nothing to do with you. Qin Wentian refuted. Rong Zhao smiled and said, okay, then I'll wait. As he said that, he walked to the side. At this time, from the directions of the various ancient halls of the Nanhuang clan, one figure after another walked in. Each of them was very beautiful, with a floating temperament, and they were all fairy figures. Chapter 1039 Notorious. Qin Wentian looked at the people, all of them were women, and at once, hundreds of flowers were in full bloom. They came from ancient palaces in different directions. The Nanhuang clan had countless years of heritage, and each branch was prosperous, just like a small country, with many descendants. Any ancient clan that had been passed down for countless years would naturally be flourishing. The beauties in front of him were all saints, and they would compete for the position of the saint of this generation. What a feast of beauties! Everyone who came sighed. The beauties in front of them were really dazzling and overwhelming. Nanhuang King, fresh and refined, really a peerless beauty. Many people looked at the woman in green clothes, who was pleasing to the eye at first glance. Nanhuang King, the second level of the immortal stage, had a strong cultivation base, and was one of the most popular saints of this generation of the Nanhuang clan. Nanhuang Sheng, like a person in a painting, not interested in worldly affairs. Everyone looked at another Nanhuang saint, Nanhuang Sheng, who was also at the second level of the immortal stage, with strong strength and extraordinary temperament, and was one of the most popular people. Nanhuang Aoxu, a strong beauty, a noble and cold beauty, at the third level of the immortal stage. Everyone looked at another person, Nanhuang Muxo of the Nanhuang clan, who was also highly popular. Nanhuang Yangxi. At this time, everyone's eyes fell on the cold and beautiful woman in phoenix clothes behind them. She was extremely beautiful. Even among the group of beauties, it was still obvious that she was Nanhuang Yangxi. Brother, the Nanhuang clan is indeed an ancient and large clan, with a large population and many beauties. If the Nanhuang clan wants to recruit a son-in-law, it's scary to imagine. The Nanhuang clan's genetics are really strong. Zhen Mengjian whispered beside Qin Wentian, and Qin Wentian smiled and shook his head. How could the descendants of outstanding people not be outstanding? The saintess of the Nanhuang clan is only looking for a son-in-law who will marry into her family. Would you like to consider it? Qin Wentian looked at Jian Mengjian and said with a smile. Actually, I don't care. It depends on strength. Even if I marry into her family, if one day my power is stronger than that of all the people in the Nanhuang clan, I will be free and unrestrained, and even go out to establish my own sect. Jian Mengjian said indifferently. That is also marked with the mark of the Nanhuang clan. Many of the Nanhuang clan's industries in Nanhuang Immortal City, and even many sects are affiliated with the Nanhuang clan, were founded by people from various branches of the Nanhuang clan. They all belong to the branches of the Nanhuang clan. Qin Wentian said with a smile, besides, you have no chance. Jian Mengjian smiled and nodded. Indeed, it is impossible for disciples of the Xianfu realm to marry into the Nanhuang clan. Senior brother, I feel that although the Nanhuang clan doesn't say it openly, based on what I've heard in the past few days, they really do have some intention of recruiting a son-in-law. Jian Mengjian transmitted his voice to Qin Wentian. Just think about who are the people invited this time, the chosen ones of the big forces, or the descendants of emperors. These saints should establish good relations with them. If someone really has a good relationship with them and wants to discuss marriage and become the son-in-law of the Nanhuang clan, the Nanhuang clan will form an alliance with all the major forces in the southern region, and no one in the southern part of the fairyland will be able to shake it. Qin Wentian smiled and glanced at Jian Mengjian, nodding slightly. Many of the saints of the Nanhuang clan are also going to get married, so they naturally have to choose the most outstanding people. So, Nanhuang Yangxi is interested in you, senior brother. Jian Mengjian continued to transmit his voice, chuckling. Qin Wentian glared at him. Maybe she just invited me to help. Nanhuang Yangxi met us in the ancient emperor city. The other saints are no weaker than her. They must have entered the ancient emperor city or other places before and made many friends. That's why she invited me here. The Nanhuang family is a transcendent force, and its saints are of extraordinary status. It's not as easy to marry as you think. Fairy Aoksu, how are you? Rong Zhao walked up to Nanhuang Aoksu with a smile on his face. Rong Zhao, long time no see, you are still as elegant as ever. Nanhuang Aoksu nodded slightly to Rong Zhao, then looked at the other person next to him, chatting and laughing. Rong Zhao found that Nanhuang Aoksu not only invited him to come, but also invited several friends, both men and women. One of them was particularly outstanding and radiant. Nanhuang Aoksu kept chatting with him with a smile. Zhuangzhan. This man, named Zhuangzhan, seemed to be radiating golden light. When he stood there, he gave people a sharp and terrifying feeling, with a slightly weird feeling. He is a demon beast. Purgatory whispered, and he could sense a blazing demonic energy in the other party's body. Buzz! Zhuangzhan's eyes shot over. His eyes were golden, penetrating everything, like a peerless sword, falling directly on Purgatory, causing Purgatory to feel a sting. Purgatory Suzaku. Zhuangzhan's eyes showed a wild light. A golden eagle. Purgatory uttered a cold voice. The real body of this Zhuangzhan was an eagle. It's the golden war sky eagle. Zhuangzhan said lightly, smiling at Purgatory, but there seemed to be some ill intentions in that smile, which made Purgatory feel a little alert. Qin Wentian smiled when he saw the angry look on Purgatory. Although Purgatory seemed more mature, he was not as steady as the little bastard. If the little guy was here, he might show his greed for him like Zhuangzhan, which would definitely make Zhuangzhan angry. The friends invited by Nanhuang King Guo and Nanhuang Shengzhu were also very extraordinary. They attracted the most attention. Obviously, they were the best among the proud sons of the heavens present. Qin Wentian faintly heard someone mention the ancient emperor city. These people should have had brilliant achievements in the ancient emperor city immortal ranking. Many people's eyes fell on Nanhuang Yangxi. This young saint of the Nanhuang family seemed to have never made many friends. I haven't heard that she has any special friends. I don't know who she invited to come. At this time, everyone only saw Nanhuang Yangxi looking in one direction, and then a faint smile flashed in her cold and arrogant eyes. In an instant, she was as beautiful as a plum blossom blooming in the snow, which made many people look at her in a daze. Then they saw Nanhuang Yangxi take the initiative to walk in one direction, came in front of several people, smiled at a young man and said, "It seems that I was right, you really came." Everyone's eyes flickered, and instantly many eyes focused on Qin Wentian. There must be no such person in Nanhuang Xiancheng, otherwise he would have been recognized long ago. The beautiful Nanhuang sent someone to send an invitation from thousands of miles away. How could she not come to the banquet? Qin Wentian said with a smile. I spent a lot of effort to find you, and fortunately the invitation was delivered to you. In order to find Qin Wentian's location, Nanhuang Yangxi used her considerable power. When she learned that Qin Wentian was in Qianbian Xianmen, she sent an invitation. You only invited me. Qin Wentian watched Nanhuang Yangxi chatting with him, and no one else came forward. Yes, Nanhuang Yangxi nodded gently. Aren't you worried that I won't come after receiving the invitation? Qin Wentian said speechlessly. Then I can only consider myself unlucky, but I am a member of the Qin sect after all, and I believe that you, the leader of the Qin sect, will not be so disrespectful. Hey, is it really okay for you to flirt with me like this and leave me alone? Jian Mengchen said depressedly. Nanhuang Yangxi glanced at him and smiled. I didn't expect you to come too. It seems that I am very lucky. Is this beauty purgatory? Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. 3 people from the Qin sect have come. Nanhuang Yangxi smiled, and at this time, a beautiful woman like a person in a painting came over. It was Nanhuang Sheng. She smiled at Qin Wentian and said, You are Qin Wentian, the leader of the Qin sect who fought side by side with Yangxi in the ancient emperor city. You defeated Zidaoang, the son of the purple emperor, in a duel with amazing power, and thus won the first place on the ascension list, trampling on the Xianjiao of that ascension list. No wonder Yangxi invited you to come. You're too kind, saint. Qin Wentian responded with a smile. Beside Nanhuang Sheng, there was a young man bathed in a wonderful glow and with an extremely surging aura in his body. He was an extraordinary person. He looked at Qin Wentian and said, I've heard of you too. Zidaoang died at the hands of Moxie, but it was related to the fact that you seriously injured him before and drew out the immortal thoughts of the purple emperor. I also heard that Zhuanzing, the son of the Zhuan emperor, also died at your hands, and Xianai, the direct disciple of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, was also killed by you. You are the most brilliant and influential figure in this session of the ancient Emperor City, and only Moxie can compete with you. After hearing what this person said, the look on everyone's face when they looked at Qin Wentian changed. They had been a little suspicious and contemptuous before, but now they seemed to take him more seriously. He seriously injured Zidaoang, causing his death, killed the son of the Zhuan Emperor, and destroyed the direct disciple of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor. This guy doesn't seem to be as peaceful as he looks. He is definitely a lunatic. He offended 3 immortal emperors in one go. He must be tired of living. Chapter 1040, The 3 Southern Tribes. Rong Zhao's eyes changed slightly when he looked at Qin Wentian. He didn't expect Qin Wentian to be so famous and to have won the first place in the ancient Emperor City Immortal ranking. As for Zidaoang, the son of the Purple Emperor, and Mozi, they had never met them and didn't know much about their strength, but since they were descendants of the Emperor, they must not be weak. I just don't know how they compare to the top geniuses in the southern part of the fairyland. He shouldn't be a genius from Nanhuang Fairy City, right? Someone asked indifferently. Qin Wentian is from the 13 states of the East Saint, the Qianbian Fairy sect where the Qianbian Emperor is. Nanhuang Yangxi said, telling everyone about Qin Wentian's identity, so that they would act and speak with more respect. Many people here are descendants of emperors, and some of the top geniuses in the southern part of the fairyland are very arrogant. I see, the proud sons of heaven from the east, it's good to meet here, and we can have the chance to learn from each other. Someone's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. Although he is the first on the ancient Emperor City Immortal ranking, he is in the same class as Saint Nanhuang Yangxi. He has just entered the immortal stage and his realm is not high enough. A young strong man wearing special armor said lightly. His tone was full of arrogance. He was wearing a white and gold armor-like battle robe. His whole body made people feel that he was powerful and extraordinary. His proud eyes were so calm that people felt that he was unfathomable. This man stood next to a beautiful saint. It was the highly popular Saint Nanhuang Qingguo. He was a proud child invited by Nanhuang Qingguo. Even if he looked at the crowd present, his identity was top. He was another ancient and powerful ancient clan disciple in the southern region of the immortal realm, and a peerless genius of the Zhang clan. The Zhang clan, like the Nanhuang clan, was an ancient clan with a long history and profound heritage in the immortal realm. It was not easy for Nanhuang Qingguo to invite Zhuang's disciples. What's even more rare is that this young man is Zhang Xiao, who is extremely famous among the younger generation of the Zhang family. He was ranked first on the immortal list of the ancient Emperor City many years ago. Now he has entered the second level of the immortal platform, and his combat power is very strong. The three ancient clans dominate the southern region of the immortal domain. The other immortal emperor forces have their own strengths, but only the three ancient clans have the deepest foundation. The three ancient clans are the Nanhuang clan of Nanhuang Immortal City, the Jiang family Holy Land of Guxiandu, and the Ying clan of Emperor City. Among these three ancient clans, the Nanhuang clan does not like to fight, and Nanhuang Immortal City is very safe. The Jiang family is the most low-key and mysterious, and is the clan with the smallest number of people among the three clans. The Ying clan of Emperor City has the greatest ambition. They founded the Ying family Immortal Kingdom and control the Endless Territory. They are the overlords of the endless and vast area of the southern region. In the Immortal Kingdom, the Ying clan is the king. Unlike the Nanhuang clan and the Jiang family, they do not control it openly. They just have absolute deterrence and influence in their respective regions, but do not need other forces to surrender. Qin Wentian glanced at Jiang Ziyu and could feel the surging power in his body. He must be a powerful person. Then he heard Nanhuang Yangxi's voice transmission. Jiang Ziyu, a genius from the Jiang family, one of the three ancient clans in the southern part of the fairyland, entered the ancient Emperor City many years ago and won the first place in the immortal list. Qin Wentian glanced at Nanhuang Yangxi. It seemed that Nanhuang Yangxi attached great importance to this person and deliberately transmitted a voice to tell him, "The fairy banquet is ready, please take your seats." At this time, a voice came, and everyone turned their eyes and saw that the grand fairy banquet was ready. Everyone nodded slightly and went to the fairy banquet one after another. They sat down casually without too much attention. Qin Wentian, Jun Mengtian, Purgatory and Nanhuang Yangxi sat together, and the other saints also sat next to their friends. The immortal banquet was naturally extremely rich, with strange fruits exuding immortal aura. It was obvious that they were not ordinary things. Jun Mengtian took a fruit and swallowed it directly. He immediately felt a terrible burning air current burning his immortal body, penetrating into his immortal bones, and washing his immortal body. Good stuff. Jun Mengtian smiled and said, "Brother, it seems that we are lucky. The immortal banquet of the Nanhuang family is not simple. Yunzai, do you want to sit in the main seat? Today's immortal banquet is invited in your name." The beautiful woman of the Nanhuang family, who was sitting in the first seat, looked at Nanhuang Yangxi and said, "No, it's the same if I sit here." Nanhuang Yangxi shook her head. "Okay, you can accompany your friend and have a good chat?" The beautiful woman said calmly. There were also many elders of the Nanhuang family beside her. "You are all of the same generation. We, the older generation, won't say much. Please feel free to come here and communicate as much as you want. There is no need to be polite. If you have any requests, just ask. The younger generations of the Nanhuang clan will need your help." The beautiful woman said with a smile, raised her glass to everyone and said with a smile, "I'll drink first and wish you all a happy time." "You are too polite." Everyone raised their glasses and drank together, and then they chatted with each other, which was quite lively. "You should be able to guess that I didn't invite you here just because you entered the immortal platform, right?" Nanhuang Yangxi said to Qin Wentian beside him, and Qin Wentian nodded gently. "Do you know the specific things now?" Nanhuang Yangxi said again. "I know a little bit, but not on detail." Qin Wentian replied. "I'm here to ask for your help." Nanhuang Yangxi said directly, "There are many saints in the Nanhuang clan, but only one saint can appear in 100 years. She needs to pass the test and enter the ancestral land of our Nanhuang clan. Only the ancestral land can decide who will be the saint of inheritance." The ancestral land of inheritance. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. The Nanhuang clan did not shy away from this at all. Yes, someone is needed to guard the saint in the ancestral land of inheritance. Among the saints of the Nanhuang clan present, only 9 saints are qualified to enter the ancestral land of inheritance. Therefore, most of them must be eliminated on the spot. I invited you to come here to ask you to help me. I want to compete for the identity of the saint of inheritance. Nanhuang Yangxi did not beat around the bush, but said directly. After speaking, her beautiful eyes stared at Qin Wentian. "Okay, I will do my best to help you." Qin Wentian nodded, without any polite words. "Thank you, but our opponents are not simple, they are all very powerful." Nanhuang Yangxi smiled. Since she invited Qin Wentian to come, she knew that with Qin Wentian's character, he would definitely help her if he arrived. He was a very loyal guy. "You know, aren't you worried that I have just entered the immortal stage and my realm is low? I saw that the highest realm here is a person at the 4th level of the immortal stage. Is there no limit to the cultivation level when you invite people to help? Qin Wentian asked curiously. Realm does not represent everything, you will understand. Nanhuang Yangxi smiled and said, I believe we will succeed in the first round. Setting foot in the ancestral land of the Nanhuang family is also an experience for you. However, after entering the ancestral land, the competition will be stronger and you will face powerful opponents. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded gently. I have another question. Why not let Nanhuang's own people guard, but use outsiders? It's very simple. After the Nanhuang saint daughter enters the ancestral land, she will have no resistance for a period of time. If the Nanhuang people enter together, it will be too dangerous. Not to mention guarding, they may not be able to resist the temptation of the ancestral land inheritance. Nanhuang Yangxi spoke slowly, and seeing Qin Wentian's thoughtful expression, he smiled and said, but don't think too much, only those with Nanhuang blood can inherit the ancestral land. Dare to disobey the orders of the Nanhuang clan, the temptation of the ancestral land inheritance is so great. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. It was confirmed many years ago. There have been many betrayals. So later, people who are not from the Nanhuang clan were used. The ancestral land has a wonderful attraction to the descendants of the Nanhuang clan, and the temptation is very strong. Nanhuang Yangxi replied. The two of them were chatting openly, and the rest of the people were the same. Since they asked someone to help, they naturally had to make it clear, and this was not a secret. Many people came here with the purpose of seeing the inheritance of the Nanhuang clan's ancestral land. Now, all the geniuses understand, I will trouble you again for the inheritance of my Nanhuang clan. The beautiful woman sitting in the first seat spoke again. The inheritance of the ancestral land is open once every 100 years, and selecting a heritage saint is a big deal for the Nanhuang clan. It's an honor to personally protect this generation of the Nanhuang clan's heritage saint. A proud voice came out, and the person who spoke was the Golden Zontian Diao Zhuangzan. He was confident that he was strong, and with the strength of Nanhuang Aoxo looked down on all the saints. The two of them were a perfect match, without any suspense. Arrogant. Zhang Ziyu said coldly, only 2 words, then looked at Nanhuang Qingguo beside him, and whispered, Qingguo, the position of the heritage saint must be yours. Sheng, I will not let you down. The guardian of Nanhuang Sheng spoke lightly, determined to win. All of you geniuses have great ambitions. I wish you all success. The beautiful woman smiled. She liked to see the competition among the saints of the Nanhuang clan. Only competition can produce strong people. The best ones all move forward on the basis of their talents. Chapter 1041 Assisting in the Battle. Everyone enjoyed the banquet and chatted with each other. Nanhuang Yangxi introduced many immortal emperors from the southern part of the banquet to Qin Wentian, as well as many extraordinary Xianjiao who were present. Qin Wentian secretly remembered that the immortal emperors were the strong ones standing at the top of the immortal domain, and it was these people who stood at the top of power. Especially those important immortal emperors, they were in charge of vast areas, such as the 3 ancient clans in the south. They could almost be said to rule over most of the southern part of the immortal domain, and had extremely terrible influence. A tremor could shake the southern part of the immortal domain. After the banquet, the beautiful woman stood up and invited everyone to go to the Nanhuang terrace of the Nanhuang clan. Immediately, all the saints and Xianjiao stood up and went there. Inside the Nanhuang clan, there was a very spacious area with many Nanhuang terraces. Among them, the largest Nanhuang terrace in the center was the most dazzling. Streams of light flowed on the Nanhuang terrace, dazzling and dazzling, as if it was carved by a powerful formation, and filled with wonderful power. At this time, all the geniuses came here. Beside each saintess of the Nanhuang clan, there were their friends who were invited to help. Beside Nanhuang Yangxi, there stood Qin Wentian, Jun Mengchen, and Purgatory. Around this Nanhuang terrace, many figures appeared there silently. They were all elders from various branches of the Nanhuang clan. They were all very concerned about this duel. The Nanhuang clan was ruled by the Nanhuang Empress and developed into various branches. Although these saints all had the blood of the Nanhuang Empress flowing in their veins, they came from various branches of the Nanhuang clan. Which saint of a branch could become a saint of inheritance might be related to the potential of this branch. In the future, whoever ascended to the power of the Empress branch would be the ruler of the entire Nanhuang clan. Therefore, the birth of a saint of inheritance every 100 years would attract much attention. Let's go to the Nanhuang terrace. Nanhuang Yangxi said to Qin Wentian and the other two. They immediately walked onto one of the 36 small Nanhuang terraces surrounding the central Nanhuang terrace. Suddenly, a phoenix phantom shone from this Nanhuang terrace, surrounding the entire battle stage. One by one, the camps walked onto each Nanhuang terrace. The phoenix phantoms that shone on all the Nanhuang terraces were different in form, but they were the same in momentum and size. Next, my Nanhuang clan will select 9 saints to enter the ancestral land of inheritance. These 9 saints will be the 9 camps with the highest cumulative battle record. The saints can fight, or they can be assisted by friends invited by the saints. But remember, the saints can use the formation of the Nanhuang terrace to enhance their combat effectiveness, allowing them to have the combat strength of the peak of the 3rd level of the immortal stage. When the saints go into battle, they must fight with the opponent at the same level, and those who help the saints must fight with their own strength and cannot use the formation of the Nanhuang terrace to bless them. At this moment, the beautiful woman walked onto the Nanhuang terrace and announced loudly. Qin Wentian looked at Nanhuang Yangxi and saw that she was also smiling at him. You are really cruel. You can use the formation to bless, but I can't. You still invited me to come. Look at them. Most of them are from the 2nd or even 3rd level of Xiante. There's even one person who invited the 4th level of Xiante. Aren't you afraid that I will drag down your record? Qin Wentian said to Nanhuang Yangxi. People in the 4th level of Xiante can enter the ancestral land, but they cannot participate in this battle. As for the people in the 3rd level of Xiante, I can use the formation to bless them. As for the strong people in the 1st and 2nd levels of Xiante, I believe in your fighting ability. Nanhuang Yangxi smiled and Qin Wentian nodded slightly. The saint of the Nanhuang clan can use the formation to bless and exert the fighting power of the 3rd level of Xiante at the highest level. This means that in fact, this duel is more about the saints fighting. The people they invited here play a supporting role in the battle. Of course, the stronger the person, the more useful they are. As for entering the ancestral land of inheritance, Qin Wentian doesn't know what to do for the time being, but it must be mainly guarding. How many rounds are there? Qin Wentian asked. 36 rounds. Each camp needs to fight 36 rounds, and the same rounds cannot be repeated. The 9 camps with the highest record can lead their people into the ancestral land of inheritance. Nanhuang Yangxi responded. I believe everyone knows the rules. Nanhuang Aoxu, you will fight the first battle, and then we will take turns in order. The beautiful woman said, and then she floated into the sky, leaving the central Nanhuang terrace to everyone. Nanhuang Aoxu took a step and instantly landed on the central Nanhuang terrace. She had a strong aura, and the power of the 3rd level of the immortal terrace burst out. The pressure was terrible, which made Qin Wentian sigh. She really entered the 3rd level of the immortal terrace within 100 years. No. Nanhuang Yangxi shook her head and said to Qin Wentian, the Nanhuang clan selected 36 saints within 100 years. When selecting, some saints were already adults and were canonized as saints. In the battle 100 years later, they were naturally more than 100 years old. Some were canonized as saints in the middle of the 100 years. When the 100 years arrived, they had not yet stepped into the immortal position, so they could only postpone 100 years to participate in the inheritance battle. Nanhuang Aoxu is the former, and I belong to half of the latter. I was canonized in the middle, but it happened to be during the inheritance battle that the immortal terrace was cast. Otherwise, I would be like Nanhuang Aoxu and participate in the inheritance battle 100 years later. Would the advantage be greater then? Qin Wentian smiled and said, however, even if it's been more than 100 years, being able to step into the 3rd level of the immortal platform is still very outstanding. The Nanhuang clan is an ancient clan with a deep foundation. You can't use common sense to guess. The best among them naturally practice much faster than people from the outside world. If I win the position of the inheritance saint, I'm afraid you will have to work harder, otherwise I will leave you behind very quickly. Nanhuang Yangxi said jokingly. Wait and see. Qin Wentian smiled indifferently. Nanhuang Aoxu chose a saint camp, and the other saint went to fight. She used the blood of the ancient phoenix to open the Nanhuang Te blessing formation, allowing herself to have the momentum of the 3rd level of the immortal platform. The power of the immortal platform in the 2 of them bloomed, and 2 terrifying phoenix phantoms shone in the sky. It seemed that the phoenix immortal platform was looming in their bodies. Is the immortal platform you forged also the phoenix immortal platform? Qin Wentian asked Nanhuang Yangxi. Naturally, if we have enough ability, our Nanhuang clan saints will choose to build a phoenix immortal platform, but even if it is the same phoenix immortal platform, The power will be different if the grade is different. Nan Hoang Yangxi said that the immortal platform built by the immortal realm strong man is the integration of all the previous star soul and astrological abilities, and finally turned into an immortal platform. It is obvious that relying on the formation to enhance strength is still a disadvantage. The immortal platform in the body of the third-level immortal platform strong man is obviously much stronger and has obvious advantages. Qin Wentian saw the battle in the field and thought to himself, Nan Hoang Aoksu is like a real phoenix. When she raised her hand and struck, a phoenix phantom passed by, containing shocking power, like a demon phoenix coming to the world, crushing everything. The huge Nan Hoang platform was wrapped in a light curtain, and the aftermath of the battle would not affect the surroundings. Speed, strength, flames, immortal magic, Nan Hoang Aoksu has an absolute advantage. There is no suspense. Qin Wentian knew that the outcome of this battle would be decided immediately. Sure enough, after a moment, Nan Hoang Aoksu defeated the opponent and won the first victory. After she finished the battle, she said, "My friend will continue to fight." Okay. The beautiful woman in the void nodded, and then Zhongzhan went to fight. Zhongzhan was a golden war eagle, with the purest bloodline and super strong combat power. It is said that the defense of this purebred monster is comparable to that of the divine bird golden winged Dapin, and the fighting spirit is soaring. Zhongzhan walked up to the Nanhuingte, and he was instantly covered with the golden battle armor. His golden eyes scanned the surroundings. Although he wanted to fight with those most outstanding people, he thought of Nan Hoang Aoksu and held back for the time being. After entering the ancestral land of inheritance, he was not afraid of not having the opportunity to fight. He first ensured that every battle would be won, and won 36 complete victories to enter the ancestral land of inheritance. It's still you. Zhongzhan's eyes fell on the camp of the saint who was defeated by Nan Hoang Aoksu before, and the saint frowned slightly. She invited two helpers, both of whom were strong men of the same realm as her, the second level of the fairy platform, but it might be a bit difficult to deal with Zhongzhan. I'll go. A prodigy walked out from beside the saint. He was a prodigy of the southern Phoenix Immortal City. He was full of vigor and power. However, at this moment, Zhongzhan was glowing with golden light, and the power of the immortal platform in his body was blooming to the extreme. Boom! He stepped forward, and descended in front of the opponent like golden lightning. One after another terrifying golden war sky eagles appeared, interweaving with powerful and terrifying rule power, like a super battle formation, crushing the void. The opponent's expression changed, and the power of the immortal platform swept out, like the Milky Way in the sky, with silver-white light falling, trying to wrap the opponent's attack in it and bury it. Swish! The golden war sky eagle turned into a battle formation, and the golden wings of the sky directly cut through the silver light and continued to crush the opponent. A terrible rumbling sound came out, and the dazzling golden light crushed everything, and finally hit the opponent, hitting the strong man and making him spit out blood. So violent. Everyone stared at Zhongzhan. Nan Hoang Aoksu was strong to begin with, and her helpers were also powerful. She won 2 victories in an instant. Rongzio, help me fight in the third battle. Nan Hoang Aoksu said to Rongzio. Rongzio nodded slightly. After Zhongzhan left Nanhuingte, he walked up and looked around at everyone. He was at the second level of Xiante and had strong combat power. His eyes fell on Nan Hoang Yangxi, and he looked at Qin Wentian and said, "Brother Qin from the Eastern Realm, I wonder how strong you are. Can we have a fight? If Brother Qin doesn't dare, it's okay for Saint Yangxi to fight. When a saint fights, she must fight at the same level as the opponent, and the helpers invited by Nan Hoang Yangxi seem to be at the first level of Xiante. This makes many people quite confused. Does Nan Hoang Yangxi really intend to enter the ancestral land by herself? Although this duel mainly depends on the saint herself, the people who help her at critical moments are still very important. Chapter 1042 Jiang's Ability. In today's battle, there are many people in the first level of the immortal stage, but most of those who help in the battle are in the second or even third level of the immortal stage. This is naturally for the sake of victory. If Nan Hoang Yangxi has to fight every battle by herself, it will be dangerous. Before, I thought that Yangxi could enter the ancestral land of inheritance, but now it seems that I am afraid that I will make a mistake. Nan Hoang Aoksu looked at Nan Hoang Yangxi and said, Nan Hoang Yangxi has good talent and has created a very powerful immortal stage. When she first entered the immortal stage, Many elders in the clan supported her and hoped that she could enter the ancestral land and compete for the position of the inheritance saint. But she invited Qin Wentian to come. Qin Wentian is the first on the immortal list of the ancient emperor city. His strength and talent are naturally not weak, but after all, he has just entered the immortal stage, so it is not suitable for him to come to help at this time. These people are all gifted people in the southern region, with extraordinary combat power. It is not so easy to fight across realms. Brother, let me fight this battle. Qin Wentian was eager to try. After he entered the immortal platform, he had been in a state of cultivation and had not really faced a big battle. Now, it was an opportunity. Since he had stepped onto the Southern Phoenix platform, he could be considered a part of the battle. Each Saint Maiden could invite up to 3 people to help. There were exactly 3 of them, and they could all go up. As long as they won, it would be a record. Brother Qin knew that he would lose, so he wanted others to lose for you. Rong Zhao continued to speak, provoking Qin Wentian, and then his eyes swept across Purgatory and Southern Phoenix Yangtze, and smiled. It seems unwise for Saint Maiden Yangtze to invite Brother Qin to help. Mengjin, this person wants to fight me so much, let me do this battle, you will have a chance to fight. Qin Wentian said to Qin Mengjin. Okay. Qin Mengjin nodded. Brother, you must teach him how to be a man. Yes. Qin Wentian took a step forward and landed on the Nanowang Terrace. The light shone, and the light curtain of the Nanowang Terrace covered the battlefield. The power of Rong Zhao's immortal terrace burst out, and suddenly there was a starry vision. The power of rules flowed in the void, and the power of the immortal terrace in the body continued to bloom. At this moment, Qin Wentian only felt that he was enveloped by a terrible immortal power. What kind of ability is this? Qin Wentian looked at the star pattern of the void rule power, which turned into armored knights riding on fighting Pegasus. Each of them held a silver-white spear, swallowing and spitting out immortal power, and the power was strong. A huge night phantom also appeared behind Rong Zhao. Rong Zhao seemed to be sitting on a warhorse at this moment and soared into the air. Kill! Rong Zhao shouted coldly, and suddenly thousands of horses galloped, the void shook, and countless war horses madly crushed down and killed Qin Wentian. They were as fast as lightning and could drown Qin Wentian in an instant. Those terrible spears and iron hooves were enough to pierce and trample Qin Wentian to pieces. These war horses were not ordinary war horses. When the iron hooves stepped on the air, there was a sound of thunder. They were extremely strong, very fast, and had a strong offensive force. Qin Wentian stepped into the void. With one step, the immortal platform in his body bloomed, and there seemed to be an astonishing pressure sweeping out. It was the power of his immortal platform. At this moment, Rong Zhao felt the immortal platform shaking, as if there was a terrible force suppressing it, like a heavy hammer hitting his immortal platform. Qin Wentian punched the void. The moment the punch was sent out, there seemed to be endless rune light flowing, turning into fist light that shattered the void, and blasted into every space. There was a rumbling sound, and all the war horses collapsed and shattered under the dazzling fist light. Yes! A voice sounded in Qin Wentian's ears, and Rong Zhao's body seemed to turn into light and shadow, and the silver spear pierced Qin Wentian's throat, and the eyes could not follow it. Qin Wentian raised his hand and blasted out with a palm, but only saw a white light and shadow flashing, and the opponent's figure appeared in another direction, still riding on the war horse, as if it was unreal, and the speed was amazing. Boom! His figure turned into a white shadow again, and thousands of war horses were seen running towards Qin Wentian at the same time. Qin Wentian frowned slightly, and his immortal thoughts spread out. When the endless war horses were running, he blasted out another attack, and at the same time his body suddenly flashed to the side, and a long spear passed by, and once again turned into a white afterimage, and Rong Zhao's figure appeared behind Qin Wentian. The attack power is good, but your speed is too slow. The first level of the immortal platform is still the first level of the immortal platform. The gap in realm cannot be made up. Even if you have won the first place in the immortal list in the ancient emperor city, it is useless. Rong Zhao said proudly. He still looked calm and said, I won't play with you next. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Qin Wentian take a step forward, and a terrifying invisible power descended on his immortal platform, causing Rong Zhao to frown. Then, he saw the immortal light shining on Qin Wentian's body, and the power of the immortal platform spread out, as if it contained an amazing power. HMPH. With a cold snort, Rong Zhao's body disappeared from the spot again. One after another, Figures descended directly in front of Qin Wentian, whizzing and coming, so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. Qin Wentian didn't even look at it. He raised his hand and punched forward. His fist was faintly shining with black light, and wisps of terrible rule power flowed on the fist light. With a loud bang, the crowd saw a spear burst and shattered, and many figures were shattered at the same time. Rong Zhao's body was directly knocked out and hit the light curtain of Nanhuangte and spit out a mouthful of blood. Is this the combat power of the second level of Xiante? You are too incompetent. Qin Wentian walked forward, and Rong Zhao's face instantly turned pale. Qin Wentian's voice was too embarrassing. Who was playing with whom? Just when he said that he would not play with Qin Wentian, he was knocked away by a punch. At that moment, he felt that his immortal platform was suppressed, and the flow of immortal power became less smooth. The space seemed to be suppressed and sealed. He wanted to move and avoid it, but he could not move. He could only resist it directly and was injured by the powerful blow. However, how could Qin Wentian, who was at the first level of the immortal platform, have such a strong attack power? You are defeated. You are vulnerable. Qin Wentian walked in front of Rong Zhao and said. Boom. Rong Zhao's immortal platform was directly released. In an instant, the starry sky changed. This space appeared in the sky. A Pegasus appeared in the air with silver wings, covering the sky and the sun. Infinite power fell on Qin Wentian. Rong Zhao's body slowly rose into the air, and his power bloomed to the extreme. Buzz! The wings flapped, and a white light shot out and rushed straight to Qin Wentian. It came in an instant, ignoring the distance in space. Such a speed was enough to make people unable to react. Boom! Qin Wentian's immortal platform burst into shocking power. His body was like an immortal demon, and terrible rune light flowed all over his body. The terrible spear in Rong Zhao's hand instantly descended and pierced Qin Wentian's body. However, at this moment, everyone seemed to see an incomparably huge shadow of the black tortoise covering Qin Wentian's body, with amazing defensive power. The spear rolled over, and with a bang, the shadow of the black tortoise exploded and fell on Qin Wentian's immortal demon body. Everything was as fast as lightning. Qin Wentian stretched out his palm, and the big handprint directly grasped the opponent's body. The terrifying black fist of his right hand hit out violently, and the terrible rumbling sound shook. The immortal light on Rong Zhao's body was shattered at this moment, and the immortal platform felt faintly broken. Boom! Another terrible punch. Rong Zhao screamed, spit out blood, and laid down. The strange phenomenon in the sky dissipated, and the gorgeous light on his body also disappeared. Qin Wentian's aura faded after seeing this scene. He looked down at Rong Zhao on the ground and said, You are at the second level of the immortal stage, but you can't even break my defense. You are asking for a fight. Qin Wentian turned around and walked down the Nanhuang stage. Everyone looked at Qin Wentian with a sharp look in their eyes. This guy has a strong fighting ability. It seems that Nanhuang invited him to help because she knows his fighting ability. As for Rong Zhao, he was defeated so badly that everyone only had sympathy for him. He came to help, and it can be said that he lost face. He shouldn't have continued to fight when he was defeated for the first time. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. Qin Wentian returned to Nanhuang and laughed softly. In this way, the Nanhuang Aoxu camp had a defeat, 2 wins and 1 loss, while the Nanhuang camp had 1 win. Nanhuang Aoxu glanced at Qin Wentian, her expression slightly cold. She was still thinking about whether she could enter the inheritance ancestral land with a complete victory, but she didn't expect that her hope would be shattered in the first round. And judging from Rong Zhao's appearance, he might not be able to fight in the subsequent battles. Rong Zhao got up with difficulty, looked at Qin Wentian coldly, and walked away with his head down. This face was completely lost. Such a bastard is still self-righteous. Jun Mengchen said sarcastically. This guy still wants purgatory? Go on. The beautiful woman in the void spoke, and then it was Nanhuang King Guo's camp to take action. Nanhuang King Guo chose 2 people to help. One of them was Zhang Ziyu, who is very powerful, and the other was also a person with outstanding talent. Nanhuang King Guo took action. She chose a saint and defeated the opponent. Then, his 2 assistants took action one after another and won. Qin Wentian focused on Zhang Ziyu's battle. The Zhang family and the Nanhuang family are one of the 3 major families in the southern part of the fairyland. Zhang Ziyu, like him, has also won the first place in the ancient Emperor City Immortal ranking. Naturally, he is not an ordinary person. When he attacked, the surging power in his body was simply terrifying. With a simple blow, even his true strength and killing move could not be seen, he defeated his opponent. People felt that Zhang Ziyi was probably one of the most terrifying people among them. Even if he was in the Zhang family, he probably had an extraordinary status and was a powerful genius who was trained with emphasis. Qin Wentian's perception was very strong, but he still couldn't see through Zhang Ziyi. He was really as mysterious as Nanhuang Yangxi said. What abilities are the Zhang family good at? Qin Wentian asked Nanhuang Yangxi in a voice transmission. Such ancient clans in the fairyland will have their own strengths. For example, the Nanhuang family has the blood of the ancient phoenix and the ability of nirvana. You can't see through it, right? The Zhang family is mysterious, and their methods of cultivation are complicated. But as far as Nanhuang knows, all the people in the Zhang family practice Buddhist methods, Nanhuang Yangxi said in a voice transmission. Qin Wentian glanced at Zhang Ziyi, who was handsome and extraordinary, but did not look like a Buddhist at all. Chapter 1043, Easily Qualified. The battle continued. Qin Wentian watched carefully. This group of people were all geniuses in the southern part of the fairyland. Such battle experience was quite rare. Looking at their fighting ability, one could infer how strong the geniuses in the southern region were. Qin Wentian found that the strength of the geniuses could be slightly seen from the immortal platforms they had built. Those who built ordinary immortal platforms were relatively weak. Even if it was an ordinary third-level immortal platform, among these people, the ordinary third level was the lowest immortal platform. Similarly, the number of people who built this kind of immortal platform was also the largest. Going up, there was the fourth level Wang level immortal platform. Qin Wentian could feel that many people had this kind of immortal platform. As for the fifth level Wang level immortal platform, it was very rare among the martial life cultivators within the third level of the immortal platform. As for Qin Wentian, he had not yet seen who had the fifth level Wang level immortal platform. Zhang Ziyi was quite mysterious and could not be seen. If there was someone with the fifth level Wang level immortal platform here, Zhang Ziyi should be one of them. In terms of the immortal stage level, Qin Wentian and the people around him are obviously the highest, which determines that their cultivation on the immortal path will be smoother than others, and their combat effectiveness is also stronger. Which 9 people do you think can enter the ancestral land of inheritance? After 2 rounds of fighting, Nanhuang Yangxi asked Qin Wentian through voice transmission. They have now had 3 battles and won all of them. Nanhuang Yangxi won 2 and Qin Wentian won 1. You, Nanhuang Aoxu, Nanhuang Qingguo, Nanhuang Sheng, Nanhuang Zihua, Nanhuang Yu, Nanhuang Yi, Nanhuang Ling, Nanhuang Qing. Qin Wentian responded, they have all forged the King Grade Immortal platform, and their combat power is relatively strong. Although there are still a few people who can compete with them, the people they invited to help are also stronger. Nanhuang Yangxi stared at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes and smiled, you have a sharp eye. These 9 people are the 9 most popular people in this session. You have picked them all, without exception. After 2 rounds of fighting, we can roughly see their strength. Qin Wentian smiled calmly. The battle continued. At this moment, someone challenged Nanhuang Yangxi's camp. They were the assistants of a certain saint. They were at the 2nd level of the immortal platform and were quite powerful. Nanhuang Yangxi glanced at Qin Wentian. She and Qin Wentian agreed that if the saint invited her to fight, she would fight. If not, Qin Wentian would decide who would fight. Mengjin, go ahead. Qin Wentian saw Jun Mengjin eager to try, so he smiled and said, okay. Jun Mengjin flashed and landed on the Nanhuang terrace. The strong man on the opposite side glanced at Jun Mengjin, frowned slightly, and said with some displeasure, let an unknown person in the 1st level of the immortal terrace accept my challenge. Do you look down on Chu? Could it be that he has also won the 1st place on the ascension list? Qin Wentian is a 1st level immortal terrace, but he is well known. He has killed the descendants of the immortal emperor and won the 1st place on the ascension list. It is understandable that he is powerful, but now, who is this person? He looks so young, probably twice as young as him. Isn't this humiliating him? Let's fight. Why are you so long-winded? You can win on your own. Jun Mengjin was even more displeased. Did he look down on him? The man rolled up his sleeves, stared at Jun Mengjin and said, if I, Chu, can't even defeat a person of the 1st level of the nameless immortal platform, how can I stay in the Nanhuang clan to help the saint girl in the battle? How shameless. Jun Mengjin said angrily. He shouted loudly, and his momentum burst out. In an instant, the world changed. The Nanhuang platform seemed to have turned into a world. The power of the immortal platform in Qin Wentian's body bloomed, and it seemed that a world appeared in the void. It was surreal, overwhelming the world, sweeping out, and covering the opponent there. Qin Wentian was wearing armor, unparalleled, like a god of war. There was a terrible immortal thought between his eyebrows, and his spirit was terrible to the extreme, turning into a supreme fighting will. He was full of the aura of an emperor. He waved his palm, and suddenly the power of that world seemed to pour into his fist, like a real king's fist, the king of troubled times. The face of the powerful man surnamed Chu suddenly changed. Feeling the pressure from the world, his face kept changing. The power of the immortal platform was blooming, but it seemed that it was under strong suppression. The flow of immortal power in his body was not smooth. He was one level higher than Qin Wentian, but the immortal platform was suppressed. This was simply horrifying. Qin Wentian shouted loudly, stepped out, and descended in an instant. He raised his hand and punched to kill. The power of rules turned into a monstrous fist light, containing the peerless kingly spirit, and was invincible. The power of the whole world was in turmoil. The king of chaos punched out. The strong man looked horrified, and his head seemed to be unable to turn around. After reacting, he resisted frantically, but found that Qin Wentian's kingship could suppress everything, as if it was endless. Soon, there was a loud bang, and his body was knocked out and seriously injured. After Wentian entered the immortal platform was perfect and transformed again. The magical physique that shocked the Eastern Saint Immortal Gate that day is becoming more and more powerful. Qin Wentian said in his heart when he saw this scene, and the people around him also stared at Qin Wentian with flashing eyes. Is this an unknown person? How dare you talk to me like that? Qin Wentian glanced at the injured warrior, then turned back and walked down the Nanhuang terrace. In the distance, the elders of the Nanhuang clan looked at each other, as if they were communicating something, and there was a strange light in their eyes. It seems that the people invited by Nanhuang Yangxi are not easy to mess with. Everyone secretly said that it would be better to challenge the people in this camp less. Now they have won 4 battles, and they may have one of the 9 inheritance seats. Awesome. Qin Wentian smiled and praised Qin Wentian when he walked down. Qin Wentian smiled and said, "This guy is too weak." The injured man who walked down the Nanhuang terrace almost spit out blood again when he heard this. He was a genius in the southern region after all. Now that he was said like this, everyone soon discovered that when he returned to the Saint, he said a few words and left directly. He had just said that if he couldn't even defeat Qin Wentian, how could he stay in the Nanhuang clan to help in the battle? Now, he really left. The battle continued, and as the battle progressed, the winning rate gradually widened. As expected, the camps represented by the 9 saints predicted by Qin Wentian had a very high winning rate, with almost no defeats, and gradually stood out. However, there was another saint camp that was chasing closely, ranking 10th in the battle record, and only lost a few battles. This saint was called Nanhuangqiu. In Qin Wentian's opinion, she should be a saint who had created a king-level immortal platform. Moreover, among her 3 assistants, one of them was very powerful and had never lost a single battle. His strength might be even stronger than Nanhuangqiu. Nanhuangqiu's camp was able to catch up closely and rank 10th in the battle record. He made the greatest contribution. Later, Nanhuangqiu even abandoned the other 2 assistants and only let that person and herself fight, but she herself had defeats. This person's name is Duhan. According to Nanhuang Yangxi, he was a disciple of an immortal emperor, but he never denied it. This immortal emperor was a casual cultivator, his whereabouts were uncertain, and he was quite mysterious. Some people said that Duhan might be his offspring, but Duhan never mentioned this. He traveled in the southern region and made a great name for himself in the realm of the immortal stage. Later, he met Nanhuangqiu and liked her very much. He had been pursuing the saint of the Nanhuang clan. If nothing unexpected happened, Duhan might marry into the Nanhuang clan. Qin Wentian looked at Duhan and thought that he was a relatively powerful person among the people today. He could even surpass most saint women. No wonder Nanhuang Yangxi thought that he would marry Nanhuangqiu. After several rounds of fighting, some people have accumulated 36 battles. Many saints know that there is no hope. Only Nanhuangqiu still has hope, especially in the last round. Duhan challenged the camp of Nanhuangqiu, whose record was close to theirs, and defeated the opponent. With 1 win and 1 loss, the record was tied. In the best battle, the 2 camps picked a relatively weak saint camp, and won one battle after another. In the end, the record was still tied. After 36 battles, the top 10 camps had outstanding records. Qin Wentian's camp, which was composed of the first level of the immortal stage, actually had a record of undefeated. However, they had fewer battles with the other camps that ranked higher. After all, this was just a selection battle. It was enough to be able to enter the inheritance ancestral land, and there was no need to go all out. The battle after entering the inheritance ancestral land was more important. Nanhuaqiu, Nanhuingking, your two camps have the same record, so you don't have to choose those who are ranked behind you to fight. Each of you should choose a camp that must be ranked ahead of you. If the battle does not determine the winner, continue to choose until the winner is determined. The beautiful woman in the void said. Nanhuaqiu and Nanhuingking had a fight before, and Nanhuaqiu almost lost to Nanhuingking, but the people who helped Nanhuaqiu beat the other side's people, so there is no point in fighting each other, let them choose other people. Okay, I choose Nanhuingling's camp, and I will fight myself. Nanhuingking said. I choose Nanhuangyangxi's camp, and Duhan will fight. Nanhuaqiu said, and each of them made their own choices. P.S. Brothers, remember to vote on Monday. Chapter 1044 Heading to the Ancestral Land. Nanhuangqing chose Nanhuangling's camp, but it was Nanhuangling who decided who would fight. Nanhuangqing and Nanhuangling were both saints who were highly regarded for entering the ancestral land of inheritance. The two were almost equally strong, and the people who helped them fight were also quite powerful. If you can enter the ancestral land of inheritance, the battle between you and me will stay in the ancestral land. Nanhuangling looked at Nanhuangqing and said. She asked one of her assistants to fight. That person was quite powerful and fought Nanhuangqing fiercely, but in the end he was defeated with a slight disadvantage. Nanhuangqing defeated his opponent. Next, it was Nanhuangqiu's camp. Nanhuangqiu was a saint. She was weaker than Nanhuangqing. Logically, she should give way and let Nanhuangqing enter the ancestral land. However, her assistants were strong, so she wanted to fight for it. However, from this point of view, even if she entered the ancestral land of inheritance, she would have almost no share in the ancestral land inheritance. Duhan. Nanhuaqiu looked at Duhan, still holding a glimmer of hope. She didn't want to lose this battle. Even if she couldn't get the inheritance, she had to enter the ancestral land of inheritance to take a look. This was a rare opportunity, and there would only be this opportunity. If you miss it, there would be no more. The ancestral land of inheritance is the dream of every Nanhuang saint. Don't worry, I won't lose. Duhan said seriously, looking at Nanhuaqiu. Nanhuaqiu nodded, and the two looked at each other, and everything was self-evident. It would be nice for a couple to enter the ancestral land, but unfortunately, Nanhuaqiu wanted to step on us to enter, but even if we lose, they still have to continue fighting. Jian Mengchen said in a low voice. After all, Nanhuingking had won before, and the remaining people were not weak. Nanhuangyangxi nodded gently. Nanhuaqiu had already been defeated in the head-on confrontation with Nanhuingking, and she shouldn't enter the ancestral land. Qin Wentian, Duhan is left to you. Nanhuangyangxi said. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded gently. Duhan was quite powerful, and his yin-yang swordsmanship was powerful. He was a dangerous person. Although he was not as mysterious and powerful as Zhang Ziyu, he was also a very powerful person. Moreover, he should be a genius who had created the Wangpan Xiante. Qin Wentian and Duhan walked onto the Nanhuangte together. Suddenly, everyone's eyes flickered, guessing who would win. Duhan's realm was the second level of Xiante, and Qin Wentian was the first level of Xiante. So far, neither of them had ever been defeated. Moreover, in a sense, Duhan played a greater role in Nanhuangqiu's camp than Qin Wentian did in Nanhuangyanxi's camp. Without Duhan, Nanhuangqiu would not have survived until now and would have been eliminated. However, in Nanhuangyanxi's camp, whether it was Nanhuangyangxi or Jian Mengchen, they had never been defeated. As soon as Duhan stood there, a blade-like pressure descended on Qin Wentian, as if a knife had scraped him. His eyes were also as sharp as his, and his whole body exuded a dangerous aura. I will win this battle. Duhan's words were sharp. You fought for Nanhuangqiu, and I understand your belief in victory, but she chose Nanhuangyunzai, so I will also protect the honor for Nanhuangyunzai. I will take this battle seriously, as a respect for you. Qin Wentian spoke slowly. From your tone, it sounds very crazy. Duhan said. Qin Wentian seemed to be saying that he had never fought with all his strength. He would take this battle seriously, that's all. Go ahead. Qin Wentian said. Okay. Du Han said. As soon as he finished speaking, there seemed to be a strange phenomenon in this space. In the void, a number of terrifying knives appeared. The knives that stretched across the void reflected a terrible chill. The knives were divided into two different states of mind, revealing an extremely cold and cold meaning, and a branded red and burning meaning. The two meanings blended, intertwined, and turned into yin and yang blades, revealing a terrible breath, as if a single cut could kill everything. Du Han stretched out his hand and held the knife. In an instant, a terrifying knife light slashed down and killed Qin Wentian. Before the knife bloomed, the knife intent had already descended, wanting to disturb the void. Qin Wentian's body was covered with fairy light and shining runes, just like a fairy or demon armor, and his flesh was unparalleled. When the knife intent fell on his body, it was as if it was slashing on an indestructible armor, making a terrible hissing sound. Everyone knew that Qin Wentian had practiced a very powerful body refining technique, which made his flesh body terrifying and transformed into fairy or demon body. Buzz! Du Han stepped forward, and the power of the fairy platform in his body was released and bloomed. In an instant, a peerless knife light slashed down and chopped Qin Wentian's head. With such a powerful knife light, it was hard to imagine that Du Han had not really made a move and swung the knife. Boom! Immortal light bloomed inside Qin Wentian's body, and the power of the immortal platform burst out. An even more brilliant halo enveloped his body. The halo flowed on Qin Wentian's body, making people feel that Qin Wentian at this moment was basically indestructible. The sword light slashed down, as if to cut through the sky and the earth, and the sound of air tearing was heard, but it failed to tear open Qin Wentian's defense. Although it's just sword intent, ordinary people at the second level of the immortal platform dare not or don't dare to block it. This person's immortal power is strong, his defense is terrible, and the grade of the immortal platform he has built is very high, Zhang Ziyu said in a low voice. Nanhuang King Guo beside him smiled lightly, glanced at Zhang Ziyu, and said, "Can it be as high as your immortal platform grade?" "It's hard to say," Zhang Ziyu replied lightly, causing Nanhuang King Guo's beautiful eyes to stagnate. She looked at Qin Wentian deeply and asked, "If you take action, how long will it take to defeat him?" "I don't know, he hasn't tried his best yet, but if it's just the strength he showed before, it's not enough," Zhang Ziyu said calmly. Nanhuang King Guo smiled, "With you helping me in the battle, I will definitely strive for the position of the inherited saint girl." On the Nanhuang platform, Du Han's momentum became stronger and stronger. The sword light in his hand swept the world, his immortal power was terrible, and the sword transformed into yin and yang pattern, ice and fire blended, one yin and one yang. The power of the entire world was madly integrated into the sword, and the power was extremely terrible. At the same time, Qin Wentian suddenly burst into peerless sword energy, and endless sword might roared around him. It seemed that both of them were wrapped in a huge light curtain, a sword and sword light curtain, with terrifying power. Du Han's sword moved, and he slashed with a sword, as light as a feather. Such a domineering sword technique, at the moment of slashing, was so gentle and unrestrained. However, the power that burst out made people feel the state of mind. The yin-yang sword light swept across the entire sky and earth, covering everything. There was no way to avoid it. Such a sword technique could only be taken head-on. Qin Wentian pointed his finger forward, and with one strike, the sword energy rolled and gathered in his finger, hitting the sword light that was slashing in front. In an instant, it turned into two peerless powers, and two terrifying light curtains appeared. The yin-yang sword light was gorgeous and unparalleled. Qin Wentian's sword light was domineering and direct, killing everything. That finger of sword power contained a terrifying destructive power. Du Han's sword could not continue to cut down. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the immortal platform in the two people rushed into the knife and sword finger frantically. There were two amazing torrents rolling between heaven and earth. If there was no light curtain of Nanhuangte to block it, I am afraid that the wind of destruction would rage in this world and split the earth. Cut! Du Han shouted coldly, and pressed the knife down again, trying to cut it. Qin Wentian took a step forward, and the peerless light flowed to his fingertips. The amazing power of destruction pierced into the opponent's yin-yang sword technique light curtain. Break! Qin Wentian uttered a word, and the knife light spread frantically in an instant, slashing towards the 8 directions of heaven and earth, no longer condensing together, killing Qin Wentian. The momentum dissipated, and the power was gone. Qin Wentian's finger of destruction light descended in front of Du Han, and the knife condensed by the immortal power in Du Han's hand broke. He looked at Qin Wentian, a little absent-minded. "I lost." After a long time, Du Han whispered. "You are already very strong." Qin Wentian retracted his finger. However, as the winner, although he was advising Du Han, it sounded more like a mockery in the eyes of the other party. Du Han laughed at himself and said, "You are at the first level of the immortal platform, and I lost to you. How can it be good?" After saying that, he turned and left. Qin Wentian did not say much. His words were not false. He had created a perfect saint immortal platform, and his immortal power increased terribly. Even the king great immortal platform, he could suppress it. Qin Wentian went back and nodded slightly to Nanhuang Yangxi. Nanhuang Yangxi's camp advanced with a complete victory. With one more battle, they still won and would enter the inheritance ancestral land. Du Han walked in front of Nanhuang Chu and said, "I'm sorry to disappoint you." Nanhuang Chu was indeed a little disappointed. She had always placed high hopes on the inheritance ancestral land and wanted to step into it, but she failed. "Maybe I chose the wrong opponent." Although Nanhuang Chu was disappointed, she did not blame Du Han. It was not Du Han's fault. Her strength was not as good as Du Han. If it weren't for Du Han, she would not even be able to get to this step. Before, the Saint Maiden made a move, Nanhuang Yangxi made a move, the people who helped in the battle made a move, Qin Wentian or Zhen Mengtian made a move. She thought that with Du Han's strength, one realm higher, he would definitely be able to defeat Qin Wentian or Zhen Mengtian, but it was obvious that she was wrong. Well, the losers don't need to be too disappointed. Nanhuang clan produces a Saint Maiden every 100 years. Failure is normal. You should practice hard. If you can accumulate your experience, you will be able to become the top powerhouses of our Nanhuang clan in the future. The beautiful woman in the void advised, "You can take the geniuses to our Nanhuang clan. As for the people in the 9 winning camps, follow the elders to the Nanhuang clan's ancestral land." Everyone nodded. It was impossible for the losers not to be disappointed. They lost the opportunity to enter the ancestral land of inheritance and would never know the situation inside. The winners were full of expectations. One after another, figures soared into the air. They were the elders of the Nanhuang clan who were watching the battle. The people in the 9 winning camps soared into the air and landed behind them. "Let's go," an elder in front whispered, and the group went forward. They followed one after another. Nanhuang Yangxi's eyes flickered, revealing a strong expectation. The competition will be more intense. I wonder if she can seize the position of the inheritance saint. Qin Wentian was beside him and could even feel Nanhuang Yangxi's expectation and a little nervousness. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1045, Wu Tuang Leaves. The Nanhuang clan's ancestral land seemed to be in the deepest part of the Nanhuang clan. The ancestral land accompanied the Nanhuang clan's growth in the fairyland and existed with the Nanhuang clan. It can be said to be the Nanhuang clan's treasure, and it has cultivated generations of inheritance saints. Although only one of these inheritance saints can become the empress, the inheritance saints who grew up from generation to generation have become stronger with the years, occupying high positions and holding the power of the Nanhuang clan. They are the most core figures of the Nanhuang clan. Qin Wentian and his companions flew in the air, and after some time they landed in a valley guarded by strong men. This seemed to be a sealed space with a huge bronze gate. Seeing everyone coming, the guards opened the bronze gate, and a roar was heard, and an ancient road appeared. "Go in." The old generation of Nanhuang clan masters who led everyone here made way, and everyone stepped forward, followed that road, and stepped into the bronze gate. After Qin Wentian walked in, he found that there was another world inside, like a huge valley, with several old women guarding there. In front of the crowd, a bridge appeared, which led to an entrance in front, and seemed to lead to another space. Remember, you cannot use immortal weapons in the ancestral land. If the ancestral land hears murderous weapons, it will instantly kill the owner of the immortal weapon. You must remember this. Nanhuang Yangxi reminded Qin Wentian and the other two. "We can all go in. Why did you only invite me before?" But they all invited 2 or 3 people. Qin Wentian asked. "What's the point of inviting them?" Nanhuang Yangxi said. "Also, because it is difficult for the strongest of us saints to exceed the third level of the immortal stage when we enter the ancestral land. The cultivation level will be suppressed in the ancestral land, and those who are higher than the third level of the immortal stage can only exert the power of the third level of the immortal stage. So it's not as you think. Then we have to invite the top powerhouses of the immortal stage? Yeah, Qin Wentian nodded lightly. Most of these people who came to protect the battle were at the second level of the immortal stage, and there were several at the third level of the immortal stage. The one who posed the greatest threat should be one of Nanhuang Shengji's protectors. Nanhuang Yangxi had also deliberately reminded him of this person. His name was Kongyi, and he was the descendant of an immortal emperor in the southern part of the immortal domain's hell. He had created a king-grade immortal stage and his combat power was terrifying. Let's go. Everyone went forward one after another and stepped onto the bridge. They saw that the bottom of the bridge was actually burned red, as if there was a magma fire. It was very scary and the temperature was extremely high. They walked towards the entrance of the ancestral land step by step. The hotter airflow fell on their bodies. Although it was blocked by a wonderful light curtain, Qin Wentian still felt that there might be a world of fire inside. Buzz! One after another, figures flashed, and someone had already rushed into the ancestral land. Let's go. Nanhuang Yangxi said, and they immediately accelerated and rushed directly through the light curtain. Their bodies instantly stepped into the ancestral land. They looked at the space in front of them and felt their hearts tremble slightly. Wutong. Qin Wentian looked at this space, the flaming Wutong trees. This space was full of flaming Wutong trees, with intertwined roots. It was the world of Wutong trees, and also the world of fire. The entire space was branded red, extremely hot. In just a moment, everyone felt that their bodies were about to burn. The leaves of these huge flaming Wutong trees fell one by one, flying in the air, turning into a wonderful sight, beautiful beyond words. Each leaf of the flaming Wutong tree was very large, like the feathers of a phoenix, so beautiful. Boom! Nanhuang Yangxi seemed to have blood power surging in her body, and her whole body seemed to be on fire. There was a faint phoenix shadow. Not only her, but the other 8 saints also stepped forward like Nanhuang Yangxi, staring at the falling Wutong leaves. In their eyes, it seemed that every Wutong leaf contained a wonderful ancient mark that could be imprinted in their minds. A strange light bloomed, and Nanhuang Yangxi looked at the leaf, which contained a wonderful power that she needed to comprehend. A moment later, Qin Wentian saw that the phoenix leaf turned into a dazzling flame and stuck to Nanhuang Yangxi's body. The rest of the phoenix leaves were still flying in the air, as if they would never fall. Nanhuang Yangxi's body flashed and appeared under a leaf again. Her immortal thoughts rushed into it and were instantly deeply attracted. I want the phoenix leaf. At this time, Nanhuang Aoxu spoke, and her protector Zongzan and another strong man moved instantly to grab the phoenix leaf fluttering in the void. Everyone suddenly realized it. They flashed and headed for the phoenix tree leaf. Qin Wentian also moved. Gorgeous wings appeared behind him. He flashed and landed in front of a phoenix tree leaf. He stretched out his hand and wanted to grab it with his immortal power. However, he found that the phoenix tree leaf was shining and could not be covered by immortal power. He could only stretch out his hand to grab it. It was very heavy. His figure continued to flash and grabbed another phoenix tree leaf. When the 2 phoenix tree leaves approached, a terrible repulsive force burst out. Qin Wentian's body was repelled and pushed away. This. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. A leaf actually had such power, as if it contained the power of rules. It seemed that only the saint of the Nanhuang family could unlock it. He had no choice but to send this phoenix tree leaf to Nanhuang Yangxi and put it down. He found that when the phoenix tree leaf entered Nanhuang Yangxi's side, it would not repel the phoenix tree leaf that she was comprehending. Is this a unique ability of the Nanhuang bloodline? Qin Wentian said, Mengjin, Purgatory, go collect the Wutong leaves and bring them to Nanhuang Yangxi so that she can slowly comprehend them. Okay. The 3 of them started at the same time, as fast as lightning. Leaves continued to appear in the place where Nanhuang Yangxi was shrouded in fairy light. Her beautiful eyes stared at the leaves one by one, and she seemed to be able to comprehend only one leaf at a time. After comprehending, the leaf would fall on her body, like a phoenix feather, covering her body. Everyone in this space started to act, and their speed was incredibly fast. In just a few moments, many more Wutong leaves appeared in front of the 9 saints. Their speed of comprehension seemed to slow down, and they were all fully committed. Everything in the outside world seemed to be handed over to the people who protected them in the battle. As the people who protected them plundered frantically, the number of Wutong leaves dancing in the void became fewer and fewer. If this continued, there would be no more soon. At this time, Purgatory and one of Nanhuangling's guards were trying to grab a piece of Paulownia leaf at the same time. Purgatory had just grabbed it when the other party raised his hand and shot out a finger. The finger fell, and the void seemed to turn into a bloody river. A terrifying immortal power directly hit Purgatory's palm. Purgatory screamed, and blood oozed from her palm. She had no choice but to let go of the Paulownia leaf. The other party shot out another finger, and Purgatory retreated. The man took the Paulownia leaf away. Purgatory's expression turned cold, and she glanced at the man. She looked around and found that the best Paulownia leaf had been taken away. There were no more. I need 81 Paulownia leaves. At this time, Nanhuang Sheng spoke, and everyone's expression flashed. Qin Wentian glanced at the Paulownia leaves on Nanhuang Yangxi and in front of her. There were still some missing. As for the others, there were also some missing. He found that the flying Paulownia leaves here were not enough if everyone needed 81 Paulownia leaves. Unless, rob. If they were to rob, someone would definitely not have enough. At this moment, everyone looked around with ill intent, and they all realized that they needed to rob each other's sycamore leaves. The question was, who should they rob? Everyone had bad intentions. It seems that more people are better. Nanhuang Yangxi herself doesn't know the specific situation in the ancestral land. Qin Wentian thought to himself. There were 3 of them, and they had collected a lot of sycamore leaves. You guard Nanhuang Aoksu. Zhuangzan said to the other 2 guards beside Nanhuang Aoksu. He was covered in gorgeous golden armor and looked arrogant. Buzz! Zhuangzan rushed towards Nanhuang Qing's guards like a flash of lightning, ready to snatch Nanhuang Qing. Nanhuang Qing's guards immediately took action and fought fiercely with Zhuangzan. At this time, Nanhuang Yi's guards also took action and rushed to Nanhuang Qing's side, obviously wanting to take advantage of the situation. Figures flashed one after another, and chaos suddenly occurred. Mengjin, you stay with Nanhuang Yangxi. Lianai, you come with me. Qin Wentian said, stepped out, and walked directly to Nanhuang Ling. Before that, Nanhuang Ling's protector took a piece of sycamore leaf from Lianai. At this time, outside the ancestral land, the elder stood there, staring ahead. Someone said, who will become the inheritance saint this time? I hope it's Sheng. This girl has good talent and is very smart. Qingguo is not bad either. Her protector is a kid from the Jiang family. If she can recruit someone from the Jiang family as a son-in-law, it will be interesting. One person laughed. Yangxi is a little younger, but she has great potential. The fairy platform she cast is of the highest quality. Don't forget her. Look, the ancestral land is open, and the ancient sycamore characters are floating. These sycamore leaves are the wings given to them by the phoenix ancestor. I wonder how many people can get them. These people were discussing outside, and they were all looking forward to it. Chapter 1046 Phoenix Wings. There are 2 people protecting Nanhuangling, one is Cao Dao and the other is Ba Jiang. Both of them are in the 2nd level of Xiante and have strong fighting power. Cao Dao is the one who attacked Purgatory before. Seeing Qin Wentian and Purgatory coming, both of them flashed a cold light in their eyes. Cao Dao's skin was blood red, giving people a scary feeling, while Ba Jiang was burly and domineering, like a black tower, a very domineering person. How dare you come here to kill? Cao Dao said coldly. His body was flashing with a monstrous blood-red light, and the power of Xiante was blooming. The whole world seemed to have turned into a sea of blood. A terrifying blood demon phantom appeared, which was very terrifying. Ba Jiang stepped on the ground, and the void trembled. An ancient tripod appeared, suspended in the air, containing supreme domineering power. He just attacked you, Purgatory, you deal with him. Qin Wentian pointed at Cao Dao and spoke to Purgatory. Okay. Purgatory nodded, his eyes flashing with coldness, and then the 2 of them ran towards their opponents, their auras swept out. Qin Wentian's body was flowing with brilliant rune light, the holy immortal platform, forged a perfect immortal body, the flesh was unparalleled, the immortal demon body was like armor to protect him, Qin Wentian's flesh was like an immortal soldier, and the people of the immortal platform rarely had such a perfect immortal body as Qin Wentian. Bei Jiang's body seemed to have grown bigger, like a giant spirit god. Many runes in the ancient tripod shone, the power of rules bloomed. Bei Jiang punched out, and suddenly one by one the ancient tripod characters came towards Qin Wentian to kill. The void shook, the power was unparalleled. Qin Wentian raised his hand and punched, like a prehistoric beast, and like a peerless war god, the black fist shattered the void, and the ancient tripod characters were directly torn apart when they collided, and the fist broke the world. No one could stop it. Beijiang's expression flashed. He was powerful, his body was terrifying, and his attack was powerful. Ordinary people of the second level of the immortal platform could not withstand his attack. His magical skills were even more domineering. However, Qin Wentian's immortal platform covered his body, and he did not use his magical power. He used his body to attack and destroy his attack. This power was so strong that it frightened him. Boom! Qin Wentian stepped forward. Beijiang only felt the immortal platform making a roaring sound. The immortal power was not flowing smoothly, as if encountering a strong resistance, as if being suppressed. His face kept changing, and the immortal platform emerged. Suddenly, a huge ancient tripod phantom overlapped with his body, making him more powerful. Qin Wentian took another step forward, and the roar of the ancient tripod became more powerful. The floating characters inside seemed to be broken, which made Beijiang's expression livid. He stared at Qin Wentian. His king-grade immortal platform was extremely stable, and his immortal power was strong and difficult to destroy. However, the power of Qin Wentian's immortal platform actually crushed his immortal platform. You are no match for me. Get out of my way. Qin Wentian took another step forward. With a loud bang, his immortal platform seemed to have a terrifying destructive force descending. The ancient characters kept collapsing. Before they bloomed, they were already broken. Beijiang was shocked and stared at Qin Wentian's figure. How could this person's immortal platform be so strong? When he cast the immortal platform, he let the power of the immortal rules turn into a tripod. The immortal platform was a tripod, which was powerful, indestructible, and had superb defense. He was already a king-grade immortal platform, so Qin Wentian must have cast at least a 5th-level king-grade immortal platform, or even a holy immortal platform. However, in the land of the immortal realm, is there really a person who has a 1st-level immortal platform and can make the immortal platform perfect and cast a holy immortal platform? This is completely unreasonable and impossible. Nan Huangling invited me to fight for her. I can only lose the battle, not retreat. Beijiang said coldly, his voice was like a bell, and he had to fight even if he knew he would lose. Okay, she will understand. You tried your best. Qin Wentian said, and the power of the immortal platform bloomed wildly. He raised his hand and slapped out a big palm print. The destructive palm killed everything. It could suppress immortals and demons. It was extremely powerful. Beijiang roared, and huge and boundless ancient tripods flew out and turned into huge ancient characters. However, when the palm print fell, they were all suppressed and destroyed. Qin Wentian's palms attacked continuously, and the void was turbulent. Soon Beijiang couldn't hold on, and was blown away with a bang, seriously injured. Qin Wentian showed no mercy, which was a sign of respect for Beijiang. He glanced at the battlefield next to him. Purgatory was fighting with the other side. He walked to the front of Nan Huangling, grabbed a leaf with his palm, and instantly got a leaf. He turned around and saw that someone had attacked Jiutian before, trying to take the sycamore leaf next to Nan Huangxi. The person who attacked was Nan Huangqing's guards. They were plundered by the guards of the two saints Nan Huangxu and Nan Huangyi. They suffered heavy losses and could not resist. They could only plunder Nan Huangxi. However, Jiutian was powerful and transformed into an emperor. Every punch he threw was like the king of troubled times. The emperor's aura swept the world and fought wildly with the two opponents. Qin Wentian raised his hand and slapped Cao Dao. At the same time, his body rushed out and returned to Nan Huangxi with a sycamore leaf. That blow directly shattered Cao Dao's defense. Coupled with Purgatory's attack, Cao Dao was hit by Purgatory's fire and was knocked out. Qin Wentian returned. Nan Huangqing's protectors wanted to leave when they saw that the situation was not good. However, they saw Qin Wentian intercepting them directly. The power of the immortal platform was released violently. He shouted angrily and pressed his palm forward. In an instant, a huge and boundless stepping appeared, sweeping the void. A sound of puffing was heard, and one person was directly chopped to the body, his face pale. You are out. Qin Wentian shouted coldly, the demonic energy on his body danced wildly, and the magic skills bloomed. Dapping swept the world one by one. Jiutian was still attacking, and in a blink of an eye, he seriously injured the other two. Qin Wentian put the Wutuang leaf on Nan Wang Yangxi's body, his figure flashed, and he went to Nan Huangqing. He took a Wutuang leaf directly and shot it directly in the direction of Jun Mengchen. Jun Mengchen cooperated and took it. At the same time, Purgatory also succeeded and was plundering Nan Huangling's Wutuang leaf. Seeing that the guards of Nan Huangqing and Nan Huangling had lost their fighting power, the others also came to intervene and took away the phoenix leaves from the two saints. Before long, there were more than 81 phoenix leaves around Nan Wang Yunzai. Light was flowing around her, and leaves covered her body one by one, turning into phoenix feathers, becoming more and more brilliant. However, at this time, Nan Huangqing's eyes suddenly opened. She saw that the phoenix leaves around her were almost completely stripped away, and her face was as ugly as it could be. Purgatory, go back, Qin Wentian said, and his body floated away. He and Purgatory returned to Nan Wang Yunzai. Now, there were more than 90 phoenix leaves around Nan Wang Yunzai, and they just had to wait for her to slowly comprehend. Nan Huangling, with her guards Cao Dao and Ba Jiang, walked towards Qin Wentian. She was emitting terrible flames, burning the void, and her expression was ugly. Since the phoenix leaves are already beside Yunzai, the Saint Girling should not snatch them anymore. Qin Wentian said. As long as I can injure you, the sycamore leaf next to Yangxi will be mine. Nan Huangling said, it should be in time now. Why bother, Saint Ling? Your two guards have already been defeated and injured. Now it's 3 against 3, you have no chance of winning. Why don't you find another opponent? Qin Wentian advised. Buzz! A terrifying aura burst out from Nan Huangling. She was bathed in the fire of the phoenix and had the phoenix phantom on her back. She was extremely beautiful, but her face was cold. She stared at Qin Wentian and others and said, leave this man to me. You two can help deal with the other two. Okay. Ba Jiang and Cao Dao nodded. Qin Wentian and others really couldn't deal with him. I wonder if Nan Huangling can defeat him. At this time, Nan Wang Yangxi's body shone with light again, and she comprehended a sycamore leaf again. The leaf turned into feathers and covered her body. As the feathers increased, the embryonic form of the phoenix wings could be seen faintly, which made Nan Huangling's eyes even colder. Nan Huang Yangxi regained consciousness at this moment. She glanced at the side, only to hear Qin Wentian saying with his back to her, focus on understanding. Leave this to us, yes. Nan Huang Yangxi nodded, then looked at another phoenix leaf, her immortal thoughts seeped into it, and she closed her eyes. Quick battle, quick decision. Nan Huangling shouted coldly, she couldn't wait. If these phoenix leaves were all understood by Nan Huang Yangxi, it would be useless to snatch them. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Wentian saw a huge and terrifying phoenix phantom grabbing at him. The huge claws contained amazing tearing power. Qin Wentian looked indifferent, raised his hand and slapped it, shattering the terrible power. Nan Huangling's body descended, and the phoenix phantom behind him flapped its wings. In an instant, an ancient phoenix appeared above the sky, projected down, and a flame of destruction bloomed in the void, wrapping Qin Wentian's body. Qin Wentian's perfect body was flowing with brilliant runes, the power of the immortal platform was blooming, and the phantom of the divine turtle was shrouding his body. The phoenix flame could not burn his body. Nan Huangling stretched out his hand, and suddenly a terrifying phoenix spear made of the strongest phoenix flame appeared in the void. The bright and extremely bright flames lingered on the spear, and the amazing destructive power spread on it. The immortal light was terrible, and the power of rules was going to destroy everything. Qin Wentian stretched out his hand and a Fangyan Huoji appeared in the void. It was transformed by the power of the immortal platform, with a black luster and amazing destructive power. Buzz! Nan Huangling made a move, and this killing blow seemed to penetrate the space. A bright and extremely fiery red mark appeared, like a ray of flame light, and the destructive power could penetrate everything. Qin Wentian's Fangyan Huoji was killed at the same time, and the world seemed to tremble. With a loud bang, the two forces collided together, and the power of destruction raged around. Bang! The spear shattered, and the terrible flames burned the void. Qin Wentian's Fangyan Huoji continued to thrust forward. Nan Huangling flashed and retreated to the distance in an instant, staring at Qin Wentian with cold eyes. I said there is no need to fight. The Holy Lady of Spirits cannot take away the Wutuang leaves that Nan Wang Yangxi has. Qin Wentian said forcefully. Jun Mengchen and Purgatory each had an advantage in the battle, especially Jun Mengchen, who had already injured the domineering Ba Jiang. The battle here disappointed the other onlookers. The person chosen by Nan Wangyangxi to protect the battle was very powerful and not easy to deal with. Let's go. Nan Wangling gave up Qin Wentian's side. No one disturbed Nan Wangyangxi, and she continued to comprehend the Wutuang leaves. As the Wutuang leaves covered her body, Qin Wentian found that the gorgeous and unparalleled fiery red phoenix wings gradually appeared behind her, and merged into Nan Wangyangxi's body little by little, as if it was a part of her body. Chapter 1047 The Ancient Road to Nirvana. Qin Wentian looked around at the saints. Among the 9 saints, only 6 had gathered a complete set of 81 phoenix tree leaves. These 6 saints were Nanhoang Qingguo, Nanhoang Sheng, Nanhoang Aoksu, Nanhoang Zahua, Nanhoang Yi, and Nanhoang Yangxi. The 6 saints, the people who protected them in battle, were also the strongest 6 groups. Only then could they understand with peace of mind without being disturbed. Now, they only rely on their own understanding. Qin Wentian saw that the people with the strongest understanding were Nanhoang Yangxi, Nanhoang Sheng, Nanhoang Qingguo, and Nanhoang Aoksu, and Nanhoang Zahua and Nanhoang Yi were second. In Qin Wentian's opinion, the person who had the most hope of becoming a saint of inheritance must be one of the first 4. They were also the 4 most popular saints among the Nanhoang clan this time. Not only were they talented and powerful, but their people who protected them in battle were also powerful. Of course, Nanhoang Zahua and Nanhoang Yi were not bad either, but it was just relatively speaking. Nanhoang Yangxi and Nanhoang Sheng almost comprehended the 81 phoenix leaves at the same time. A terrifying aura bloomed from them. The wind swept past them, and the gorgeous and unparalleled phoenix wings appeared behind them, completely integrated into their bodies. The terrifying wings seemed to be flowing with wonderful runes and light. The flowing light was as sharp as a sword, and there was a terrible burning breath, which gave people a strong impact, full of power and curvaceous beauty. So beautiful, if I didn't know they were human, I would really think that her original body was the sacred beast phoenix. Jun Mengtian murmured. Nanhoang Yangxi's wings were so natural. The phoenix wings seemed to be on her and belonged to her. Not only was there no disharmony, but it was very beautiful. This kind of beauty was half holy and half charming, and it was indescribable. Nanhoang Yangxi opened her eyes and moved her wings slowly, as if she was getting familiar with the feeling. Her wings flapped on Qin Wentian's body and she showed a soft smile to him. These phoenix wings could make her stronger. As expected, it was the ancestral land of the Nanhoang clan. It was indeed wonderful. Her wings flapped and pieces of phoenix leaves flew out and flew away. The other 3 saints saw this scene, but they were not happy at all. Nanhoang Yangxi and the other 6 had already comprehended most of the phoenix leaves and integrated them into their bodies to turn them into phoenix wings. Even if they comprehended all the remaining ones, it would not be enough. They would not have the chance to get these phoenix wings. Come up to my wings. Nanhoang Yangxi said, causing Qin Wentian's eyes to stagnate, but he heard Nanhoang Yangxi continue, we are going to enter the underground space of the ancestors. Only by growing phoenix wings can we enter it. After you come up, hold on to my wings and don't let go. I will take you in. As soon as the voice fell, Nanhoang Yangxi's body floated in the air. Qin Wentian nodded without being pretentious. The 3 of them went directly to the back of Nanhoang Yangxi's gorgeous phoenix wings and held the feathers tightly. The same scene happened to Nanhoang Sheng. Later, Nanhoang Qingguo and Nanhoang Aoksu successively comprehended the phoenix wings. Buzz! A flash of wind, Nanhoang Yangxi went forward, like a fiery red lightning. Nanhoang Yangxi's eyes were extremely beautiful, as if there was a flame burning. She saw a door of nothingness appear in front of her, turning into a phoenix pattern. Her phoenix wings fluttered wildly and rushed towards it. Boom! A terrifying force shook Qin Wentian and the others, and then they found themselves in the next level of space. Looking back, they saw Nanhoang Ling and the other 3 saints crashing into the space barrier, but they couldn't get through at all, which confirmed what Nanhoang Yangxi said. Then, another figure came down. It was Nanhoang Sheng. She looked at Nanhoang Yangxi, and her guards glanced at Qin Wentian and the others coldly, especially Kong Yi, whose eyes were extremely sharp. The pressure of the 3rd level of the immortal platform was very strong. What are those leaves? Qin Wentian stared ahead. This space was still very beautiful. The ancient sycamore trees were intertwined and covered with fallen leaves. On each sycamore leaf, it seemed that the light of fire was imprinted. Nanhoang Yangxi looked at the sycamore leaves dancing in the void. What Qin Wentian and the others could not see, Nanhoang Yangxi could see. This was the ancestral land of the Nanhuang family. Live towards death. Nanhuang Yangxi murmured, her eyes looking forward. There was a huge ancient sycamore tree. Between the towering ancient trees, there seemed to be a terrible vortex. The vortex was like a road to nirvana, with a terrifying aura emanating from it. From there, you can go to the next space, but on that road to nirvana, you need to live towards death. Nanhuang Yangxi pointed in that direction and said, her figure floated forward. Qin Wentian and the other two followed closely behind. At this time, Nanhuang King Guo also entered this space. Only 3 saints can pass. Nanhuang Yangxi said. Qin Wentian's heart trembled when he heard this, as if everything was destined. In the first space, 3 people did not forge the phoenix wings, and now, only 3 people can pass, until the last person becomes the inheritance saint, and is tempered by many hardships. Soon, Qin Wentian and his companions came to the terrifying ancient Nirvana road. An extremely hot breath filled the air, which made Qin Wentian feel terrified. However, even so, Qin Wentian saw Nanhuang Yangxi and Nanhuang Sheng walked into the ancient Nirvana road without any hesitation. A terrible flame instantly burned on their bodies, but they still walked forward firmly. Kong Yi, guard the Nirvana road for me. Nanhuang Sheng's voice came, and Kong Yi nodded gently. At this time, Nanhuang King Guo and his companions came over. She glanced at Qin Wentian and Kong Yi and others, and said, the ancient Nirvana road can be walked by 3 people at the same time, and there are exactly 3 of us. Kong Yi and Qin Wentian looked at each other, and then stepped aside. Nanhuang King Guo stepped into it. Her guard Zhang Ziyu came over and guarded the Nirvana road. They did not speak to each other, but just looked ahead. Nanhuang Aoxu arrived. She saw that 3 people had already walked into the Nirvana road, and her expression suddenly became unhappy. She spent a little more time in the first space to comprehend and missed the opportunity. However, Nanhuang Aoxu was the strongest among all the Nanhuang saints, so how could she not have a place? Get out of the way. Nanhuang Aoxu's protector Wang Jinxian Xiandao Zhuangzun stepped out with a strong tone. Kong Yi had a dazzling light on him, and the aura of the 3rd level of the immortal stage was flowing, which was extremely majestic. How could he give up? Although Zhang Ziyi was only at the 2nd level of the immortal stage, he was a disciple of the ancient Zhang family, mysterious and powerful. One look made people feel sharp. Moreover, there was a powerful protector at the 3rd level of the immortal stage beside him. It must be said that Nanhuang King Guo was very charming, and the 2 protectors were very powerful. Even Nanhuang Aoxu frowned when she saw it, and finally her eyes fell on Qin Wentian's camp. There are 3 Nirvana roads, and only 3 people can pass through. Now, the 3 of them each occupy a Nirvana road. Others can't see clearly, but Nanhuang Aoxu can see clearly. There are 3 Nirvana roads in the vortex in front, which do not interfere with each other, but there are only 3. Now, the 3 people have been submerged by the light of the flame and entered the depths of the Nirvana road. Your road, give up. Zhuangzun instantly understood what Nanhuang Aoxu meant. There is no need to offend all the people on the 3 Nirvana roads, just take one of them. The 3 camps in front of them are quite powerful, but the weakest side can be seen at a glance that it is the camp of Qin Wentian and the other 3 who are at the 1st level of the immortal platform. Although Qin Wentian and the others have proved their strong fighting power, compared to the people here, Qin Wentian and the others are still a little worse. The Golden War Sky Eagle Zhuangzan, the descendant of the Demon Emperor, Nanhuang Aoxu, the strongest saint of this generation of the Nanhuang family, the 3rd level of the immortal platform. Even if there are only 2 of them, it seems that they are enough to crush Qin Wentian and the others. Bullying us. Zheng Mengchen's eyes flashed coldly, a little unhappy. It was really infuriating. Their realm was lower, so it was easy to bully them? There are 3 paths to Nirvana, so let's take this one. There's no time. Nanhuang Aoxu's aura burst out instantly. The power of the 3rd level of the immortal platform is extremely powerful, overwhelming everything. She is bathed in flames, and the Phoenix immortal platform shines. It is also a king-grade immortal platform. With her realm, the halo is added to her body, which is gorgeous and unparalleled. Boom, boom, boom. The auras of Qin Wentian, Zheng Mengchen and Purgatory all burst out instantly. In addition to Nanhuang Aoxu and Zhuangzan, there are 2 other opponents. One is Rongzio, the defeated general of Qin Wentian, and the other is a strong man of the 2nd level of the immortal platform. It is very dangerous. Nanhuang Aoxu must not be allowed to step into the Nirvana road and live towards death. Now Nanhuang Yangxi doesn't know what she is going through, and I'm afraid that her fighting power has been temporarily lost. Zhuangzan stepped out with force and killed with one blow. Suddenly, the golden eagle came to kill, with terrifying attack power. Mengjin, you go. Qin Wentian said. Zhen Mengjin took a step forward, carrying the world on his back. He punched out, causing chaos in the sky and the earth, shattering everything. Nanhuang Aoxu shot a finger at Qin Wentian, like a peerless phoenix sword, containing terrible penetrating power. Qin Wentian's perfect holy product Xiante's power bloomed, his body radiated dazzling brilliance, the phantom of the divine tortoise shone, covering his body, and the immortal power condensed into the Fangshan Huaji, and he struck out with one blow, like a destructive lightning, shattering the opponent's attack. Rong Zhao and another person rushed out, Purgatory incarnated his true body, guarding the intersection, and the two of them rushed towards Purgatory at the same time. Go back. After Qin Wentian defeated Nanhuang Aoxu's attack, the Fangbian Huaji in his hand, which was condensed with immortal power, burst out and flew out of his hand, heading straight for Rong Zhao. The Fangbian Huaji contained a destructive power that crushed the void. Rong Zhao was horrified and resisted frantically, but he saw a roar that shook the sky, and the Fangbian Huaji came to kill. His body retreated frantically and turned into a phantom. Pucci. A wound was hid on the body that retreated far away. The destructive power was raging, making Rong Zhao pale. What was even more uncomfortable was the shame of defeat. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. You are so presumptuous. Nanhuang Aoxu saw that Qin Wentian was distracted and injured Rong Zhao while fighting with her, and frost covered her face, with terrible murderous intent. Chapter 1048, Dragon and Phoenix Battle. Qin Wentian glanced at Nanhuang Aoxu and said coldly, you are even more presumptuous. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of his immortal platform flowed wildly and merged into his palms. Soon, Qin Wentian's palms were flowing with monstrous runes, and the pressure was terrifying. A rumbling sound came out, and Qin Wentian's body became larger, and the pressure of his palms became more terrifying. Although the divine hand he practiced was not a complete divine hand, as the unique skill of Emperor Yi, it still had terrifying power. Nanhuang Aoxu formed seals with both hands, and her body was raging with flames, burning everything, like a phoenix descending to the world. Around her, there was a terrible sea of fire, and her whole body was bathed in endless flames. One after another, terrifying phoenix phantoms appeared, surrounding her body, staring at Qin Wentian with eyes that were weird and sharp, extremely terrifying. Kill. Nanhuang Aoxu's ancient seal struck forward, and in an instant, one after another phoenix shadows rushed out, and that peerless majesty seemed to tear the world apart. Qin Wentian saw huge phoenixes. His hands released endless immortal power, and the light of destruction flowed on them. He suddenly raised his hands and struck out. One after another, terrifying big peng figures appeared, with a fierce power, just like a real golden-winged peng bird descending on the world, destroying everything, colliding with those phoenixes, and making a shocking roar. Buzz! A burst of hot air descended directly, and Nanhuang Aoxu's body appeared in front of Qin Wentian. Her phoenix wings swept past and slashed at Qin Wentian. The terrifying phoenix wings were sharper than the flaming sword. Qin Wentian did not take a step back. He even took a slight step forward. The power of the immortal platform forged in his body burst out crazily, and the stars shone and appeared, turning into a wonderful world. The hand of God appeared Fangbian Huaji, and it stabbed forward fiercely, directly piercing the opponent's phoenix wings. A shocking destruction seemed to pierce the phoenix wings. Nanhuang Yui's body instantly retreated, and her body was suspended in the air. Her wings slowly flapped in the void, and her expression became colder. The third level of the immortal stage, the immortal might is so strong that it is simply incomparable to the first level of the immortal stage. However, she, who is at the third level of the immortal stage, was constantly blocked by Qin Wentian in her attacks. She could not break through the opponent's defense and could not step into the ancient road of nirvana. At this time, Qin Wentian stood at the intersection of the ancient road of nirvana. His body was huge, his palms turned into the hands of God, and even the wings of Dapan appeared faintly behind him, like a god. One man guarding the pass, 10,000 men could not open it. His eyes were deep and terrifying, which could make people fall into it. At this time, Nanhuang Zhou and Nanhuang Yi came from behind. The comprehension of these two saints was slightly worse, but they were not much slower. When they came to this space, They found that the 3 ancient roads of nirvana had been occupied, and their expressions were not good. Nanhuang Zahua, Nanhuang Yi, help me seize this ancient road to nirvana, and then I will let Zhuangzhan and the others help you fight for other ancient roads to nirvana, Nanhuang Aoxa said to Nanhuang Zahua and Nanhuang Yi through voice transmission. She didn't say it directly because it was naturally to prevent Qin Wentian, Zhang Ziyu, Kong Yi and the others from joining forces. If that happened, they would have no hope and could only defeat them one by one. Nanhuang Zahua and Nanhuang Yi frowned, as if they were thinking, but Nanhuang Aoxa continued, time is running out. If we think about it again, there will be no hope. We will destroy Qin Wentian, and your helpers will deal with the other 2. Use the fastest speed to make Nanhuang Yangxi's helpers lose their combat ability. Nanhuang Zahua and Nanhuang Yi looked at each other, and then sent a message to their helpers. Then, Nanhuang Zahua and Nanhuang Yi, in cooperation with Nanhuang Aoxu, pressed towards Qin Wentian in 3 directions. This scene made Qin Wentian's expression condensed. The 3 saints actually joined forces to snatch the Nirvana ancient road. Buzz! The phoenix wings flickered and moved. The 3 of them were extremely fast and rushed towards the Nirvana ancient road. Many thoughts suddenly appeared in Qin Wentian's mind. It was difficult for him to stop the 3 people at the same time. Once one person invaded the Nirvana ancient road, it would be very disadvantageous to Nanhuang Yangxi. Qin Wentian raised his palm and blasted out a palm print of destruction, but the 3 opponents attacked at the same time, and a loud rumbling sound shook his arm, and Qin Wentian was knocked back. He made a prompt decision and used this force to retreat directly, and even retreated into the Nirvana ancient road. At the same time, he said to Jun Mengjin and Purgatory, Mengjin, Purgatory, don't fight, I will seal the Nirvana ancient road. Brother, don't worry, I know my limits. Jun Mengjin said loudly, and was fiercely fighting with Zhuangzhan. There is only one way to the Nirvana ancient road. Qin Wentian retreated inside and could completely seal the entrance. The road was too narrow, and the 3 opponents wanted to join forces to deal with him, but they could only fight him head-on. The blazing flames barred the ancient road. It was like a terrifying vortex. Qin Wentian did not dare to retreat too quickly. After a moment, he and the 3 saints who were chasing him were barred by the flames. Qin Wentian stopped and did not continue to retreat. He could already see Nanhuang Yangxi and the other 3. Each of the beauties occupied a narrow ancient road at the end of the vortex. However, when Qin Wentian saw the situation over there, a trace of embarrassment flashed in his eyes. Nanhuang Yangxi was bathing in the vortex of the Nirvana ancient road. The phoenix fire burned her body and her clothes were destroyed. Her skin was as white as jade and flawless. It was really like a picture of a peerless beauty. Only the phoenix wings behind her were still there, inserted into her white jade skin, adding a bit of extremely weird beauty. Don't look at it if it's not appropriate. Qin Wentian said in his heart. Not only Nanhuang Yangxi, but also Nanhuang Qingguo and Nanhuang Shengzhi were equally beautiful and breathtaking. The terrifying flames continued to baptize their bodies, as if to recast this perfect body, and the phoenix fire merged into their bodies, even more than before. You blasphemed my Nanhuang saint, damn it. Nanhuang Aoxa saw this scene and burned with terrible anger. Qin Wentian stared at her and said, you forced me to step into this place. Now let's get out immediately. How could Nanhuang Aoxa get out? She saw the 3 people being baptized, and her heart was extremely anxious. The power of the immortal platform was released crazily, just like a real ancient phoenix. Qin Wentian snorted coldly, and his body became huge again, completely blocking this road, and even blocking the view in front. Only his giant body could be seen, and Nanhuang Yangxi could not be seen. You have no chance. Qin Wentian said coldly. I don't believe it. Nanhuang Aoxa's figure flashed, and a startling phoenix sounded. Nanhuang Aoxa's body descended in front of Qin Wentian, and suddenly a startling phoenix appeared. It was huge, with the might of a holy beast, spitting out fairy fire, and at the same time, its claws were like swords, smashing down. At this moment, Qin Wentian felt that he was facing a startling phoenix. His immortal platform was blooming with infinite power. Inside the immortal platform, a dragon appeared faintly. Qin Wentian's whole body was lit up with a monstrous demon light, like a peerless demon god. His divine hand struck out angrily, and in an instant there was a feeling of the sky collapsing and the earth splitting. A huge demon dragon appeared, containing supreme power, and collided with the ancient phoenix. The dragon roared and the phoenix cried, and a shocking decisive battle took place. The might of the immortal platform on the two people continued to flow into it, turning into infinite immortal power, which was endless. Nan Huangzihu and Nan Huangyi's faces changed when they saw this scene behind them. They couldn't intervene in such a battle. Moreover, the space here was too narrow and was blocked by Qin Wentian. No one could break Qin Wentian's defense. The two looked at each other and could only retreat and leave this ancient road of nirvana. Kill. Nan Huangyaoxu really fought with true fire. She was a strong person in the third level of the immortal stage, the pride of the Nan Huang family, and the identity of the saint. She wanted to seize the power of the saint. Now, she couldn't even take down a person in the first level of the immortal stage. It was a great shame. In the immortal stage, there was a peerless flame sword that came out and spit out from the mouth of the void ancient phoenix. Qin Wentian snorted coldly. Inside the immortal platform, a dazzling black gold light of destruction shone. The hand of God struck out, and a fang beyond Huaji that could destroy everything rushed into the mouth of the demon dragon and rushed to the other side. The sword and the halberd collided in the void, shaking the earth, wanting to destroy this space, and finally destroy it together. Why are you so persistent? Since it doesn't belong to you, just give it up. Qin Wentian said coldly, and Nan Huangyaoxu felt even more humiliated. She was determined to seize the power of the inheritance saint and invited Zhongzhan and several others to come to help. Now, Qin Wentian said that it didn't belong to her. What conditions did Nan Huangyaoxu give you? Nan Huangyaoxu said, I can give you double. Qin Wentian shook his head and said, Nan Huangyaoxu and I are friends. I came here with an invitation. Where are the conditions? So you have an unusual relationship. Nan Huangyaoxu continued. While the two were talking, the battle did not stop. Saint Aoxu has too many ideas, no wonder she has no chance to be the saint of inheritance. Qin Wentian said calmly, and with a shocking roar, another true hound rushed out from the hand of God, and with a roar, it shattered the void and tore towards the phoenix. Rumbling, the ancient phoenix cried out, and finally retreated. Nan Huangyaoxu groaned, her body kept retreating, her face pale. This road is blocked. Qin Wentian stared at the other party and said coldly. Nan Huangyaoxu showed reluctance, and finally gave up and walked out of this ancient road of nirvana. P.S. I recommend my friend Crazy Laughing at Me's book The Emperor Destroys the Heavens, which is also on QQ Reading. It is now free, and you can see it directly by searching. Brothers can see if it is good. Chapter 1049 The Final Battle. Qin Wentian saw Nan Huangyaoxu leave, but he still did not leave. His aura dissipated, but his body did not shrink. He stood there, as if he was considering Nan Huangyaoxu. After all, the scene behind him was too beautiful. However, at this moment, a scream came from behind him, and Qin Wentian's heart trembled slightly. Don't look at anything indecent. Qin Wentian reminded himself and calmed down. Nan Huangyaoxu kept making sounds, as if she was in great pain. It seemed that her body was undergoing baptism again. When ascending to the immortal road, the body had been cleansed a little. I don't know what secret method this ancestral land of the Nan Huang family has. Since it is born to die, it must be able to transform the body again and make the immortal body stronger. This process lasted for a long time, and no one came to disturb the three ancient roads of nirvana. Nan Huangyaoxu and the others must have encountered strong obstructions on the other two roads. It should be over, right? Qin Wentian said to himself, and looked back. He saw that Nan Huangyaoxu's body was even more flawless at this moment. Her jade-like skin seemed to have a rosy red color, and her white skin was rosy and her black hair was flying. This scene made people linger. I didn't mean it. Qin Wentian said to himself, and turned around hurriedly. He told himself that he was just worried about Nan Huangyaoxu's safety, and he didn't mean to blaspheme. Qin Wentian, was definitely not a lustful person. After a long time, a light voice seemed to come, and Nan Huangyaoxu whispered, okay. Qin Wentian exhaled, as if he was a little nervous just now. His body became smaller. He turned around and saw Nan Huangyaoxu wearing a gorgeous phoenix feather dress, flawless. Seeing Nan Huangyaoxu's eyes, Qin Wentian seemed a little guilty, and hurriedly said, can we continue forward? The road ahead needs my body to protect it, you come with me. Nan Huangyaoxu said softly, and the other two ancient roads, Nan Huangshengji and Nan Huangqingguo also opened up a road each, leading to the distance. Kong Yi, Zhang Ziyu and other figures flashed in, and Nan Huangyaoxu and Nan Huangzihua, the three saints, also stepped in, and saw the scene in front of them. They show disappointment. Is it over? How do we get to the front? Nanhuang Aoksu asked. Sister Aoksu, you have no chance. Only the three of us can continue to walk on the road ahead. If others want to enter, they need to use our bodies to protect them. Nanhuang Sheng said softly. There was a hint of unwillingness in Nanhuang Aoksu's eyes. She glanced coldly at Qin Wentian. If it weren't for Qin Wentian, she would never fail. How do we get there? Kong Yi asked Nanhuang Sheng. How about we each take only one person? Nanhuang Qingguo looked at Nanhuang Sheng and Nanhuang Yangxi. Okay. Nanhuang Sheng nodded gently. Yes. Nanhuang Yangxi also nodded in agreement. Zhang Ziyu. Nanhuang Qingguo looked at Zhang Ziyu. Nanhuang Sheng looked at Kong Yi and Nanhuang Yangxi, and her beautiful eyes fell on Qin Wentian. Mengjin, Lianiu, you wait for me here. Qin Wentian turned around and said to Jun Mengjin and Lianiu. They both nodded and had no objection. Brother Qin, be careful. These two are very powerful. Jun Mengjin sent a voice message to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian knew that he was referring to Kong Yi and Zhang Ziyu. After Nanhuang Aoksu went out, she must have tried to break through to the other two roads, but she did not see her enter the Nirvana Ancient Road. It can be seen that the blocking force is very strong. Okay. Qin Wentian replied. Since Jun Mengjin has spoken to remind them, these two people must be really strong. Qin Wentian walked towards Nanhuang Yangxi, and saw Nanhuang Yangxi spread her phoenix wings and said to Qin Wentian, come in front of me. Yes. Qin Wentian walked forward and saw Nanhuang Yangxi close her wings and whispered, hold my hand. Qin Wentian grabbed Nanhuang Yangxi's arm, and saw Nanhuang Yangxi looking forward with no abnormal expression. Wings flickered, and the two of them soared into the air. Nanhuang Yangxi's figure flashed and flew forward, like a flash of lightning. Her wings closed, and she immediately wrapped her body in Qin Wentian's body inside, and rushed into the ancient road in front of her with raging flames. Not only her, but Nanhuang Sheng and Nanhuang Qingguo also rushed forward with their guards. Purgatory, do you think Brother Qin is very happy? Jun Mengjin looked at Qin Wentian leaving and said to Purgatory beside him. Purgatory glared at him fiercely and said, Brother Qin is here to help Nanhuang Yangxi seize the inheritance saint, but he doesn't have the same idea as you. I'm just saying. Jun Mengjin scratched his head, looking at this beautiful girl, Purgatory, who was really good to Brother Qin. The more he looked at her, the happier he felt that Brother Qin was. What are you looking at? Purgatory said in a bad tone. Jun Mengjin hurriedly turned his eyes away. No, I didn't look. A strong breath descended, and Nanhuang Aoksu and Zhuangzan were seen floating in the air, staring at Jun Mengjin and the others. Jun Mengjin's eyes flashed, and he said, Nanhuang Aoksu, you are the saint of the Nanhuang clan. Everyone is fair in the fight for the position of the saint of the inheritance. If you lose, you lose. You won't be so magnanimous, right? Humph. Nanhuang Aoksu snorted coldly and left. She had been looking forward to it for decades, and her hope was shattered. What are you looking at? Fighting the Sky Eagle, we will fight again after we leave this inheritance ancestral land. Jun Mengjin stared at Zhuangzan provocatively. You wait. Zhuangzan said coldly. At this time, Qin Wentian and his companions had already arrived at the next level of space. It was even more gorgeous. In front of them was an extremely huge ancient phoenix tree, which spiraled up and reached the sky. On it, there was a dazzling light shining down, as if there was a light of auspiciousness. Endless phoenix leaves fell down, flying in the air, interweaving into a dream scene. Phoenix roosts on the phoenix tree. Qin Wentian had walked out of the protection of Nanhuang Yangxi's wings. He stood beside Nanhuang Yangxi and looked up into the void. There was auspicious light above the ancient phoenix tree that reached the sky in front of him, and the shadow of a phoenix could be seen faintly. Is there a powerful sacred beast phoenix in this ancestral land? Qin Wentian whispered. Qin Wentian was thinking, if the ancestral land of the Nanhuang clan was a phoenix, then this phoenix was the same age as the Nanhuang clan. How old would it be? If so, it must be an extremely powerful sacred beast. Can't go up. Qin Wentian just wanted to fly, but found that an invisible force of rules was pressing on him, and he couldn't fly up. These phoenix leaves are the bridge to the void. Nanhuang Yangxi said to Qin Wentian. She looked at the phoenix leaves that were constantly fluttering in the void, and her immortal thoughts permeated them. Suddenly, a character came out of her mouth, a character that Qin Wentian had never heard of. In an instant, a phoenix leaf fell in front of her and turned into a staircase. Nan Huang Yangxi walked up and really took a step into the void. How magical. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. This phoenix leaf was very large, and it could accommodate several people when it turned into a staircase. He walked to the side of Nan Huang Yangxi and did not continue to disturb her. He knew that this was a critical moment, and he only needed to protect Nan Huang Yangxi. Nan Huang Shengji and Nan Huang Qingguo, two saints, also uttered strange characters and continued to build stairs. 3 ancient phoenix trees gradually appeared in the void. They were extremely gorgeous and reached the sky, heading towards the top of the huge phoenix tree. Nan Huang Shengji was in the middle, Nan Huang Qingguo was on the left, and Nan Huang Yangxi was on the right. This position was slightly disadvantageous to Nan Huang Shengji. However, among the 3 people, Nan Huang Qingguo seemed to be a little slower in building the stairs. Nan Huang Yangxi and Nan Huang Shengji moved forward in unison, almost synchronously. Seeing this, Kong Yi smiled. It seemed that Nan Huang Shengji and Nan Huang Yangxi had a better understanding of the leaves of the sycamore tree. Nan Huang Qingguo was afraid that she would fall behind. As they continued to move upward, the distance gradually widened. Nan Huang Yangxi and Nan Huang Shengji continued to move upward in parallel, almost synchronously. Kong Yi's eyes flashed, and he looked at Nan Huang Yangxi. Qin Wentian glanced at him and stared at him, saying, I think the final battle should be left to the 3 saints of the Nan Huang family. We just need to protect them and prevent them from being disturbed. I have already won, why should I give in? Kong Yi stared at Qin Wentian and said, causing Qin Wentian's eyes to flash and stare at him. This Kong Yi was so confident. He said that he had already won. Did he think that he could win Qin Wentian, expel Nan Huang Yangxi, and let Nan Huang Shengji inherit? If you lose, wouldn't you, the person who protects the battle, implicate the saint Nan Huang Shengji? Qin Wentian asked back. Since I am the one who protects her, I should fight for her. Kong Yi said calmly, besides, I will not lose. Nan Huang Aoxu also believes that she will definitely get the inheritance, but she has not even come here. Overconfidence is arrogance and ignorance. Qin Wentian said, and the 2 of them were fighting each other. Kong Yi's aura burst out, and he said no more. Now looking at the situation, Nan Huang Qingguo is at a disadvantage, and Nan Huang Yangxi and Nan Huang Shengji are moving forward steadily. In Kong Yi's view, as long as he defeats Qin Wentian, the person who protects Nan Huang Yangxi, he can stop Nan Huang Yangxi from moving up. Nan Huang Shengji will become the inheritance saint. How can Kong Yi miss such an opportunity? Qin Wentian saw the scene and the power of the immortal platform burst out. Since Kong Yi wants to fight, then fight. Buzz! A burst of brilliant light suddenly bloomed from Kong Yi's body, like a peacock spreading its tail. This peacock with its tail spread out emitted 7 colors of fairy light, which instantly made people fall into it, and their vision became blurred. Qin Wentian closed his eyes. It seemed that Kong Yi had half the blood of a demon beast. Indeed, Kong Yi's father was a powerful human, and his mother was a peacock demon king. Many fairy seals burst out from the peacock's body, and they attacked Qin Wentian at the moment of his loss of consciousness, as fast as lightning. Qin Wentian's fairy platform was blooming wildly, and fairy light flowed all over his body. The phantom of the divine tortoise protected his body. The fairy seals came and shattered the defense of the divine tortoise. Qin Wentian's fairy thoughts enveloped this space. Even if he didn't open his eyes and just watched with his fairy thoughts, and then stared at the phantom of the peacock with its tail spread out, Qin Wentian still felt his vision blurred under the colorful light. Zheng Mengchen reminded him to be careful of Kong Yi and Zhang Ziyu, who were indeed powerful figures. Kong Yi's confidence comes from his strong strength. Since it's a sure win, why should I let you win? Kong Yi's voice came, and dazzling colorful light circulated around him. He waved his hand, and a huge peacock carrying many ancient seals came to destroy everything. Defeating Qin Wentian, Nan Huang Shengji, is the inheritance saint. Chapter 1050 Variables. Kong Yi's attack was terrifying. The power of the immortal seal was extremely strong. Qin Wentian's body was blooming with brilliant immortal light. The power of the immortal platform was blooming crazily. The shadow of the divine turtle appeared on his body. His body became huge, blocking Nan Huang Yangxi behind him to prevent her from being disturbed, and at the same time, the hand of God appeared again. The heaven-suppressing immortal demon art was blooming, with Qin Wentian's perfect body, the body of an immortal and demon, and the power of the heaven-suppressing immortal demon art blooming on the holy immortal platform. How terrifying! Every time the hand of God struck out, it would suppress this piece of heaven and earth, and kill the immortals and demons, Madly colliding with the opponent's attack, the heaven and earth were instantly in chaos, and the roaring sound was endless. Kong Yi made a peacock cry, and the colorful light on his body became more dazzling. The peacock with its tail spread out covered the sky and the sun. Qin Wentian's vision became more blurred. With his eyes closed, his immortal thoughts seemed to be blocked and blurred. The colorful light emitted by the peacock with its tail spread out covered the sky and the sun made people feel that everything became illusory, but the terrifying thing was that those colorful light spots continued to bloom with immortal seals, madly hitting Qin Wentian. The holy immortal platform in Qin Wentian's body bloomed with endless immortal light, as if it was evolving on its own. A terrifying swallowing demon appeared, containing endless fierce power. Qin Wentian's divine hand blasted out, and an extremely huge chaos demon appeared in the void, emitting a shocking roar, shaking the world. Everything in front seemed to be swallowed up by his hideous mouth, and all the peacock seals were swallowed up. It was simply terrible. Qin Wentian once got a tripod in the ancient city of the sky in the ancient emperor's city. The tripod contained 8 great demons' magic, namely, Demon Dragon, Dapin, Zuanwu, Divine Elephant, Suzaku, Qilin, Zhenhu, and Chaos. Each great demon's magic is extremely powerful and contains countless complex magical powers. Qin Wentian has only glimpsed the 4 so far and has just practiced some methods. The 8 great demons' magic is extremely powerful. Chaos swallows the sky and destroys everything. The peacock ancient demon is shaking, and the power of the seal seems to be suppressed. Kong Yi didn't expect Qin Wentian to be so strong. Even if this great demon's magic is extremely powerful, Qin Wentian is only at the first level of the immortal platform after all. Being able to exert such power is naturally related to his perfect body and powerful immortal platform. Qin Wentian's immortal platform seems to be close to perfection. He feels that there is no flaw. He can suppress his immortal platform, and the level is supreme. Not only that, Qin Wentian's divine hands are extremely powerful, which is the power of unique learning. All these methods combined together, instantly exerted superpower, transcending realms. You know, even if it is a person of heaven's pride, if he is 2 realms lower than him, he will still be killed and crushed by him in one blow. The immortal platform, 1 level and 1 realm, continues to be perfect and strong. The 3rd level of the immortal platform is more than 1 level stronger than the 1st level of the immortal platform. We are here to protect the ancestral land of inheritance. The original intention of the Nanohuang family is to let the saint girl not be disturbed and decide who will inherit by herself. However, you want to destroy it. The true meaning of protection is probably here. Qin Wentian said indifferently, attacking the world and suppressing the immortals and demons of heaven and earth. Humph! Kong Yi snorted coldly, and the peacock behind him opened its screen, and the endless seals began to rotate. In an instant, a rotating destructive light curtain was born, and it madly hit the chaos monster. His immortal platform was released with infinite power. The attacks created by those powerful seals turned into an attacking holy light that destroyed everything. The chaos monster was constantly shaking, and it was in a precarious situation, and it might be destroyed at any time. In Qin Wentian's body, the holy immortal platform was blooming with the light of destruction. One after another, Feng Bian Hua Ji condensed and emerged, and the black gold light bloomed, containing the peerless destructive power. These Feng Bian Hua Ji rushed into the hand of God, and then evolved and became stronger after experiencing the evolution of the hand of God, and then they burst out with a violent attack. One after another, the huge Feng Bian Hua Ji of destruction was shining with the light of killing everything, crushing the void and bombarding the opponent. He still closed his eyes and used his heart to sense the battle. Boom, boom. The power of destruction pierced into the rotating light curtain, and a crackling sound came out. The seal was broken, and the terrifying Feng Bian Hua Ji of destruction penetrated everything. Kong Yi's expression changed. The light curtain continued to vibrate and shatter. The phantom of the peacock with its screen spread out seemed unable to withstand this world-destroying attack. Another huge Feng Bian Hua Ji came over, like a black gold lightning, and instantly killed. With a loud bang, the colorful light scattered in the air. Kong Yi's attack was shattered, and his body was shaken back, and he groaned. Qin Wentian's attack was not over yet, and he continued to attack. Kong Yi's face was ugly. One after another terrifying Big Peng figures roared and killed him, constantly tearing his strength and hitting his body. He had lost his position and could not continue to protect Nanhuang Sheng. Since you provoked the war, you should bear the price if you lose. Qin Wentian said coldly, Saint Sheng, I'm afraid you have to stop. This voice shook Nan Huangsheng's eardrums, causing her body to tremble slightly. She opened her eyes, turned around, and glanced at Kong Yi. Kong Yi's face was pale, and he felt that he had no face to face Nan Huangsheng again. Sheng's comprehension is no worse than Nan Huangyangxi. Kong Yi stared at Qin Wentian and said coldly, "You said that if you lose, you will implicate Saint Sheng?" Qin Wentian said lightly. He walked up and followed Nan Huangyanxi's steps, still guarding her side. After a moment of silence, Nan Huangsheng smiled and said, "Yangxi invited you to come and protect her. She has a good vision. Saint Sheng doesn't need to belittle herself. If it weren't for Kong Yi, the victory or defeat would be unpredictable," Qin Wentian said with a smile. Nan Huangsheng's temperament is like a painting, with an ethereal beauty, and her demeanor is also extraordinary, far better than Nan Huangyaoxu. The people who protect the battle are originally part of the battle for the inheritance of the ancestral land. If you lose, you lose. Nan Huangsheng smiled softly. She then looked at Kong Yi and said, "Kong Yi, I am very grateful that you can come to help me this time. You don't need to blame yourself. If it weren't for your help, maybe I wouldn't be able to get here." Kong Yi saw Nan Huangsheng's smile, and felt even more ashamed. If Nan Huangsheng showed indifference, he might feel better. "I failed to help you become the inheritance saint, but instead implicated you. What is there to thank you for?" Kong Yi shook his head and stared at Qin Wentian. The fighting spirit in his eyes was still strong, and he wanted to fight again to wash away the shame. Nan Huangsheng didn't say anything else. Kong Yi would probably remember this defeat in his heart. At this moment, Qin Wentian frowned slightly, and saw that on the other side, Nan Huangqingguo kept walking up, and her speed suddenly increased. It was faster than the speed of Nan Huangsheng and Nan Huangyangxi before, and there was a tendency to catch up. What's going on? Did Nan Huangqingguo deliberately hide her strength before? Qin Wentian looked over there. He saw Nan Huangqingguo and Zhang Ziyi walking side by side. Both of them had immortal thoughts rushing towards the leaves of the phoenix tree. At this moment, 2 consecutive phoenix tree leaves turned into stars and spread in front of them. How could it be? Nan Huangsheng also saw this scene. A strange color flashed in her beautiful eyes as she looked at the situation over there. Nan Huangqingguo is not the only one who can comprehend the leaves of the phoenix tree. Zhang Ziyi can also do it. However, Zhang Ziyi is not from his Nan Huang clan. Nan Huangsheng, why can he do it? Qin Wentian asked. He also saw that Zhang Ziyi could also comprehend the leaves of the phoenix tree, while he and Kong Yi could not see the secret of the phoenix tree leaves. The Zhang family's cultivation methods are mysterious and unusual. It is rumored that they have cultivated Buddhist magical powers, including some extremely powerful Buddhist magical powers and immortal arts, with infinite possibilities. In the past, no Zhang family member has ever stepped into the ancestral land of my Nan Huang clan. Zhang Ziyi was the first one. Nan Huangsheng slowly said, "I heard that there is a great magical power in Buddhism, called the divine power of the sky eye, which can see through all illusions and see through the essence. Could it be that Zhang Ziyi has cultivated this magical power and seen through the secrets hidden in the phoenix tree leaves? But if he doesn't marry into my Nan Huang clan in the future, then wouldn't it be?" Nan Huangsheng frowned. "What's in the leaves of the phoenix tree?" Qin Wentian asked. "It contains things recorded in the ancient books of our Nan Huang clan, as well as the secret techniques of our Nan Huang clan. It tests our familiarity with the ancient books of the Nan Huang clan and our comprehension," Nan Huangsheng said. Nan Huangqingguo and Zhang Ziyi were getting faster and faster, and had surpassed Nan Huangsheng. They were gradually catching up with Qin Wentian and Nan Huangyangxi. It would probably not take long before they could surpass them. "Your Nan Huang clan allowed this to happen?" Qin Wentian asked. "But Zhang Ziyi was invited by Nan Huangqingguo, so he is considered a guest. Even if he really peeked into some of the secrets of our Nan Huang clan, our Nan Huang clan cannot blame him," Nan Huangsheng said. This was a voluntary act of their Nan Huang clan. It was an invitation. Besides, Zhang Ziyu's identity was there. As a disciple of the Zhang clan, the Nan Huang clan had no reason to touch him. What about Nan Huangqingguo? She should know that she is so bold, Qin Wentian said. In this case, she will become the inheritance saint of this generation, inherit the ancestral land, and have an extraordinary status. Who can say anything then? Nan Huangsheng replied. Both Nan Huangqingguo and Zhang Ziyi are not simple. In this case, we can only stop Zhang Ziyi. Qin Wentian said coldly. Nanhuang Qingguo and Zhang Ziyu realized that Nanhuang Yangxi would definitely lose. This was cheating. Qin Wentian and Zhang Ziyu walked higher and higher. Nanhuang Shengjin in the middle gradually had to look up to see them. Kong Yi walked to Nanhuang Shengjin and asked, "Have you given up? If I don't give up, I won't be the one who inherits in the end." Both Qin Wentian and Zhang Ziyu are not simple. Nanhuang Shengjin looked at the two figures on the left and right in the sky. It turned out that she was just a spectator. Zhang Ziyu. At this time, Qin Wentian shouted, and the sound was immediately transmitted to Zhang Ziyu's eardrums, but he seemed not to hear it and continued to comprehend. The leaves of the sycamore tree fell under his feet. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.